A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to the virtual recreation of Italy here in the Spa-Francorchamps competition for the SimGrid. It is, of course, round number 2 of season 4 of the Endurance Cup. It's a very echoey, lonely commentary box here because it's just myself, David Christie. Lewis McLeod has either been abducted by aliens or potentially thrown under the nearest bus when I get a hold of him. But we'll carry on. We'll get things going because we have got a race and qualifying to get on with today. We are, of course, here at Monza, one of the iconic GT3 tracks and possibly one of the most dramatic circuits you could ever bring a whole gaggle of top-rated sim racing pro teams to. Only a couple of weeks ago, just about 4 weeks ago, we headed to Spa, where it was a dominant performance for R8G Esports, taking the win over GTWR, R8G Academy and Renvelten Esports Blue. But as we said, season 4 sees some slight changes to the Endurance Cup. Each race now 6 hours long. That means that over the whole season we're going to have 30 hours of racing in this championship, so lots and lots for you to get your teeth into at home as well. So a very good afternoon to you wherever you are watching. 4 splits are going to be taking part in this championship as well, so that means that there's a maximum of about 44 cars in each split, 3 drivers in each team. That means we could have up to 528 drivers at each round, but it'll more likely be between 300 and 400 drivers. I would imagine maybe a little bit more than that, because I'm looking at the drivers briefing and there are currently 290 drivers listening to the dulcet tones of Michael Hamlet at the moment. So what have we got in store for you today? Well, in about 5 minutes time we're going to go to qualifying. Then after the qualifying we go to the race, but just before that, I think what we'll do is we do have somebody very special to go and have a chat with. One of the drivers from the number 71 Renvelten Esports Orange team. Let's bring in Felix Repair for his thoughts ahead of today's race. Felix, a very good afternoon. Thanks for taking the time out to join us. I know you should be listening to Michael Hamlet at the moment. Monza, how are you and the team feeling ahead of the race today?
Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, I would say we feel pretty confident comparing the times in practice. Well, it's always a question how we presentative that is to compare the times in practice, but yeah, taking this as a reference, we seem to have the pace and fight for the top positions, at least our Aston and our Porsche, because yeah, we have 3 teams taking part in this event. Yeah, so we're looking forward to it, definitely. Yeah, we hope to have a good quali and then go from there.
Now let's touch on Spa, because your sister Blue team had a much better outing with them finishing on the podium, and you guys were down in 10th position. Do you think that makes any real impact on your season so far, or is that just how the cookie crumbles?
Well, our race was pretty good until like the last 15 minutes when we got the DT, which cost us a lot of time. We were also fighting for a podium position, but then obviously DT at Spa, hurts very much. So yeah, nothing really changes for us. We knew we had the pace at Spa, and now at Monza we just have to prove that we are a team to consider and fight for the top positions, and we make the best out of the rest of the season.
And going into Monza today, Felix, we have to talk about it. I'm touching every single wooden object that I can right now. Turn 1. How's Renvelt and Esports Orange going to be approaching this? Are they just taking it very, very gentle, or are you just going for it basically from the start?
Well, I'm not doing the start, so I can't really comment on that. But we will make sure that our starting driver, will take it very cautious, because we don't want to win our race in the first lap already. Even if we lose like 2 or 3 positions, that's fine, because the race takes 6 hours, and we take it very cautiously.
And finally, just you, me, and the couple of hundred people watching just now, can you let us in on any top secret strategies that you and the team have got going on, or is that all hush-hush just now?
Well, to be honest, we haven't really got any kind of strategy going on for this race, because it's a relatively short race. So, there hasn't really much thought going into strategy, but well, if the weather changes when rain comes, then we have one driver who probably will jump into the car, but then if it stays dry, then we just take it as it comes, and whoever wants to drive the car,
Well, fingers crossed, and best luck to yourself, to Jacob, and to Daniel in that Aston Martin this afternoon, and enjoy the race, Felix.
Thank you. You too. Bye-bye.
There we go, Felix Repair there from the Renvelt and Esports team, Orange. You get the impression that the cards were a little bit guarded and close to his chest, but we can have a look here at the season standing so far. Confirmation then, R8G Esports Academy in that Audi R8 LMS Evo up in top position there after that first race with 50 points ahead of GTWR R8G Academy Black, and then Renvelt and Esports, the blue team, and the number 72 Porsche. Yaz Heat had a decent outing as well in the 150 Porsche up in 4th position. It's Coach Dave Academy, Dalking Community, and Actual Vision Community Racing in the 383 machine in 5th. Furry Formula Wombats in 6th. Yaz Heat Pirelli in 7th. GTWR R8G Academy in white. Virtual Drivers by TX3 number 7 in 9th position, and Renvelt and Esports Orange, as we just spoke to, Felix Repair in 10th position. So that is a quick idea of the top 10 so far, but coming up next we're going to have some qualifying very, very shortly. We're going to head over to the track and check out what's going on. We've got a 20-minute qualifying session coming up, and obviously having track position is going to be so important for that race coming down into to turn 1. And then when we get qualifying, we'll also do you a very, very live an on-the-fly track guide, as it were, from Monza here. Of course, the 3.6 mile course here in Italy, steeped in history, well and truly regarded in GT3 circles as the home of motorsport, the true cathedral of speed. There's nothing like it in the rest of the world for the sense of history and the legacy that goes on there. So you can see there, cars heading round for qualifying just now. It's going to be a 20-minute session, possibly one of the most important sessions of the season here over this 5-round season. Just to remind you then, we've got 6 hours of Monza here today. Then at the end of the month, we've got the 6 hours of Paul Ricard, which I'm magically going to fall victim to some mysterious illness for that one. 6 hours of Kyalami in December, and then the 6 hours of Bathurst at the start of the new year, January 15th, 2022. My brain melts at thinking that is what next year is going to be, but then it always gets to that when it gets to this time of the year. So the cars are way out on track just now. We'll give them a couple of minutes, but obviously what happens here, for those of you that are new to the Endurance Cup, a very warm welcome. Where have you been? You're just in time to enjoy all of the action. But during qualifying, what tends to happen is that the drivers will take 5-10 minutes to warm up the tyres very slowly, get some good but safe laps in. We call those banker laps, and what that means is, you know, it's if you're in the UK, we used to have an old TV show called Bullseye, and one of the catchphrases is, you've got that, it's safe. And that's the idea. You get the lap in the bank, so if all hell breaks loose and you have terrible problems, you have connection issues, or your car suddenly goes into the wall, or your driver has hardware issues or whatever, you've still got that. Okay, it's not going to be the fastest lap, but you've got a reasonably decent lap to fall back on, and then you can start doing setup changes and things like that. Because the other thing that we don't know about is the weather today. It's clear, dry, and a little bit cloudy, but it's a relatively okay day. I'd certainly take temperatures on the virtual version of Monza from the real life version from here just now. 17 degrees air temperature and 23 degrees track temperature just now, but just watching the cars coming through the chicane just now, and again, this is such an interesting part of the circuit here. That first chicane is going to be the the real choke point for a lot of the action here, and I think I already see the 43 getting very slow out of the exit of the corner there. That's the SimGrid.Pro by Vides number 33. Now, SimGrid Pro, that's actually brings up a really interesting conversation, because for a long while that team, formerly Ladasport Rosneft, of the 41 of Igor Ogorondikov, now that was just them, but they've really grown this season, so they've now got 3 teams there. The SimGrid.Pro by Vides team, now the 41, the 42, the 43. So 41 captained by Igor Ogorondikov. It's got Viktor Romanchuk and Mikhail Baikov in that one. The 42 has Alexander Novikov, Kirill Sadvorov and Igor Murdazov. And then in the 43, you've got Nikita Bogorodsky, Vladislav Abludze and Denis Strelnikov in that one as well. So, 3 teams. A lot of those names we've not seen before in the SimGrids, and I think they're going to be a real one to watch through the course of the action just now. But let's actually see if we can go on board with the number 42 then of Alexander Novikov as he comes through the parabolic at that final corner. And let's give you a little idea, because now they've got their tyres up to speed, they've got the engines going. Now we're going to get an idea of what the track looks like then. So this is rolling down the start-finish straight then, a very long start-finish straight, and it's a very abrupt end here. You want to be on the brakes just after the 100-metre board as hard as you can, onto the brakes into turn 1 here, through the chicane, out of the chicane there, out of Prima Variante, on the power, and then again down into the right-hander now. This is Biazono. Flat out corner. It almost doesn't exist for drivers here at all, because you don't think about it at all. Again, you're looking at the right hand side, you look for that 50-metre board there, on the brakes, turn it into the left there. Again, you want to avoid the curbs both on the left hand side and the right hand side. Very easy to pitch up, unsettle the car and send it round sideways. That rounds on the power then into the first of the Lesmo corners, this long winding right-hander here, and then into the second Lesmo corner then, and then onto the Seraglio curve. Again, it says that it's a curve, it's not really, it's just a long left-hander. You don't even notice it. There we go, that's it done, and then it's brake as late as you dare. Now, I am a bit of a wuss when it comes to this corner, when it comes to Ascari. I'm already on the brakes at this point. Alexander Novikov leaves it as late as possible and then gets a beautiful exit out through there. That's sweeping left, right, left, and then it's onto the back straight, on the run down to the Parabolica. Again, this wonderful sweeping 180 degree right-handed corner, and looks simple, very, very easy to catch a lot of the cars out. Watch for a lot of the cars sweeping off to the left-hand side with understeer if they've not got setup dialed in correctly. Novikov gets it in very, very tight. Great exit. What's he going to do? Come across the line, and it is a 19th place then for Alexander Novikov. So again, that'll be a banker lap for him, a 1:47.769, and I'm just looking at the times here. That is absolutely ridiculous. I think we've got about 24 cars in the 1:47s. Again, just shows you the pace that really brings to the forefront of just the level of quality here on Assetto Corsa Competizione for this Endurance Cup. Of course, Season 4 has been, you know, a very popular championship here. I'm just trying to think back to Season 2 and 3, because I got brought in, so I started with the SimGrid just as Season 2 was around the corner there, and it really has been the calibre of drivers in this championship. It's always been one that I've been looking forward to. So James Baldwin in the 1:49 at the moment. Yazhit Pirelli teamed up with Eamon Murphy and Mikhail Statsenko just now. But yeah, awesome stuff. So the drivers just making their way around for the first couple of laps. Again, let's have a look here. I'm just thinking, so again, what you're wanting to watch out for is 5 to 6 minutes to go. And I got a little bit distracted there. I did go into YouTube. So Moskvin production, yes, that's a great point. I did say that. Ogrodnikov, not on Lada Sport Rosneft now, retains the number, but that is formerly what that team was known as, the 41 team. So they are now Simware.pro by Vides, and they have the 41, 42 and 43. So keep an eye out for them. There you go. That's the McLaren, but also they are running different cars as well. So the 41 doing the McLaren 720, the 42 doing the Bentley Continental. As we see a car off into the wall, that is the 166 that is facing the wrong way, and again just shows how easy it is to get it all wrong. That's the Beetle simracing.de by Warshirts, and I've got a feeling that might be Alex Dizzi that was into the wall there. I'm just looking down the list and can't actually see them. There we go, 26th position. It's actually Bastian Offerman that is into the wall there. And what will happen is they just reset the car, or looks like the 166, I don't know if there was even any contact with the wall there. So the 166 back on to the track at exactly the same position. So they haven't reset the car, and they get going again. But what you'll see is from about 5 to 6 minutes left to go in the session, that's when we'll see the real fast times coming in, and you're already seeing there it never fails to amaze me, this point, and I keep going on about it, so I'm going to apologise now if I sound like a broken record. 35 cars, ladies and gentlemen, 35 cars we've got within a second of the pole sitting lap there. Incredible stuff. So 11 minutes left to go in the session, and at the moment then it is the 149 of James Baldwin in the McLaren. We know he's fast. We've seen from all of the championships that he enters that that is a very fast team, the Yazhit Pirelli team, and they mean business because they want to make up for that earlier result there. Where they really could have had a better run at Spa, but only getting 7th place after all of the incidents faced by some of the other teams as well. And it was actually their sister team, the Yazhit Richard Mill team, that got the benefits of that one, finishing in 4th place with that number 150 Porsche 911. So what you're seeing now then, a lot of the cars heading into pit lane, and what that'll be is to make setup changes. They'll be taking a couple of minutes rest, they'll be having a look and getting a recon on where some of their competitors are, where some of the other drivers are, and where some of the other teams are in terms of pace. They'll maybe make some slight adjustments in terms of setups. Not too much, I can't imagine though, given the incredible closeness from the field just now. In fact, we're now up to 38 cars within a second of your leader James Baldwin right now. So this is marginal stuff. We always go on about here at SimGrid, where we're, we get a little bit of time and we get a little bit of time to chat. We always go on about the difference being so small, and it really does show today in this qualifying session here at Monza. I've got no doubt that what we'll see in the next 5 minutes, we'll see somebody absolutely destroy that time and go about 4 or 5 tenths of a second faster. It seems to be par with the course, but up until this point, I mean, it just makes you think that 1/10 of a second could gain you maybe 9 places on the grid. That is absurd in any form of sim racing, even real life racing. I think you'd get real life racing championships that would chomp at the bit to get a equality and pace like this just now. I'm also noticing James Baldwin. So what you've seen there is I did say that somebody was going to go about 4 tenths faster. Now, James Baldwin had only done one fast lap. I actually can't get my head around that. So before that 1:46.5, James Baldwin had only done one flying lap. It was a 1:46.8. So Oleg Zolobov for Funny Formula Wombats goes second place. Now we've sort of got a qualifying session on our hands. This is awesome stuff. Now we're starting to see pace that we've really seen. This is going to be impressive qualifying pace coming on. Dennis Schoeninger in the number 9. Now that was your race winner last time out in the R8G Esports machine, out there in 3rd position. Here comes Igor Ogorodnikov out of Parabolica, 3 tenths up. This is going to be position 3 for Igor Ogorodnikov for the SimWare.pro by Vides Man himself. And that is a good lap, but there's still more in the tank. This track is rubbering up very quickly. Andrea Benedetti then for the GTWR R8G Academy, just out of the first chicane onto another flying lap. Now you're going to start to see the gap opening up as well, and a lot of the time starting to come tumbling down. This is the number 71 of Jakob Osterwind for Renfelten Esports on the back straight just now then, and doing a fantastic job here. Currently down in 13th position. He is about half a second up just now, so this is going to put him up into 3rd position if that is the case. Out of Parabolica, looks smooth, steady, controlled and defined for Jakob Osterwind. Goes across and, as predicted, 3rd place then. Great work there for Jakob Osterwind. But again, now we're going to start to see some huge times starting to come down. And look, there's a new graphic. It's suddenly got less lonely in this country box. A very good afternoon to Daniel Handover.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for having me. How are we doing?
We sent the bat signal out, and you are the man who responded.
I do try. To be fair, I've not seen everyone for a while, not spoken with everyone, and got asked to jump in, and here we are. So no, it's really good to be here and to commentate on another SimGrid event. It's fantastic, and what better one to come in than Endurance at Monza?
Yeah, it wouldn't be GT3 racing if it didn't have Monza in it, would it? As we see Dan King up into a 4th position. So 5 minutes left to go in qualifying, Dan, and James Baldwin. It's completely unsurprising to see his name at the top of the timing sheets, is it?
Well, I think that was always going to be a thing, wasn't it, to be perfectly honest? Indeed, Baldwin is very fast. Although, if you look at Zolobov, 69 thousandth of a second behind. The gaps here are, again, very close. We've seen this before as well, that Monza is a very, it's a track of slipstreaming. That's what you really want to do here. If you can stick with someone, you can sort of not battle too hard, then realistically, we should probably see James won't be pulling away that easy come the start of the race. Tobias Schur, Primary Racing, what's he going to do? 77, goes up into P8. So again, lots of people in these final few minutes, even though I've obviously just jumped in, I can imagine that the times are going to start coming down for everyone here.
I think that's absolutely the case, Dan. And again, from your own experience, to have 32 cars within a second of the pole sitter, I think any championship in real life would throw the right arm to get that level of consistency.
They would, absolutely. I think, realistically. Ricard, we've just been told, is 3/10 up on his previous time. He's currently 7/10 down. That will put him up, I think, 3/10. That's well within the top 10 easily. Capoccia, we can see, going back to Pagardal and the GTR Endurance team, a Lamborghini, the 111. Where does it go? Up into P11, 4.6 seconds. But look at Capoccia. Straight away, the GTWR RHE Academy black car, the 457 Audi, goes at very, very good, strong position there, up into P4. But P4 is only a 10th and a half behind. It's just madness. Absolute madness.
It really, really is. And the thing with that as well, Dan, is the fact that as I'm just watching Benjamin Baumann here. This is a huge lap for Benjamin Baumann for the Orange 1 FFS Racing Team. This could be pole position. It's not quite. He's lost it all in that final corner there, 0.3 of a second up, but that is still 6th position as Daniel Savini for Rebel Racing Team in the Nissan, the big bad GTR Godzilla, making his way currently in P11. Just now 3 minutes 40 left to go in qualifying, and again, I mean, the pace is unbelievable. But as someone that I've worked with quite a lot said, Dan, times for show, points to go. It's all about getting yourself in a good position, but it's the points, it's the finishing order of the race that ultimately matters here. But turn 1 at Monza is a bit of a scary thing.
Yeah, it is. At the same time, you got to know you qualify on lap. Does it matter as much here? I mean, it does to a certain degree, especially when you've got this many cars on track and it's so close. It's almost based on strategy in a way. What is Daniel Savini going to do? He goes up into P6. Impressive time, but Ibrahimi, he's just gone. The number 72 at Ren Velton Esports. He has just gone up into P5, but again, just under 0.2 of a second off. Yeah, exactly, as you were saying there, David. Qualifying, yes, it is crucial to a certain degree, because yes, you do get a good track position. However, if you've got a good strategy from you, that is going to make all of the difference as well. It doesn't matter if you start within the top 15, the top 10. It's so close. If anything, it doesn't really make too much of a difference. If anything, you want a good strategy to be able to move forward in what is a very, very long endurance race. Now, a track like this, track position compared to a strat, again, there's too many different things. It's so close in this grid. As you say, currently the top 35 separated by just over 0.9 of a second. Nikolai goes up. That's Victor Nikolai for Logitech Team RLR. Goes up into P16. But ultimately another 10th of a second. Well, that would be P10. P12. So again, I don't understand how it's so close. We've been through this before, haven't we, David? I'm pretty sure. Actually, at Monza last time we were both commentating here. It's just so close. It's just madness.
It really is. It's almost scary as someone who is a bit of an amateur sim racer and a bit of an amateur real life racer. I'm consistently about 2 to 2.5 seconds off of the fastest paces. So to see 35 cars all within a second of each other, it is. I do say it an awful lot, but the reason that I keep going on about it is that you use that as a barometer of how intense and how close the competition actually is. Now, it won't be like that in the race. What will happen in the race is that you will get gaps left, right and centre. You will get little groups, as we see Daniel Savini for the Nissan 823 Rebel Racing Team. That's a bit of a shocker. Within 1/10 of a second of James Baldwin, I'm absolutely stunned by that, Dan, because that Nissan GTR is not what I would expect to see in the top 5.
Well, indeed, and if you just have a look as well in the top left-hand corner of your screen, if you were to look at Osterman's time, it is exactly the same. So Osterman and Savini have got identical times up to the 100th. I'm not too sure about the thousands, but Malinowski, he's going to be on a good lap. We are being told where's it go. Oh, it goes up into P3. That pushes Osterman and Savini down to P4 and 5. Wow, that was impressive. What is Zolobov going to do? Because Zolobov has got a bit of a toe. He's probably taken this for the entire lap. Is it going to put him on pole? Oh, it's close. It is close. 200ths of a second now is the gap. It was 600 of a second. It's now 200ths of a second. Again, goes to show how quick James Baldwin is, because he was able to do that lap. I wasn't actually aware of if he had a toe or not, because I've only obviously just jumped in after that time was set. But to set that lap very early on in what seems to be the qualifying, very impressive indeed. But that is actually qualifying done and dusted.
Yeah, the flag has waved and some of the drivers are going to get another lap in. Just to give you an idea of James Baldwin, we'll come back to him in a second. Lars Kisser looks like he's going to be making a slight improvement in that Audi, although he'll take anything over that 7/10 right now. Great job, 2/10 up then, and that moves him up into P24. James Baldwin though, consistency, right? 146.8, 146.5, 146.6, 146.7. That McLaren is absolutely dialed in. Well, regardless of qualifying pace, that car is looking mighty fast with James Baldwin behind the wheel. Can he improve just now? Goes cross line, he does! 146.515. The stranglehold gets even tighter for Yazid Pirelli, and that is a foot on the throat of the rest of the competition as qualifying draws to a close here. Dan, that is an absolute statement of intent.
Well, it certainly is, isn't it? What's Fabian Pivet going to do? Pivet goes up into P17. A couple of drivers left to finish. Kapoccia for the RHG Academy Black 457 runs quite aggressively over the entry to the Ascari chicanes. What is Vidimari going to do? He goes up into 27th position. But Kapoccia, this is one of the last people. You've got Osman still on the lap, bear in mind, and so is Zolobov. But actually, to be fair, I think we're just being told that could very well be it. No one's setting some blistering lap times. Is Novikov going to move up from his position? And no, they stay for the Simware Bentley. They stay in P30. Tarek Adam goes across the line, so he won't be able to get another lap. Do you know what? I think that is it. That is qualifying done and dusted. Impressive from James. I mean, anything but. It's just how on earth someone is that fast. It's a close grid, but to pull a 10th. Just under a 10th on the competitors is mighty impressive here.
Yeah, that was some showing off you've got to feel from the Yaz Heat driver in the 149, but my head is absolutely melting at this fact. 41 cars, our entire field separated by 1.062 seconds in qualifying. I don't think in my entire history here with the SimGrid I've ever seen anything like that before, Dan.
No, it's true. I've seen... And again, I think it's been previous conversations that we've had in previous commentary gigs. But we've seen at the SimGrid, there's been, 1.4 seconds, 1.5 seconds. I thought 2 seconds was mighty impressive, let alone a second. It's just, as you were saying earlier on, and what you alluded to, it shows that sim racing is a staple in its own right. It doesn't have to be compared to real motorsport all of the time. And if anything, the more and more that this competition comes through, and the closer these get, I believe it will become its even more of its own statement. That the racing can be absolutely fantastic, and arguably, and in some cases, even better than the real world, the real world motorsport as well.
I have to agree with you, because how many times in GT races, you've got different drivers of different abilities, you've got gentleman drivers to contend with, silver drivers, all the different classes. Whereas with this split here seems purely focused on the fastest of the fast in terms of teams and drivers. And again, the other point that it brings into to contention, Dan, is just how important having a clean race is, because when you've got the entire field separated by 1 second, that means that any mistake that happens through the entire 6 hours is going to be absolutely critical for your race. You have to be clean for that entire 6 hours. It's not a case of you can stick a slower driver in for a couple of hours and just cruise over. This is a 6 1-hour sprint races, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely, it very much is. It's fantastic indeed. I think realistically, it is going to be a race where you are not allowed any mistakes at all, as you said there. But I believe, David, we've got Cam Royal from Yasin here.
We do. We're joined by, I was about to joke about joined by royalty. Cam Royal joins us. I bet he's never heard that one before. Cam, right, that was a fairly impressive qualifying session for your guys.
Yeah, absolutely smashed out of the park. I mean, obviously James putting in the maximum effort there and coming away with the pole position. So couldn't have been a better start for us. Obviously, with Monza, we've got to watch out for that turn 1. If we can get through there safe and sound, then I guess the game plan is just to try and drive off into the distance, I suppose.
Now the question is, have you made all of your much needed sacrifices, prayers, whatever is needed to do to make sure your guys get past turn 1?
I did actually. I did that last night. So hopefully today we'll be fine.
I do joke about that because, we see it in public racing. We see turn one as an absolute mess, and then you come into the SimGrid races, and it's actually usually fairly quiet into turn one. But again, were you surprised at how close the field was, and does that put any more pressure on your teams?
No, I mean, to be honest, I think we've kind of gone through this now with it being season 4. Every single season it seems to be getting closer and closer in terms of the field. So I'm not surprised by how close it is, and to be honest, I'm actually really thankful that it is this close because it gives us some excellent racing on track. But yeah, I think it's just even with that, it kind of gives us that sense of reassurance that hopefully no one bins it into turn one, because this field is very respectful. Everyone drives properly, and hopefully going into this turn one we come out still ahead.
I get the impression you regretted saying those words as soon as they came out your mouth there, Cam. But weather is going to be a key factor here at Monza. What is your thoughts ahead of that? Obviously, we'll know as the race develops, but do you have set strategies for different conditions, or are you just going to play it by ear?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we have strategies prepped for most situations, but for the most part, how we normally deal with this is just as it comes. So the boys obviously are super experienced in all types of conditions, so full faith in them to come up with strategy depending on what happens during the race. But I think for the most part, we're pretty prepared.
Excellent stuff, Cam. Best of luck for your two teams out there, and hopefully we'll speak to you at the end of the race.
Thanks, guys.
So Dan, Cam Royal from Yas Heat there, sounding fairly relaxed and comfortable ahead of this race.
Oh, I think after that performance from James, why wouldn't you be? Well, what Cam alluded to there as well, turn one. The turn 1, turn 2 complex at Monza, the infamous turn 1, turn 2. I mean, yeah, pretty much a clean getaway from any team. Doesn't matter, obviously, the front, the back, the middle, whatever it is. A clean turn 1 and turn 2, arguably turn 4 and 5 as well. I mean, that's a big relief off of your shoulders. I think it tends to be, because what you happen is you're going through it and you're thinking, what happens if this happens? What do I do if that happens? You go through it. As long as you get through cleanly, then you can then focus on the remainder of the race. Pretty much, it's almost like as soon as you get through that first lap, the rest of the race is now your focus. But it depends. Hopefully everyone gets through okay. But 45 cars out on track, or however many cars it is. Sorry, there's not a lot of space. Put it that way. I think is the best way to put it.
Yeah, there really isn't. But the other thing is that race control are very, very strict over the past couple of seasons. They've been clamping down more and more on unnecessary contact. So I think a lot of the drivers won't even be wanting to risk it. But we're just about a minute or so away from getting the cars on grid for their formation lap. So James Baldwin then for the 149 Yas Heat Pirelli team takes pole position ahead of the number 56 Funny Formula Wombats. That is Oleg Zolobov, Oleg Erkulov and Alexei Meyer in second place. On row 2 is going to be the 150, the sister Yas Heat team. Maciek Malinowski getting that third place there. A cracking effort from him, sharing the car with Jaroslav Honzik, aka Jardier, along with George Boothby as well. Keep an eye out for them. Jacob Osterman takes fourth position for Renfelt and Esports Orange in the number 71 machine, sharing that car with Felix Rupert. We had a chat with him just before qualifying, and Daniel Klein as well. And then in fifth position, I cannot believe we saw that. That was an ace lap there from the Rebel Racing team. Daniel Savini along with Simone Ayetza and Karim Matea as well. No stranger to the SimGrid. Andrea Capoccia in the 457 GTWR R8G Academy Black Machine taking sixth position with a 146.737. They're going to be Giorgio Simonini, Andrea Capoccia and Chris Hartveld. Keep an eye out for them. An incredibly talented team there, and their sort of prestige and their results go before them on that one. Seventh place on row 4 is going to be Samir Ibrahimi in the number 72 Renville and Esports Blue, again outperformed by their orange team. In fact, no, sorry, it was the other way about, wasn't it? So the Blue actually outperformed by Orange this time round, but the blue team made up of Maximilian Walmuth, Lucas Kreuzer and Samir Ibrahimi as well, and cars away to reassemble onto the grid very, very shortly. But I'm just thinking as well here, as we've got a little bit of quiet time for the cars on the grid, Dan. Obviously, going down at turn one we've spoken about, but I would argue just as much as the turn one, thinking about the second variante, the second chicane, and then Ascari as well. We've seen so many drivers pushing a little bit too hard and stacking it by themselves at Ascari.
It is true. It is true. Obviously, cold tyres, cold brakes as well. You've got to get used to the conditions of the circuit. Obviously, you just done qualifying with light fuel. You're now going to dump in full fuel. Most people will be dumping in full fuel. And then you have to, you don't have too long to work with it, to be fair. So we do see drivers push, absolutely. I've been guilty of it myself more times than I would care to mention. It is, Monza always gives you that, I think as well, you're damned if you do, damned if you don't in a way. If you don't push, you're going to be worried about extending a gap and then not having the draft. If you then obviously push, well, then you run the risk of, obviously on cold tyres, potentially spinning or having a moment. Monza is a very, it looks like a relatively simplistic track, and to be fair, it is. It's straight, heavy braking zone, straight, heavy braking zone. That's pretty much what Monza is, but there's so much more to it than that. There's so much free-flowing complexes. Your Ascari chicanes, obviously, that's a fast complex, but you've got to be precise as well with it. If you're going on your own, you're pushing that a little bit too hard over curbs. Yes, that's going to upset the balance of the car. Arguably, again, at the start of the race, I have no doubt we're going to see some 2x2 side-by-side action. Is that the wisest move? Possibly, possibly not. Again, drivers will be focusing on track position, but at the same time, you've got an opportunity to save your tyres and save some fuel critically as well. That could happen, that could help. Maybe not in the first couple of hours, maybe not in the first 4 hours, but the final couple of hours, if you're able to save fuel throughout a stint or throughout your entire race, that will then come and help you and be a benefit to you, later on. So we may see people play the long game here. We may see teams really just focus on, just as Cam was saying there from Yas Heat, is just getting out in front and just sort of driving off into the distance.
Yeah, for sure. So let's continue taking you through the order then just now. As we said, the Nissan of Daniel Savini in 5th place and Andrea Capoccia in 6th. Samir Ibrahimi in 7th position with the number 72, and then Dennis Schoeninger in the number 9 Audi in that 8th position for RHG Esports, your current championship leaders after that win at Spa. 9th position for Michael Romagnoli in the number 59. And then in the 10th position is the number 63 of Benjamin Baumann in the Lamborghini as well for FFS Racing Team by Ada, sharing that car with Emmanuel Cardinale and Bruno Sanchi as well. 11th place is going to be the 383 of Darren King. That is, of course, the CDA, DAL and ACR car shared by Jan Willem van Ommen and James Parker as well. Some very fast drivers in there. Watch for them make their way through into the top 10. Igor Ogorodnikov in the first of the 3 Simware.Pro cars by Vides in 12th position there. Obviously sharing that car with Viktor Romanchuk and Mikhail Baikov. And then in 12th position is the number 77 Prime E Racing 1 machine, Sven Hittich, Tobias Schur and Nicholas Nalroth behind the wheel of that one. And then in P14 is Alberto Garcia for the 121 Odox Motorsports at Bentley. We saw them really not having the best of times at Spa. It was a mixed bag. They got themselves into quite a few incidents early on and really paid the price for it. But Alberto Garcia sharing with Gerard Martinez, Amer and Raul Suarez in that 121, and then it is the 15th place car, the 777 of Vinny Oliveira for Alien Lab Racing. Star Tools, that's Diego Loureiro, Alessandro Silva and Vinny Oliveira. And let's have a look here, and 16th place is Robin Pagano, the Lamborghini of GTRC Endurance Team. That's Jano Kalsch, Robin Pagadel and Richard Lindhorst. Drivers that we normally would have associated with a Porsche, but they are out there in the Lamborghini in 16th. 17th is Fabien Pefet in the number 66 Team Fordzilla H3 machine. And of course sharing that car is Hamada Erkizi and Hamza Belhassain. Now, while we catch back up with that, we've got plenty of time to go through. Rain is forecast in 30 minutes. You do see that right. So drivers just got a chance to get into the car, get settled, and they are going to be in the middle of some wet weather. So this is going to be a little bit awkward. So right, let's see where we got to then. 18th position is the number 12 machine, Logitech Team RLR of Victor Nicolai. The 349 machine is in 19th position as well. That is VRM Racing 349 on there. Row number 10 is Andrea Benedetti, the number 32 machine. That is the GTWR R8G Academy White. And beside that is the 166 machine, Beetle simracing.de by Warshirts as well. 22nd position is going to be the 328 machine. That is SOP Esports Racing Ferrari, and the 54 lines up beside them in 23rd position. That is of course the Slow Racing Team Sim Racing Cockpit outfit. Row number 12, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, is the 52 of Paul Simsport, alongside the 33 machine of is that Lars Kisser down in 25th position. I never expected to see that. Lars is normally somebody that you see up in the top 15, so watch for a breakaway charge from them, but just 0.6 of a second behind your pole sitter time. It's the 34 and 35 in 26th and 27th position. That is of course TF Racing Souvlaki and BHK Esports as well, and alongside the THK Esports machine is the number 53 of Liper Esports Green. 29th and 30th for row 15 is the 43 and 42. That's Simware.pro by Vides, number 43 and the number 42. So sister cars together. Really hoping that we don't see any incidents with them two coming together in turn one. But yeah, fingers crossed. The 23 and the 7 behind them, that is the GTWR R8G Academy Green machine, and the virtual drivers by TX3, number 7 in 31st and 32nd on row 16 of the grid. Row 17 is the 192 and 17. The 192, of course, the RLR Abruzzi Esports Gold machine, and the 17 beside them is the Logitech Team RLR in 33rd and 34th. 35th and 36th is the 13 and 171. 13 is going to be Lewis Roters, and the 171, of course, is the Team Racing Point red machine just now. So the 13, I will get an ID on you for just a second, because they're not showing up on our entry list. The 995 and 22 are 37th and 38th on the grid respectively. 995 is Renfeld and Esports Ambassadors, and the 22 machine is of course the Zancho Simsport outing of Luca Berg, Jack McIntyre and Will Dendy. They will be definitely making their way through as well. 39th and 40th on the grid is the 133 and 154. That is virtual drivers by TX3 of Johan Ufle, Maximilian Vidi, and the 154 is GTWR R8G Academy Blue, Alessandro Foscher, Gabriel Samiraro and Francesco Dondi. At the back of the grid, but by no means alone, is the number 100 Turn 1 Pro machine of Andre Michel, Grant Wilmot and Marcel Villers. 43 seconds to go. We have got mixed conditions in the next half hour, Dan, and this is quite a nice bubbling pot.
Well, isn't it? It's quite literally the car before the storm, possibly as well. We see an aerial view there. You can see the old circuit as well that just sort of tails off. I think realistically, we're not going to know until the end of the first lap, where everyone, as you say, there's people behind, they're going to be moving forward. There's people in front, they've got to try obviously keep their positions to the people that are moving forward behind. It's just going to be, I can't imagine that this is going to be the running order that we are going to see after the first lap. But the session is about to go live. Here it is. Cars are going to start and then make their way for a formation lap, being led by the AS Heat number 149, led by James Baldwin. Off he goes. and all of the other drivers will follow. It's nice to see the GTR still running about, isn't it? I think it's the only GTR actually on the grid.
I think you're absolutely spot on there, and it's a fantastic car as we see them heading down into turn 1 for the formation lap there. Some of the cars already got their lights on. Great to see quite a lot of support already at the early stage for I'm presuming for FFW, which is Formula 1, if I can even say that, the number 56 team of Alexei Mayer, Oleg Zolobov and Oleg Erkulev. In that new machine to the Endurance Cup, and yeah, they're really enjoying a little bit of support there. Cracking performance for them, Dan, to get second place on the grid here. But again, it just shows you the swings and roundabouts, because I'm looking at our two leaders in the championship, the number 9 and the number 457, and both of them down in 6th and 8th position on the grid just now. But do you think that taking the lead early in this race is maybe going to put you at risk?
It's a tricky one, isn't it? Like I was saying, Baldwin is going to have to work hard to obviously push and maintain that lead, because at the moment, well, Baldwin, if he does lead, obviously going to turn 1 and then off he goes. If he's got Zolobov, Malinowski, Osterman, Savini, if they're all sitting behind in a train, Baldwin's going to have to work hard. He's going to have to use his tyres more. He's going to have to use up more fuel ultimately. So I'd almost, as much as, and to be fair, the pace that Baldwin's got, the pace that car's got, we may very well see them go off into the distance. We simply don't know yet. But it is going to be tricky if you are at the front, because you are simply going to be using more of your tyres and more fuel. Everyone behind, they won't have as much pressure to use as much of their car's tyres and also fuel as well, because they've just got slipstream, they've got draft, and they have an opportunity to really sort of see how everything progresses. We're just being told actually as well, this is going to throw a spanner in the works, isn't it? The rain is now expected to fall in, I would like to be this cameraman, in the next, or within the next 10 minutes. It could fall within the next 30 seconds. It could fall after 10 minutes. We simply don't know. But this is going to have a big impact, because I wonder, well, I mean, sure, this is all the teams now going to be thinking of strategies here. And they're going to be thinking, well, what do we do in this scenario? What happens if this? What happens if that? They simply don't know. You can just see, again, on the top of your screen, you can see the weather there. In 10 minutes, it's supposed to rain. In 30 minutes, it's supposed to get heavier. Now, I don't know if this driver, I don't know if this session here, when it starts to rain, I wonder if there's so many cars driving out on track, will it not affect until the next half hour? That's my theory.
It depends, because we've seen it, and again, it gives us an idea as the cars come down to Parabolica for the first time. What we can see is that the track will deteriorate, or sometimes the track deteriorates so quickly that it catches everybody by surprise. And not only that, but you've got the mental rain as well, where drivers start easing off a little bit to try and save themselves, especially in this early stage of the race. So many variables to keep into consideration over the next 6 hours. A very warm welcome to round 2 of the SimGrid's Endurance Cup Season 4 here from Monza. Dave Christie and Dan Handover bringing you live coverage of the first couple of hours of this. We'll be live and uninterrupted all the way through, but it is this man out in front. It is the McLaren of James Baldwin who's going to lead the cars over the line. Had to get James in there. Number 66 into the pits just now. Team Fordzilla doesn't look to be starting this race. They'll be starting from pit lane. Here we go then, green, and James Baldwin absolutely catches Oleg Zolobov sleeping, sound asleep at the start, and it is 3 wide already. Oh my good God, this is all going to go horribly wrong. But to be fair, they've all done very well into turn 1. James Baldwin still has the lead, and
Malinowski's off.
Yeah, that's off on the inside, but he keeps going as well, and there's chaos behind. See a little puff of smoke, but yet again, Monza has come here, and I am sorely disappointed at the lack of turn 1. Well, that's just kind of showing off a little bit there, but yeah, in all intents and purposes, Dan, everyone gets going away very well indeed.
Certainly so, yes, but what we got further down, that was Audi versus, that was, who? Couldn't quite see who that was. The number 9 Audi by the looks going toe to toe. I think they've actually got the position. Indeed, they have. So the number 9 Audi moves off That's going up past Romagnoli, number 164, Aston Martin. So good little battle up ahead. Zolobov is sort of trundling along as he would normally at the moment. I think he's got a good position here. He's got no one behind him directly. Simonini is only about 2.5 tenths behind, but that's enough of a gap. What is Osterman going to do? He's pressuring Baldwin really, really early on. What if there's trap position? They're going to fight for trap position before the rain comes down. Baldwin seems to be, again, everyone's tyres are starting to come up to temperature. You can see Osterman is pushing really, really aggressively here. Really aggressive over the curbs. So is James Baldwin, to be fair. Is there going to be, this is what I was afraid of, Osterman comes out. Is he going to try and make a move going into Parabolica? He might try up the inside. Does the Renvalton esports car go? James Baldwin was thinking possibly about fighting it. He decides against it because you know what he's going to do? Probably do the exact same thing to Osterman going now into turn 1. You can see the run that Baldwin's already got. Actually, I'm going to tell a lie. No, that is not the case. It's Baldwin. I wonder if he's already just sitting behind. He's just going to conserve the fuel. He's just thought, no, let Osterman go ahead. And now they're going to come back as well. As we see Zolobov going to have a little bit of a move. The Porsche of that Malinowski cuts off as well. So, first lap done and dusted. And I'll tell you what, like I said, it's one of the cleanest I've ever seen.
Yeah, I know. You can. The sense of disappointment in our voices is absolutely palpable. But it's lap 2 is on, and Daniel Savini, no danger. There is no way we're going to have a GTR fighting for the podium. This is amazing. My dreams are coming true right now. Rebel Racing Team absolutely on it, going into the first chicane there. Oh, a little punt on the back there for the Odox Motorsport machine of Alberto Garcia, and I've got a feeling that was the 777 of Vinny Oliveira, rudely hounding that Bentley up the backside there, but he thinks nothing of it, keeps going as well. And Daniel Savini, I wonder actually, here's my take on this. I think that James Baldwin has got the 1 lap pace on this, but he's just racing his own race here. If this rain starts to come down, which it looks like it is in the next 5-10 minutes or so, oh, there's contact on the back of the Porsche, and that was from Daniel Savini. 100%, you can absolutely guarantee that is going to be a word in the ear from race control after that one. It was on the braking one, on the braking zone, and all hell is breaking loose behind. I've got no idea why.
I think, to be fair, we've just been told as well that the Dalkin Darren King took a little bit too much curb on the inside of the Ascari chicanes, and I believe that cost him a little bit of time. And obviously, everyone was trying to work around it. There is Darren King. He's now in P10 with the 383 Aston Martin. Yeah, I mean, we saw there as well a little bit of overspeed carried through. GTR is not a slow car by any stretch of the imagination, but as soon as you've got a bit of slipstream, you'll then obviously naturally you'll be faster than the person ahead. What's going to be Simonini goes to the inside, darts back to the outside. Audi Vert. Oh no! Oh my goodness! They were going to go 3 wide. They all managed to still go ahead. No! Oh, what is... I tell you what, I mean, that was the best of a bad situation. Everyone still manages to go through, but Simonini, I just don't think was anticipating the gap to sort of open up and then close so quickly. Again, telltale sort of sign of pushing just that little bit too hard, trying to make up a couple of positions. Unfortunately, we are going to see that will be 100% again a penalty. It's all kicking off a little bit behind as well. We've got the McLaren versus Lamborghini. We've got Darren King. It's just sort of sitting there watching it happen. Oh, Constantine is up. Oh, again, a little bit more contact as well. Don't really think Darren King had anywhere to go. Everyone just sort of checked up in front of him. Wasn't quite quick enough to react, but again, some of that's very, very tricky to happen. It's all kicking off now, absolutely. I do feel that's. I don't think that's commentators cursed by us, is it? To be fair, David.
See, this is it, and I'm just gonna kick the soapbox out for another 20 minutes or so, but it's not time for that just yet. But it almost makes it worse. Oh my God Almighty! Look at the traffic jam we've got coming out of that second Lesmo here. That's unbelievable. But look, it makes it worse, right? We were joking about going into turn 1 and Monza, you know, public lobbies and all that sort of stuff. It makes it even worse when it happens on lap 3, because this is now drivers trying to take opportunistic moves that were never there in the first place, and absolutely destroying their race and other races as well. We've got a yellow flag in the background. That's the 133 virtual drivers by TX3 machine that's sideways, and that is Maximilian Vedi that's out there just now. Meanwhile, all this is allowing the 71 of Jakob Osterman to absolutely fly off into the distance here.
Yeah, Osterman's got 2.1 seconds now on James Baldwin. James Baldwin is sort of in a bit of no man's land as well, but we've got Nissan versus Audi. I mean, to be fair, it's a battle that's not going to last very long, I can't imagine, because we are going to see that Nissan get a little bit, I'm sure, get a penalty. Oh, no! Oh, Angelo Tuzzi just come across. Is he going? Oh no, it's all gone wrong. This is not going to end well. Everyone get no. There is. I mean, to be fair, realistically, what you've got to do is you need to hit the brakes and stay on the brakes. Okay.
Nah. That's yeah. I'm really not impressed with that one. Well, there we go. This is rapidly gone from one of the most exciting races to. I mean, this is really poor driving standards. I'm going to say it right now for the first time, and probably the only time. The drivers that are out there right now need to get an absolute grip of themselves. This is an embarrassing state of affairs. They're all collectively much better than this. That weather is going to absolutely start tipping it down in the next half hour. So, yeah, look, what I just saw there, that was really, really bad, purely for a number of reasons, right? And we'll get loads of replays. Poor Mike Yao is going to be run ragged after that. And there we go. You want to drain. What? It's just absolutely bucketing it down.
I mean, that was just, it was like a light switch, wasn't it? Yeah, well, this is absolutely, we're going to see, hopefully we're not going to see everyone just sort of fly from it. You can see a few people going wide already, so that's going to be costing. We might see some drivers sort of dart into the pit straight away. I wonder, though, if people are going to try and stay out and just simply see if there's a dry line that is going to form. The last thing you want to do is to go into the bits. Look at that. Pretty much no one's got it. Someone has got in. Couldn't quite see who that was. That was Oderodnikov in the McLaren, the number 41. They have gone into the pit lane. And to be fair, they are one of the only people. So I wonder, as we see picture in picture now, bottom right-hand corner of your screen, you can see Igor Oderodnikov now into the pits. What is going to seem like an eternity to get in there. The last thing that they want to happen now, and what they want, this is going to be one against the entire other grid. Oh, big moment there. That was Garcia. I just looked to me maybe drifted over ever so slightly there. It looked to be. So Zolobov just, I didn't really think he, from that camera angle, didn't look like he really do much anything, to be perfectly honest. But yeah, rain is really starting to come down now. Can we see a dry line forming at the moment? A little bit difficult to tell. Doesn't seem that anyone's particularly struggling massively, but that everyone is definitely slower.
Oh dear, right, I was enjoying some of the YouTube chat there, Dan, and safe to say they're all as disappointed at that start as we were. What I will say is Angelo Tuzzi can absolutely get in the bin after that one. So many different incidents coming down on that start-finish straight. For me, what I saw from that angle and what I remember, you've got two cars there, right, that are overlapping. What you've got to remember as well, my goodness me, Schoeninger in that Audi, that was a save and a half right there. On the Settle Corsa Competition, Dan, you've got a radar in the middle of your screen that gives you a full awareness of where cars are in relation to that. Now, Tuzzi could have went over to the right, could have gave that car on the inside trim, and that is going to be a McLaren off into the inside there. Offerman. Oh my goodness me, so Offerman is really struggling, and this is the thing as well, Dan, is these McLarens hate the wet weather. Oh, well, to be fair, I think by the looks of it, this is, the Bentleys might hate the wet weather as well. Oh, hi, I thought it was going to be a bit of contact there. 3 Bentleys, a little bit of contact. That was between, was that Chidakis? I think they got a little bit of a tap. No, it was actually Oliveira that we got a bit of a tap. Offerman now goes into the pits. Yes, the McLaren, everyone's going into the pits now. They've gone, nope, it's definitely not working. I wonder, this may have actually come into the, this may have played into the hands, possibly, of Oderodnikov, who has gone into the pit lane. They came to the pit lane the lap earlier. Looking at that, we've just seen, is that the Zancho SimSport? It is the Zancho SimSport Audi, currently driven by Luca Burke, I believe. That is, I don't think they've pitted yet, but why, there we go. The RAG sports car getting very, very sideways. This is where it starts to become a little bit tricky. Whoa, though, we're going to see Dennis has got to take it nice and easy. I'll tell you what, the number 22, well, backs out of it as well. That was actually probably a wise decision there, because side by side in these conditions on slick tyres might not be the best thing. As we see as well, the RAG Sports number 9 car goes wide over the curbs. The one thing you don't want to hit in a wet weather track on slicks is the curbs. We see again the number 22. There's just a bit of hesitation, which is completely understandable. Oh, that'd be why, because we've been told the 22 is a lap down. That's why actually we saw the lights flashing. I think they were trying to get by. And look at Burke has really just gone backwards at the start of this race. Luca Burke in the 17 is in 30th position there, Dan. So yeah, that is a horrible start for the race here. We're only 10 minutes in, and wow, This is. I can't believe what a start we've seen. And in fact, actually, that's why Luckenberg is so far down. It's not so much because of the start. Luckenberg's on wets, and you can see the pace that Luke has got around the outside there. And
Ball wins in.
There we go. So top 3 into the pits, top 4, and wow, I honestly don't even know where to look.
Cardinals had definitely his car has seen better days. So the number 63 Orange 1 Triple F Racing Team Lambo has had some damage at the front. Does it require and does it warrant a pit stop? We will have to see. And yes, it does. I wonder if that's because again we're going to see going on to cold tyres. That it's actually, so having a look, this is the SimWeb Pro car. The number 43 is now currently leading the way. Now, have they pitted? I don't believe they have. So they are still running on dries. I don't know what setup they are running or what wizardry that they do have currently with their tyres, but they seem to be making it work to the point where, I mean, it's certainly a strategy that is a very bold one. They might have actually worked it well here because everyone's pitted, and over the last 2 laps everyone has pitted, and there's going to be battling, there's going to be people that are driving and obviously trying to wrestle for positions. I wonder if this is actually a quite a tactful move here by the SimWeb Pro cars. Yes, they are going to be significantly slower over this lap. No, they managed to get it on track. Curves got to be avoided here, haven't they? Let's be honest. I think this may have actually been 1 lap too many, looking at how this car is behaving as it stands.
Well, it's going to be interesting. It's a bold move, Colin. Let's see how that one works out for them. But look, I mean, joking aside, you've got to, in conditions like this, Dan, you have to roll the dice. You have to take your chances. As we see Baldwin into the chicane, trying to hunt down the Aston Martin then of the number 71. And again, now, oh my goodness me.
Is that Jordan Sherritt that's gone off?
I will get an idea on that car in just a second.
I think it looks like
it's the GTR.
Yeah, it's GTR. And the GTR's got off as well.
Yeah,
so
the GTR's down to 6th position, so that'll flow up to 5th when that comes through. In fact, you're right though, because the Audi was in front. That's now the 41 as well of Igor Ogorodnikov. So penalties coming in thick and fast. I think it's safe to say, Dan, the stewards are going to be earning their keep this afternoon. Instead, between cars 150 and 823, it's a drive-through to car 823 for avoidable contact. Rebel Racing Team get a drive-through. That's the GTR then. So that is Daniel Savini gets a drive-through penalty for contact on the 150, and the 150 is the Yas Heat Richard Mills. So that'll be the Porsche bump that we saw just coming into the Ascari chicane.
Yeah, it's certainly a harsh penalty, but at the same time, there is contact that, obviously contact is not tolerated as well. And to be fair, not serving the pit stop, not serving the penalty as of yet. Instead,
they've not got it on the. They've not been saying that we've been notified it, but it's not actually gone through yet.
Very, very true indeed. Yes, very, very true. So at the moment then, the battles still continue. So Audi Simonini versus Leslie. Who is going to be? It's going to go side by side. Oh, Simonini's gone wide. To be fair, nothing that anyone could have done there. That was Simonini just diving onto the brakes a little bit too late. So very well, good car placement there from Lizzie. So, and we see there, you can see picture in picture, that is the position gain, position done and dusted. So yes, the ultimately that's going to be completely decimated because of the drive-through, which will cost them around about 25 seconds. But Simonini trying to go right back up the inside, decides that it's not going to be the best idea, and now they move back forward again. So everyone now is on wet. You can see again top right, the track condition is wet naturally. You can also see just to the left of that, in the next 30 minutes, you can see the rain symbol with a plus sign next to it. Now that would indicate that it's going to be raining even harder. Simonini trying to go up the inside again of the second laser. I actually think this is going to be, you can already see Ogorodnikov, who pitted first, is now back up into 5th place. He is 2.1 seconds down on Jordan Sherritt. He is 2.1 seconds down on Jordan Sherritt. So Malinowski and Sherritt are battling heavily at the moment as Jordan Sherritt has a massive moment going into the Ascari chicanes. Wow, that was a big moment. Fair play for saving that. I wonder, and I have a feeling, there is the drive-through now that's come up, you can see. Leslie and Simonini, they're just going to hold each other up. You can already see that gap is becoming bigger, but what's happening up ahead? Who's going to come out on top at Parabolica?
Well, here we go, side by side then, Sherritt and Malinowski fighting it out into the Parabolica then as they go round to start lap number 8 just now. And again, they're bringing themselves into the clutches of Igor Ogoronikov. It's going to be the McLaren behind the Porsche, trying to get that toe down the start-finish straight there. Jordan Sherritt is trying to attack this quite nicely, goes to the right-hand side. This is going to be the inside of turn number 1, gets squeezed onto that inside line there, late on the brakes, and I think that is done and dusted for the Audi there. Beautiful move there, and that is up to 3rd position as Dan King trying to hold on desperately in that Aston Martin. He's got the 457 of Giorgio Simonini, and he's got the Porsche of Samir Ibrahimi just behind him as well. So again, some bitter battles going on right now, Dan, and this is all, it's too close to call, and it's too close to comfort right now to have any sort of idea what's going on, as the Audi, a little bit of contact there. I don't think there was anything that could have been done there. They tried to keep as much space there as possible, and you get a feel, oh my goodness me, huge contact there from the car behind. That was Samir Ibrahimi. There's contact again, Dan King taken out, and I think Romagnoli was caught up in that as well. That was a 164 that went sideways and hit into the back end. We'll need to get a replay to see how that unfolded, but again, at this stage in the race, Dan, this is unheard of. This level of aggression and this level of driving. I mean, we saw 41 cars within a second of each other. We're going to be lucky to have 20 cars finishing this race right now.
Well, the moment, yeah, you're not true. Nikolai versus Ibrahimi, they're going to go, well, I thought they were going to go somewhere through a Scar chicanes. There's only a finite amount of space on the circuit. This isn't a wide circuit, to be fair. It's not wide by the more modern tracks of current places like COTA, Circuit of the Americas, and other tracks like that. It's a relatively narrow circuit in a sense, especially out of the fact it's just so fast. So you've got to be a lot more on edge. But Ibrahimi goes up the inside through Parabolica on Nikolai in the number 12 BMW, and that is a good position there, done and dusted. However, let's have a quick look, because you've got Lars Kissa and Miato that are going to possibly make a move up the inside of the BM going into turn 1. Although the BM, we know the BM is fast. Actually, watch out, everyone. And we see again, everyone back out. I think quite wise at that point. Maybe everyone has started to learn the conditions a little bit here. As I say that, no, they're still having a bit of a go at one another.
I just don't understand it. I mean, the big thing is that obviously a lot of the cars trying to second guess each other and second guess what's going on. That's a great run out of the corner for James Baldwin, side by side with the number 71, and you've got to feel that that's going to need a replay. Oh, they're so close coming round the Lesmo there. This is unbelievable pace from James Baldwin here, but it's all going to be about the Aston. You're going to have to think that Oosterman has had some sort of an issue to allow there. We've got a yellow flag in Sector 1. That is at the first chicane. We'll get an idea on that in just a second. It's a drive-through, we're being told, for Simonini then, for the 457, and it was that was a hit on the funny Formula Wombats machine, the number 56 there. So here we go, James Baldwin going to be under real pressure, and Victor Nikolai going round after being lovely and polite and showing lots of hospitality and lots of room round the Parabolica, is spun round for his troubles. But back to the leaders, and with all honesty, James Baldwin, I thought he would have lost that there, but it might be down the start-finish straight here.
Well, possibly. The Aston Martin is quick in a straight line. It depends on the setup now. Maybe there was a bit more of a compromise initially for the drive from Baldwin with the race setup, and certainly now it's obviously come into favour. But look how quick that Aston Martin is. Osterman now comes through. Actually, I thought that camera looked like the gap was actually coming down a bit more than what it was, and it hasn't really sort of come down. And I wonder if that's because, again, is Osterman just sort of sitting behind here? He's controlling the pace at the moment. When you're in second position, especially at a track like this, when you are in the draft for majority of the lap, you're able to control the pace a little bit here because you're able to, to push the driver ahead of you. Although we have seen James Baldwin just pull away a little bit, probably a couple more tenths now, I reckon. There we go. So there it is, 0.563 up ahead on the second Delta split. And we've got a replay here. So this is the 171. So this is going into lap 1. So this is going into lap 1. What is going to happen here? Oh, okay, 3 cars don't go into one space. Manages to do a bit of a 360. Okay, that's why... oh, dear. Manages to get going, I suppose, in a straight line. I mean, there was contact, but at least it was one of the slowest parts of the circuit.
I'm not a fan of that. That looked to me like it was a case of just using the other cars as your brake when you're trying to recover that car. That is, I'm not impressed with that at all. Let's just hope we don't actually get a replay of the number 23, because I've got a feeling that my politeness might wear out with the GTWR RHG Academy. I can't actually believe Tuzi's in GTWR RHG Academy green. If we get a replay of that is... I'm thinking back to that incident with Tuzi, and I'm really not looking forward to that, Dan. So you might have to restrain me on
the virtually restrain you.
Exactly. But back to the race in hand. Then we've got 22 minutes done and dusted in the race so far. James Baldwin currently leading the way in the 1:49 Yaz Pirelli outfit, teamed up, of course, with Eamon Murphy and Mikhail Statsenko. He has got the Aston Martin 71 of Renvelt and Esports Orange on his tail. Now, we spoke to Felix Repair before qualifying. Felix, I think, would be very happy with the performance just now, but I think you're right, Dan. I think he is just tucked in behind the McLaren, letting James Baldwin dictate the pace, and also maybe a little bit of fuel saving as well there.
Well, you may as well. I think at the end of the day, it's certainly something that we can have here. Is this going to be... So, what have we got? This is it. So, how does it work here? So, just drifting out. There's a little bit of initial contact.
Come on. There is I don't get wound up really easily, but this is just absolute garbage. Absolute garbage from Angelo Tuzi. Look at how many times he comes back onto the track and causes more collisions as well. Right here, pulls into the racing line on the braking zone. Nah, I'm sorry. Absolutely take yourself and get in the bin. There is no need for that on this level of championship. Just come on, I would love to see anybody defend that cavalcade of comedy right there. It's and the thing is I can say that, right, I am not a very fast sim racer, but you don't have to be to recognise right from wrong, and every single step of that was just wrong.
Do you need a moment, David?
No, it just annoys me because, look, joking aside, Dan, right, we all work really hard here. All of even down to the spectators, right, they've got an expectation of what they expect here at SimGrid, and for me, that behaviour, that performance, that falls far short of what we try to encourage here. And I think we have to, as sim racers, trying to bring this whole thing forward, we have to call that sort of stuff out.
Yeah, no, at the end of the day, it's certainly not. This is one of the biggest differences. This is the biggest difference between real world and the virtual motorsport is, and it's like that very rarely, if at all, was to happen in the real world. It just doesn't. Again, there are certain obviously disadvantages with some scenarios. Again, like for example, I know you've obviously got the radar as well. So there are advantages and disadvantages, both obviously to this whole sim racing thing. And yeah, I think it does need to be, as I was saying earlier, it needs to be treated as a separate entity. And yeah, there are a lot of things that can prevent accidents like that happening. I was just a way to add to that. The one amazing thing out of all of that is always YouTube providing the chat memes. They really do lift the spirit and they do lift the energy up quite well. So thank you very much for the distraction there, everyone. Yeah, it's a lesson learnt from hopefully from the team as well. There will be, teams will be looking back on that and really sort of just wondering, what could have happened. Another little incident here. Couldn't quite see who this is. Lamborghini. This is the number 63. This was from accident earlier on. This was probably obviously when it just started raining around about the first lap. Is it going to be too much on the curb? Yes, it is. Oh, wow. Okay, there we go. We did a bit of a wheelie there for the Lamborghini. I wonder if that was. And what it looked like to me, I could very well be wrong on this, it may have been the traction control was a little bit too low for the track conditions. I've actually done that as well before, and luckily only in testing. But I've had the traction control too low, and it started to rain and subsequently have spun and crashed not soon after. So I wonder if that could have been there, because realistically, it might have obviously been on slicks as well. We simply don't know. I'm not 100% sure the scenario of that, but yeah. On the curb, especially when it just starts raining, it's treacherous, I think.
You're absolutely spot on there, Dan, and it looked like it's a case of the car's still trying to turn the corner, and of course as soon as it hits the curb is not this doesn't have the same friction as the tarmac for obvious reasons. That painted surface, very, very slippery, and as soon as if what you're saying is true about the lower traction control, as soon as those wheels on the right hand side hit that painted curb, they just spin up. And they spin at a faster rate than the left-hand ones, and the car just darts to the left, and you're a passenger at that point. So I feel really bad for that Lamborghini as we see Dan King trying to hold off the number 32 of Andrea Miato while trying to defend that position from the 328 just beside him, SOP Esports Racing Ferrari of Hubert Szymanski. So yeah, this has been an interesting start of the race. Half an hour in, and it looks like we've already got a retirement of now that is going to be the virtual drivers by TX3 machine, the number 7 of Valentin Barrier. Now that is a desperate shame because a very fast team there, Dan.
Yes, absolutely, very, very true indeed. So TF race, the number 34 Bentley. There's pressure. There is pressure currently from Tadakis, but I don't think it's really too aggressive at the moment. Again, as we now go back on to Simonini, who ironically is actually battling again with the Nissan GTRs. They both had a drive-through penalty. It goes to show how consistent both their drive-throughs are, wasn't it? Because they had the drive. Whoa, big Tokyo drift sideways moment there. From the 823, Nissan manages to keep it all in check, though. I wonder, was there a little bit of a tap, possibly between the 35 and the 823? May have been, not entirely sure. Again, obviously that camera angle from Simonini may have looked like it. Simonini now tries to go for the inside, going into the Ascari chicane. Is it going to be? We see Vidamari go braking just a little bit earlier, again taking it nice and easy. Race control instant between cars number 35 and 66 on lap number 5, and then we've got time a 5-second time penalty for car number 66 for avoidable contact. So that was Fabian Piffet in the 66 Bentley. Fair play, started in the pit lane, and now they're up into P24. That's an impressive recovery, especially we haven't even got through halfway of the race yet. Obviously that 5-second penalty will drop them down maybe a position or two, but ultimately it's still a very impressive performance so far.
That is, impressive is quite the word I would use for it. That's a brilliant start for them. Start from pit lane, and you've got to wonder what would have happened if they'd started just a couple of minutes later and potentially they'd start the race on wet tyres. But it is what it is. James Baldwin still in the lead of this race then from the number 71 of Jacob Osterman in that Aston Martin V8 Vantage in second place. Third place at the moment is still Jordan Sherritt in the number 9 Audi. Maciej Malinowski down in fourth position. Igor Ogorodnikov in fifth. It's the 77 of Tobias Schur in sixth position. The 121 of Odox Motorsports, Alberto Garcia in seventh. It's Samir Ibrahimi in the Renvelt and Esports Blue Machine in seventh place. I'm watching this battle here. Dan King late on the brakes. Oh my goodness me, to Andrea Miato. Now see, that's what I like, Dan, is the fact that Dan's still hounding Andrea to within an inch of that car, but again has the forefront and the sort of prediction that he knows exactly when that Audi's going to brake. Just watching them come down in towards Parabolica just now then for the 15th time of asking. This is side by side. You can see picture in picture Janis Shidakis there in the number 34 trying to make his way around the Parabolica as well. He's got an Aston Martin on his outside there, and looks to me that he's going to lose that position there, and that may be Jonathan Seville for the Pulse Sim Sport machine that goes side by side. In fact, that Aston is surely going to have the move done by the time they get into the first corner there. So great move round the outside from that Aston Martin, and indeed he has to settle for 19th position, but back with Dan King trying to hunt down Andrea Miato while holding off the 328 SOP Esports Racing Ferrari of Hubert Szymanski right now. This is down into the first chicane. We've got half an hour done already. It feels like we've endured an hour of this already, but thankfully, Dan, now things seem to have calmed down, and now the drivers seem to have a little bit of saner heads.
Yeah, strategy now comes into play. I mean, to be fair, not that I'm obviously showing sympathy for the looking at this, and I always, let's try and take a position of, you've got to take from both sides. As a driver, and obviously no excuse, because yes, you still have to be calm and collected. It's very, very important. It's a very, very, you've got to be mentally strong as well as the ability to drive fast, but it comes hand in hand. I think drivers may be sort of getting sucked into because everyone is simply so close, they almost feel sometimes that a position needs to be gained, because otherwise positions won't be gained at all. And it can be, I suppose, in some ways quite easy to actually get caught up in that a little bit. So that could be, again, why we saw a lot of people sort of being very, very aggressive at the start. It now seems to have tailed off absolutely, though. But Malinowski is going to go up the inside of Jordan Shirrett. And we see the R8G Esports car, not really much defending there from Jordan. And to be fair, I don't think he's going to be, again, all that fussed. If you were to look at it from a perspective, half an hour has gone in this 6-hour race. If there is an opportunity to maintain a position or lose one position, that was a bit of a last minute triple one. That is Miato versus. Oh, actually, no. Who was that? Was that the triple?
I think that was Miato that just sent it from about last week. Has lost the position, and he's going to lose the position to Dan King here. I don't think he was fully in control of that one, but I mean, fair play if he wasn't. He really minimised any issue from that Audi. He's not going to send it, surely. No, ducks back in, and the problem is now he's a little bit rattled. That Aston Martin finally gets past Andrea Miato there. I do feel sorry for that Lamborghini that is a lap down. Yeah, that's the 111 of Jarno Kausch in that Lamborghini, who almost got sent to the nether realm, but thankfully we avoided it.
Yeah, I think that there may have been possibly an element of frustration there from Miato. Not too sure how long he was in that lap. That's the thing. But there may have been, a little bit of element of frustration there. Obviously wanting to get a car in between or not being able to pass quickly, and obviously wanting to then get a move done. Blue flags are still being waved here at the 111. So Jarno Kausch currently, and this is exactly what we were going to see. So the Lamborghini is now held up. He's not held up everyone to a massive degree, but we might see that gap come down now from Darren King. We see the Lamborghini, just about there. Darren King still hasn't got by. Have a look at this. So to be fair, if anything, I think the Lamborghini, that was side by side. Who was that? That was Miato and Szymanski, I think, the Ferrari versus Audi. Yes, it was indeed. And I think, again, the Lamborghini, well within his right, obviously, to continue. However, I feel they're just maybe getting a little bit too involved compared to where it is out on circuit. I think you've just got to sort of pull over and just let everyone crack on. You've got a battle up ahead of you. You don't want to cause too much issues with this battle. I thought that was going to be Miato trying to box in the Ferrari of Szymanski, but no, not this time around. And the Lamborghini does indeed now let Miato by, but Miato is dropping down the order. This is going to add even more frustration to the number 32.
It really is. I'm not a fan of Miato there on the brakes into turn one. Maybe I saw things differently, but it did look like he was trying to bully that Lamborghini out of the way. The Lamborghini can't go away, and there's contact. The 328 loses control, takes out like a bunch of Skittles. Dan King as well. In fact, no, Dan King's away off in the distance. It's Andrea Miato. I tell you what, if he was frustrated before, I think he's going to be positively, fizzing after that one. Oh my goodness me! And yeah, that's if that was real world, I think that would safe to say that would be a T3 fractured compound in the spine for Andrea Miato there.
That certainly wouldn't be comfortable, will it? Doing a Tony Hawk style-esque move there, like you would with the skateboard. Did Miato outbrake himself a little bit, and that was the cause of the contact? It almost looked like, I think it looked like it was. We are going to get a replay in a sec, so we'll be able to find out. But either way, yes, absolutely, this is going to add to the frustration. No end. A little bit further up the field, though, we have Zolobov. Now this is the next little bit of a train. So currently, this is Moreira, Szymanski, Zolobov, and Oliveira that are currently within this little battle here. And Oliveira right in the back. But you can see the 777 Aston Martin just back there. But the funny Formula One Bats car, number 56. So Zolobov trying to make his way through with a few more positions. Little bit of a wiggle there for Szymanski. Moreira, what is he going to do? He's going to have to take the defensive line. He has got the Lamborghini to use as a bit of a draft for the moment, so that won't be costing him any time. If anything, it'll actually be gaining him time. But again, who is going to come on top? There is the move. And there is the defensive move from Moreira. Whoa, that's a brave move. That was never going to... Is why on earth? I'm not too sure why we saw Szymanski trying to go on the outside. I mean, I don't actually know what happened there. Maybe he was a bit caught out by the Lamborghini braking a bit too early.
Yeah, I think he outbroke himself there. I've got to be honest, I feel so bad for that 111 of Jano Kuijs right now, that orange Lamborghini. Here he is on a Sunday drive, just pulling away at the back of the grid, right, minding his own business. I've got absolutely nothing to say against Jano Kuijs there in his driving skills as a car further down. But I mean, some of these cars are just way too aggressive. The Audi way too late on the brakes. Yeah, punted the back end of that. I think Andrea Miato realistically needs to just take a breather, calm it down a bit, because that's now, about 5 different incidents that car's been involved in, and every single one of them has had the Audi pretty much questionable over what it's been doing.
It's a shame, but as you say, it's a long way to go. There is time to recover from this. Just take a step back a little bit, calm it down. You don't have to calm it down much. I think this is the actual the misconception. I think a lot of the time when we as commentators and sim racers, again, I'm not the fastest sim racer by any stretch of the imagination, but in regards to when we say obviously taking off, just backing off a little bit, we're not talking about a lot here. We're talking about like 5%. Now that 5% makes all of the difference. I genuinely, it does. And if you can remove 5% of pace and just back it off that little bit, you will drive so much more controlled, so much smoother, and you'll be able to settle back into rhythm. You can quite easily get back to 100% pace and get back to your maximum pace after that. But the next, the first sort of 2 or 3 laps of that pace allow you to settle. You're not having to focus as much. You're not having to push as much. So ultimately, it is going to help you no end. I wonder, I'm just having a quick look. Chodakis has lost a few positions, possibly. We see just dropped down 4 or 5 positions here. Whoa, that was a bit Ibrahimi. That was a good little battle there. So that was Garcia having to having to sort of get out of the steering a little bit. Good move there. Nice committed and controlled move there from Samir Ibrahimi from the Renfeldsen Esports number 72 Porsche. I wonder if that yellow flag was for Chodakis, because it was around about sort of 4 or 5 position loss there. So it's not ideal, going the wrong way.
I was just waiting to say, sorry Dan, it was also for the 349, the VRM racing machine of Felipe Moreira at turn 1 there. So again, very, very difficult stages for that. Going back to the conversation about the Audi and, talking about calming things down. The problem with that as well is it's not even for Andrea Miato. It's not even just pace wise. Sometimes it's even just mentally, taking a breather and trying to get your head back together, because from my point of view and from what I've spoken to some of these drivers, you kind of get yourself locked in this little thing of feeling aggrieved and feeling hard done by, and you get yourself in a very negative mindset. And what these drivers need to try and do is focus on the rest of their stint, try and do what they can and hand over the car in as best a position. Whereas for Miato, what you got the impression of, and again it might be something completely different, but from us as commentators, it looked like the frustration was setting in and he was getting more and more wound up and trying even harder to undo the unfairness that he thought was being dealt to him in this first stint. And consequently we saw more and more issues where Andrea Miato was the deciding factor on that one. Penalty coming in then, incident between the Alien Lab Racing Star Tools machine, the 777, and the 166. That's the BetoSimRacing.de by Warshirts machine. It's a drive-through penalty to the 166 for avoidable contact. So a drive-through to car 166 for avoidable contact. But your race leader as it stands, James Baldwin, Dan, now we missed this, out by 3.1 seconds.
We have indeed, yes. This has happened. I'm not 100% sure where this has happened, but it has happened nevertheless. Yeah, well, I don't really know what what we can say about that, but all it is, that is a gap that is certainly going to continue to open up potentially at the rate that it's going. We'll have to keep an eye on it, obviously, but we'll see how it performs, and we'll see what happens. It's 40 minutes has gone. Let's bear it. It's only 40 minutes. We've still got 5 and a bit hours left of this race, and look how much we've seen happen in those first 5 hours. In these first 40 minutes. Anything can happen here. But as you say, we're probably, everyone, as you were saying, has settled down a little bit. So this is where now strategy is going to come into play. If it continues to rain, that's obviously going to help. If it then dries out, that's obviously going to put another spanner in the works, because then people are going to be used to these scenarios, these conditions, and now you're changing them once again. So lots of things can happen here that are both in the driver's control and out of the driver's control.
Yeah, for sure. We're watching Kirill Sadorov here for SimWare.Pro, the number 42 machine, just trying to catch up to the back of the number 54. That's the slow racing team, Sim Racing cockpit machine of Yuri Artakvicic. In that number 54, just ahead of him, you can see a battle going on with Fabien Pefet and Rotors, and Pefet makes a move around the outside, looks to try and get that stuck. I think he's done it. We'll get an ID on that in just a second, but further down the order as well, you've got to say, as confirmation there, the number 66 Bentley does make it around the outside of that number 11 Bentley for Vipperin Racing, and Lewis Rotors is going to try and get that back. But Giorgio Simonini for GTWR RHG Academy Black, this is a car, Dan, you've got to say you'd expect much further up. And yes, it's only the first 45 minutes of the race, but with the pace that we've seen from all of these cars so far, it does leave them with an awful lot to do over the next 5 3/4 hours.
This is very true. Yes, it does certainly leave them a lot to do. But at the end of the day, it's not impossible. We may see that these scenarios, currently as well, bear in mind, it's not raining as heavy. Like, it's going to start raining heavy within 10 minutes to half an hour. Now, that can actually then favour some drivers more so. I know, for example, from my personal preference, I enjoyed it when it was greasy, like a greasy sort of just about starting to rain track. I then really enjoyed it when it was absolutely torrential rain, but that in between, I just couldn't quite get it as an example. So we may see drivers prefer different weather conditions, especially even in the wet. We see a little bit, someone go wide. Who was that? Was that Offerman, the 166? May have been. Unfortunately, Offerman has got that drive-through. Pfeiffer obviously still got that 5 seconds. So, in fact, yes, I think it was Offerman. Lots of position there to Simonini. So you may start to see when it does get even heavier, or similarly, when it does get lighter as well in terms of the rain, we may see that some drivers pick up the pace a little bit, other drivers may start to back off. But we've got a couple of different battles. Actually, we haven't got a battle because the Lamborghini up ahead is not for position, but this is a battle for position. This is Sadjov and Pfeiffer. So Pfeiffer does have, actually not Pfeiffer, that's Artak Visic. So apologies. And then, oh no, again, that was a bit of a spin. Darren King getting involved in that, and Miato again adding to what has been a terrible race so far, let us be honest. And it's certainly not been the race that the RHG Academy car would have wanted, and it just gets even worse. That was looked like a concertina effect playing it's playing its own part in that incident there. Wonder if that was because, again, there was a little bit of battling going into the corner. That slowed everyone up. And then obviously it just sort of cascaded from there. That's something that does happen. It does happen more often than you think. It just doesn't always end with a spin like that, for example.
Yeah, I think there was contact on the rear end of that Audi. So I think we're going to have to, for the first time, say that I don't think that was actually Andrea Miato's causing on that one. And he was on the receiving end of some late breakers. What I will say is that I think that Audi is struggling with the setup right now in terms of raw pace. Just now, you've seen them go from what was about 10th position down to well outside the top 20 there. So this is Jonathan Seville for the Pulse Sim Sport team on the back of the 328's Ferrari, doing a fairly decent job, but you get an air of inevitability for Hubert Szymanski down into Parabolica here. 5 hours 15 left to go in the race here, and Szymanski goes out wide at the exit of the Parabolica here. But again, that Aston Martin not really wanting to jump in too much. Now, what was the way to say there, Dan, is that the track condition is wet and the rain is fairly heavy here, but it's not lying too badly just yet. That might change in the next half hour, but for just now, it's a pretty constant volume that's coming, and there is bits of the track that are a little bit clearer than others.
Yeah, this is true. What this is actually doing, this is giving drivers an opportunity to understand these track conditions. There is a bit of a dry line-ish, but you can certainly see on the outside of the circuit, on the outside going into, or what would be the inside for coming into the second chicane, you can see where it is definitely wetter. The track is certainly not optimal there. You can see it again on the inside going through into the first Lesmo. A line is developing for drivers to follow. It is allowing some consistency to happen. Drivers are able to understand these scenarios. They're able to understand what is going on here and the track conditions. They are developing and they will constantly develop, but are they developing that much? Not necessarily, which is good. It does provide a good amount of I'm trying to think, what's the best way to put it? I suppose just controllability for the drivers, because they know what's going to happen, they know what to expect, and how they adapt to it is obviously good. But as soon as it starts changing, and as you say, it either gets it starts to rain even heavier, and that whatever minimal wet line that there was, or minimal dry line that there was, disappears completely, or it does get drier. Again, there's lots and lots of things that can change here if it does start to get if the weather changes drastically. And obviously, that's going to affect how much drivers would like to push as well. Because we were talking about this earlier on. Actually, I remember you saying, David, that some people will start to be, if it does get even heavier, some people may start to sort of back off a little bit to try and save themselves a little bit and just to drive a bit more conservatively. Other drivers may not need to, or they may not want to. They may just sort of be pushing as hard as they can. So there's lots of different things here. I do love ACC because of this, because you do have this completely different and wide open strategy opportunity. And it really does allow you to, as us for commentators, isn't it, David? Like, we have a fantastic front row seat to all that is going on. So we've got some fantastic cameras as well from Mike Yao Broadcast, and obviously some fantastic information as well, as and when we need it from Mike Hamlet also. So, we've got a really good position here to just sort of watch it all unfold. Whereas some drivers, or the drivers in the teams here, they don't have that luxury because they can't really see firsthand what's going on with everyone else.
Yeah, it's a case of can't see the wood for the trees, really. Given how close they are to the action, it takes a certain ability to be able to see the context of exactly what's going on, and some of the drivers, as you said, aren't able to kind of see that context because they're too busy seeing what's in front of them. This is a replay of earlier on, and now this is Miato here, and that's rather naughty from that Aston Martin behind, isn't it? For me, Miato takes the position and is still in front, and then the Aston Martin tries to get on the accelerator, but runs into the back of the Audi, and oh my goodness me, that GTR was sliding about all over the track there. So that instant, it's so this is
something different. I won. Okay, fair enough. It looked to me, so from the aerial view, actually, Darren wasn't expecting, and obviously it is a bit tricky, and certainly so, the car behind it is their responsibility. You can see, they were trying to get almost the double cut back, so maybe go a bit wider on turn one to then cut back on turn two. If anything, and to be honest, I didn't expect Miato to actually pull up that quickly, even myself looking at that. So it may have just caught Darren King just a little bit by surprise. It will be a penalty, I'm sure, maybe a 5-10 second possibly. I was very, very surprised, and fair play to Miato, because he got that car start. That was a very, very late break. And still managed to get the car stop off of the racing line. So, fair play. It's just unfortunately something that I don't think Darren King was expecting all that much.
Yeah, it's certainly not going to have done Andrea Miato's blood pressure any good, given this first stint that he's experienced just now. But yeah, 25th position right now for the number 32 machine, that Audi down there for the GTWR RHG Academy White. Sharing that car with Andrea Benedetti and Michelle Parella. We'll have a look here. This is down in Parabolica. No, sorry, it's not in Parabolica. This is second Lesbo then on board with Simone Aieta. And we have to have a little chat about this, Dan, because that is absolutely broken my little heart to see that GTR all the way down in 23rd after what was such a promising qualifying session.
Lots of things can happen yet. Anything happen. We've seen this before. We've seen some fantastic recovery drive. And that GTR, it's just strong. The GTR is strong here. We've seen that obviously in qualifying. Over 1 lap pace, it does seem to be strong, but it seemed to be strong before the little bit of incidence in the contact. Romagnoli is going to go up the inside of Garcia, number 121, and that was done and dusted. So Odox Motorsport, Alberto Garcia losing that position to the R8G Academy GTWR. Fantastic move indeed. And here we go. Speaking of the number 823, Lamborghini. No, this is certainly not Lamborghini. Speaking of the number 823 Nissan, is there going to be a position gain here around the outside? Yes, there is. No fight there at all from Darren King. May not have had the optimal exit going out of the Parabolica. Either that or the GTR is just monstrously fast in a straight line.
Yeah, that's very, very well put there. I'm just seeing here there's a penalty come through for the 23 car. It's a drive-through penalty. Unsurprisingly for Angelo Tuzzi for failure to hold brakes on lap 4. So, yeah, you kind of saw that one coming. Now I'm presuming that's because the 111 and the 995 were caught up in that. But the 23 getting a drive-through, again, for me, I think they've got off very, very lightly with that one.
Well, I mean, in terms of a drive-through, obviously, is the worst penalty you can get, bar like possible, complete exclusion from the race. And yes, it certainly wasn't an ideal. Certainly was not an ideal move by any stretch of the imagination. And some of the could have very avoided. I suppose that contact that happened there, would there still have been a penalty if Tuzzi had held the brakes? Absolutely, I'm sure there would have been for the initial contact. But as soon as you hold the brakes, you are then almost voiding yourself of all aftermath occurrences of any instance. Because yes, you are out of control. Obviously, yes, the instigation, obviously, from that bit of contact. But ultimately, it's nothing that really you can't control anything after that point. That was a position loss. That is Abelardzi in the number 43. Is that the Simware Pro VDS number 43? Going through up the inside of Darren King. So Darren King losing another position, but he is trying to back, though, coming down, round the outside. I wonder... Oh, there we go. Again, is there going to be a bit of... There's certainly no loss between these two. Miato tries to hang around the outside. Oh, little bit of a nudge there from Darren King. Little bit naughty, possibly in certain respects. I mean, yeah, okay. It's we'll have to see. We'll have to see what happens there. I can't imagine there'll be. Whoa, okay. Not entirely sure what's happened. Let's gloss over that very, very quickly. Giorgio Simonini, the 457 R8 Academy black car, having a nice bit of tussle with Aporius in the 53. That's the Le Pair Esports green car. The Mercedes. Nice to see the old Mercedes still kicking about as well. We don't have too many of these Mercedes, actually, to be fair, which is a bit of a shame. This is the updated one. That was the Evo that we can see. But yeah, a bit of a shame because it's certainly not one of the cars that is used the most, but it's certainly a very, very good car to drive. But that is a position for Simonini done and dusted. Next position up, though, is Rotors in the number 11. That's Whipperman Racing, Luis Rotors. And that gap is 3.5 seconds. So that's quite a sizable gap. We'll have to see if that comes down. I think Simonini certainly does have the pace, but we'll have to see. Rotors hasn't got anyone ahead of him. So arguably there won't be, if there is some battling up ahead, that will obviously bring that gap down. Time will tell with that scenario.
Yeah, certainly will, certainly will. 5 minutes left to go in the first hour of this race. This is, of course, the Endurance Cup Season 4, Round 2 here from Monza, the 6 hours of Monza. It's Dave Christie and Dan Handover with you for live coverage of the race here. It is still that man himself, James Baldwin, out in front, considerably comfortable out at the front there, as Jacob Osterman in second place. Maciej Malinowski right now, as Jacob Osterman actually has some lap traffic to deal with just now. I believe that is the 25 that he has got just in front of him, or is that the 23 of Angelo Tuzzi? So again, a very, very strong performance at the front. But Dan, I mean, this first hour has been a very, very difficult one for a lot of the cars. We're watching Fabien Prefet here trying to hold on to that 15th position from the 42 of Kirill Sadarov. It really has been a war of attrition right now.
Yes, certainly so. Again, bear in mind that that is Prefet that started in the pit lane. So very impressive drive. Let us not forget. Shame about that 5 second ups have come down, but at the moment that gap is sort of staying as it is. The 6.6 versus the 42. You know, we can see here, and what you were talking about earlier on, this is where it certainly now starts to come down a little bit, and everyone's starting to be that little bit more cautious, because I'm sure maybe half hour ago, 40 minutes ago, we would have seen 100% a move have been made there at the opportunity. Someone's diving into the pits. Who was that? Was it Zolobov that just went into the pits? Possibly Oliveira. Not entirely sure. We'll see that come up on our screens in a few moments' time. Maybe even been a car that was a lap down. But again, so people already on and teams already on the sort of different strategies, whether they've been involved in contact, damage, penalties, whatever it may be. So we're not now going to know, which is always going to be the case here, especially in a race such as this. We're not now going to know who is where until the last round of pit stops come out. We may have an idea, but until the last pit stops happen and the final half hour, 45 minutes are on the way, we simply won't know who is in what position.
Yeah, that's a great point, because of course when we said earlier, oh, there's contact again, Miato. Oh, that was a little bit close. There was 3 cars involved there, though. That was the 383 of Dan King, so the two of them again coming to fisticuffs there, and again it's just going to be a case of having to get your elbows out for these two. It's definitely not going to be over just yet. Dan King's still trying to hold on for that 25th position right now, but as it stands, Miato gets the upper hand, gets up at the P24 and gets the upper hand over at Dan King right now. But again, going into the last 5 hours here, Dan, the one thing is that this is all leading up to that final hour now. This is all a case of drivers trying to just do their stints, trying to keep on and just push, so they can leave that final teammate, that final driver, in the best possible position for the finish.
Absolutely. Whatever you do now will have a direct impact. Speaking of which, this is going to be Lars Kisser versus Alberto Garcia. Going to go side by side down the Audi for the moment, but the Bentley, we know he will be popping in the inside. There it is. There's the draft already trying to get that move back. You can just see it's already coming out. Is there going to be a move to come out, or is he going to try and take the defensive? Here it is, the rear view from Lars Kisser for the Rutronic E-Racing Unicorns of Love car. 33 versus 121. Audi versus Bentley. Who's going to come out on top? The Audi's very, very strong on the brakes. The Bentley brakes as late as he can, but we see Lars Kisser go a little bit wide. That's not going to cost him there, but it's going to cost him in turn 2. We've seen the Bentley get a great run, but it's not good enough. Gets a little bit caught out and gets a bit held up by Lars Kisser. Simply wasn't able to do the cut there. So out of all that, Lars Kisser still maintains that position, but for how long? We now see Garcia come on the inside going into turns 4 and turns 5, the second chicane. Again, the Audi so heavy on the brakes and so controlled on the brakes. Manages, though, to make it that time. And that's, I tell you what, that just goes to show, doesn't it? The two different style of driving here from the two different cars, how good that Audi's on the brakes compared to that Bentley.
It really, really is, and it just shows how well a good setup can do these cars in terms of being able to perform well. Obviously, on their default mode and their default setup, you've got cars that are better at the wet than other cars by their normal running. However, a good setup can really, really make all the difference in helping extract, the very best in terms of performance, in terms of stability, and in terms of reliability. On these long endurance races, and you find these esports drivers, they really spend so much of their time honing their setups as much as they're honing their skills. And one easy way to kind of bypass that is to head over to one of our sponsors, head over to Coach Dave Academy, where you can get some professionally developed esports ready setups straight to your computer. Bypass all of that hassle, all of the setup time, and get ones that are ready, set up, good to go, and take some tenths of your time as well. And in no time, you'll be back up and running with the pros as well. But we've already crossed off our first hour. A huge thank you to our super sub, Dan Handover. It's been brilliant to have you in for the first couple of hours, and you're going to be with us for this next hour as well.
All being well, yes, I will be around for the next hour.
Half an hour, I meant. Sorry.
So I will have to unfortunately depart. But it's been great. It's been great to catch up, isn't it? I really enjoy it. I love commentating. It's absolutely fantastic, and to commentate back with SimGrid, it's really, really good fun. And obviously to commentate alongside yourself, David, is always a pleasure. Yes, a couple of cars. We see some avoidable contacts. That's pretty much the only penalties we've seen, I think, to be perfectly honest. So that is Miato with that other drive-through. And I think, to be fair, apart from the Piffe's 5-second time penalty, we've only ever seen drive-throughs as well, haven't we? I believe, which is a little bit of a shame. But again, it seems to have calmed, touch wood, it seems to have calmed down a little bit now, and drivers are now starting playing the long. So yes, this time has now come down. I think the first half hour seemed to really quite go. Actually, I'm going to interrupt myself here because this is Darren King losing a penalty position to Vidimari, and it is indeed. So the VRS Satellite Racing Platinum car now goes up the inside of Darren King into the first Lesmo, and that is up to P25. It's going to be P24 in the next 2 or 3 laps, because Miato has got that additional drive-through penalty, and that will drop them down probably to P35, maybe even P36. Another battle that is kicked off is the number 12. This is the Logitech Team RLR car versus Turn 1 Pro Grant Willibot, currently in that 100 Audi. Cracking looking livery. Love that metallic, almost like chrome green. That looks absolutely fantastic. I wonder if that's British Racing Green. It looks it, but I could be wrong. Traditional Aston Martin racing colours. Looks absolutely stunning. As well, there's so many deliveries here that I absolutely adore. Giorgio Simonini is just got past the 111 back marker of the Lamborghini there. So his next target is the number 54 Slow Racing Team Sim Racing Cockpit. And that is currently driven by Visick as well. There is someone just come up. No, it's the 154. I can't quite see who that is. Is it a car that is a lap down? I'm just having a quick look. It may be, because it seems to be there was no fight.
It is, yeah, that's Gabriel Semeraro that was in the car there for the 154 down in 32nd place there.
Right, that would be why. That would be why there was not much fighting. Whoa, big moment. Round the exit of Curva Grande. Keep it all in check there, but Simonini straight away past that number 54. So the Slow Racing Team Sim Racing Cockpit Bentley has lost a position. Simonini did not hang around there, did he? So the next car now up ahead is Sadrov, and that is a 3.9 second battle. I wonder how long that will take the gap to come down. This is a bit of a train here, isn't it, as well? The person that's at the rear of this train is Chodakis, and he's got the Porius, Lezzi, Rotis, Simonini all the way up ahead, actually. So this is just the tail end of this battle that we were just looking at here. Again, another driver. Who was that? That looked to be Rotis. Yes, that was Rotis. Just being a little bit cautious there. Whoa, big moment again. Was that a bit of contact? There was certainly contact. Absolutely incredible save from Aporius and the Mercedes, but they're going to go side by side now, 3 wide going down into Parabolica. Oh, that was certainly a very, very last minute cut over there by Chodakis. So just reading the road absolutely perfectly. There was probably no room in that at all, but fair play, well judged. And Chodakis now moves up into P20. So 2 positions gained in the space of 200 yards?
Goodness me, I'm going to have to get you a cold drink in a dark room for that, Dan. That was wild. And it's a bit squeezed out there from Lewis Rotors there on the inside. It's the number 53 Mercedes late on into the brakes then. That's Leipert's Esport Green machine, and that's Marcel Porres behind the wheel of that Mercedes AMG GT3 machine just now. And you've got to say Lewis Rotors kind of lost all of that position by himself after that incident at the chicane halfway through at Ascari last time round. So again, really struggling to keep going there. But this is the battle for third and fourth position. Maciek Malinowski dips a rear wing or rear wheel even into the grass. A rear wing would have been slightly more disastrous, I think, there. But Jordan Sherritt, a little bit of a slide round in that Porsche, and in fact, actually, sorry, excuse me, I've completely lost the grip there, because Maciek Malinowski doesn't actually have that anymore, because he's chasing down an Aston Martin right now. That's Oosterman, so that's why I was confused. So Oosterman now 11 seconds behind. So this is actually, Dan, the battle for second and third. So Maciek Malinowski for Yas Heat could be potentially trying to get up there. And Whipper and Racing's Lewis Rotors, yeah, you kind of saw that one coming out a couple of laps ago.
Well, yeah, it's certainly so. You saw it sort of coming. I mean, that camera angle, wasn't really 100% sure who would have got who would have been blamed for that. It might actually be class. To be perfectly honest, we'll have to wait and see what comes out of it. But Malinowski tries to go on the inside, so Osterman taking the defensive line, going through down into the first leg. The track is definitely wetter than what it was. You can just see that as well. It certainly is. But there we go, Osterman. He managed to hold it around the outside. Hold it around the inside going into the first Lesmo. But then subsequently ran too wide going on the exit. And that has cost him big time. So Malinowski has now moved up into second place, although he went just a little bit wide. Looked like he missed the apex of the second Lesmo. So this might be a complete role reversal now. He's going to be on the defensive going into the Ascari chicanes. I don't think Osterman is going to have him move back. No, he doesn't for the moment. Is it going to be too much of an issue? No, he's done the right thing. Rather than try and fight it straight away, he's instead taken a step back, allowed himself to recompose after that small little off that he had, or not off, but small little moment of running wide. Now, he will be coming back, I'm sure, going back into turn one. The Porsche is very good on the brakes. The Aston is very quick and it's also the Aston Martin is it's solid. The Aston Martin is a solid car in the wet. So I wonder if we're going to see just a little bit of, maybe just a lap or so of, like I said, a little bit of composure, reset from Osterman, and then he'll start going back. Although I'm saying that, I mean, the gap is 3/10 of a second. Malinowski has got some good pace in this Porsche in this current stage of the race.
Yeah, he really does. But talking of pace, can we take a second to appreciate the pace that James Baldwin has got right now? That car has been absolutely on it for every single lap of this race, even doing a 153.8 earlier on, about maybe 5 or 6 laps ago there. So James Baldwin in a class of his own, 12.8 seconds ahead of everybody else, and I can see this rapidly. I can actually see Jacob Osterman now losing positions hand over foot. And if I'm not mistaken, Yas Heat are going to be absolutely delighted with this one, Dan. 1-2 right now. It's Yas Heat's Pirelli up in front and Yas Heat Richard Mill in second place. That they could not have asked for a better start to this race right now.
No, not at all. I don't think really, to be fair. I mean, realistically, again, a long way to go. Will Dendy is now in the car actually for in this second stage of the race, P33. So at the moment, they have certainly moved up some positions. They got caught up a little bit in an incident. They've managed to keep the nose clean. They're now pushing forward. So P33 for them. They are in a bit of sort of no man's land at the moment, with 11.8 seconds now of a gap. But Hoffman's the next car up ahead. 4 hours and 50 minutes. There's certainly something that can be had from that. Lewis Rotors has now gone up the inside of Abelad's, and now that is a position done and dusted for him. So we move into P26. Similarly, Andrea Miato, after the next penalty has just been served a few laps ago, is already past the number 133 Bentley, and he is now up into P30. Now, hopefully, Miato will now be able to just crack on. He has got a bit of free space. settle down, get into rhythm, and get cracking. P30, it's a long way down, bear in mind. Is it impossible for a top 20? I think it is entirely possible for a top 20 in these next 4 hours and 50 minutes. We know the pace of Miato. He's very, very good, very, very committed. I think it's certainly within the realm of possibility.
Yeah, I mean, look, he's still on the lead lap, and ultimately that's what matters in these endurance races. If you can keep yourself on the lead lap, then nothing's outside of the realms of possibility. And again, it comes down to your teammates as well. Simone Etzi for Rebel Racing Team here in the 823 GTRs. We've seen cars coming into pit lane now. This is right in the middle of the pit stop window here. It's on the back of Artek Vicic for the number 54 Slow Racing Team. Sim Racing Cockpit side by side down at the turn 1, and the GTR, it's bold, it's intimidating presence, makes itself felt and takes that 18th position then like candy from a baby from that Bentley having no answer to it whatsoever. 4 hours 49 right now, and that GTR looks like it's going to be trying to hunt down Giorgio Simonini, but that car is about 4.5 seconds, maybe 5 seconds up the road. No, 4.2 right now. A good afternoon to Uros Yelenko, who is cheering on the number 54 Slow Racing Team machine of Artak Vitic just now. Hopefully going to be getting some of those positions back. But at this early stage in the race, Dan, one of the things you've alluded to is it is really too close to call right now. Nobody is running away with this as it speaks right now, especially since James Baldwin 13.4 seconds in the lead. That is not enough.
No, it's certainly not. 30 seconds isn't enough. Because, and we've seen it before, haven't we? You simply don't know when someone gains some pace, especially with these changing conditions. You can actually see, have a look in the top right-hand corner of your screen. It is showing that the rain will actually start to subside in the next 30 minutes. You can see the rain icon with a little minus sign next to it. So it will be possibly within the next 30 minutes after the next 30 minutes, it will start to actually ease off. And that is going to be a very, very interesting development, because we simply don't know what is going to happen. We don't know who is going to jump on pace at this point. We know sort of who's on pace and who might not be quite on the pace that they'd like to be at this moment in time, because the track conditions haven't really changed at the moment. Simonini trying to go up the inside of Zadorov, the number 40 Sue. Is it going to be a move? Yes, it is indeed. Very committed, very direct, no fuss, no nonsense, and that is all sorted. Speaking of which, the Bentley is not having a particularly great stint at the moment, not having a great stage because they're losing positions left, right. This might be another position lost. Abeladze, the number 43 Ferrari, might try and go round. He's going to try and go around the outside or possibly the inside of Rotors in the number 11. Bentley, no move yet. Are we going to see a good? That was a very, very good drive, though. Very good from the number 43. Is that going to capitalise them into making a move down into the second chicane? Bentley's fast, though. Look at the Bentley pulling away from the Ferrari, the number 43, the Simware Pro VDS car. Are they going to be pulling away too much? Yeah, look at that. Bentley is quick in a straight line.
Yeah, it's left that Ferrari for absolute dead right now, and Vyacheslav Abeladze for Simware Pro by Vides. Going to have to think again on where he's going to make that stick, because it seems to be on the tight, twisty sections of this course, of which there are so few that he seems to make up that time. I also noticed, I'm pretty sure I just saw, now was that the 164 that I saw with a drive-through penalty? It is Michael Romagnoli with a drive-through penalty, and that is not being given out by race control from what I can see. So that is possibly one of our first for track limits already into this early stage of the race. I mean, that is like torpedoing your own chances for the race. But this is the battle for third and fourth position, and it's predicted. Osterman is really struggling with that car now. Jordan Shera all over the back in that Audi, the championship leading number 9 Audi just now. He's going to be trying to get past and trying to catch up to Maciej Malinowski. And again, I've said this before, Dan, but you get the air of inevitability with how slowly, and again, that's a relative term, but how quickly Osterman is dropping backwards. He's really, really losing any chance of getting a podium out of this.
Yeah, I think, I at this stage of the race, are we going to see that this is possibly going to, play into the hands that when the rain starts easing off, we're going to see Osterman now maintain a little bit more pace? We simply don't know. But at this stage, Osterman just doesn't have the car underneath him. It's a bit of a shame. I'm sure it's going to it's certainly going to be frustrating for them. But ultimately as well, are they actually coming into the pit lane to do a driver change? Yes, they are. So Osterman comes in, now moves up into P2 overall because Malinowski is also in the pits as well. So currently the only two people now, so you've got Baldwin and Chirac are the two people that are out on circuit. Currently, obviously leading, and then P3, P4, and then P5 as well. So 3 out of the 5 cars in the top 5 are now in the pits. You've got Lars Kisser coming into the pits as well. I wonder if this is a bit of a response because tyres are going to start, if anything, you actually don't want to pit, do you? If you can see that the rain is going to let off possibly in the next 30 minutes, you don't really want to pit too late, do you? Because otherwise, you're going to pit with some possible fresh wet tyres, and all of a sudden if it starts to dry up and there's a dry line developing, you're not in the greatest position. You're going to have to then pit again. So you almost want to pit now, get a full stint done, at least, or as much of the stint as you can do with brand new wet tyres, and then if it starts drying up, you can then turn around and decide, well, we've got an opportunity to just jump on dry tyres and you're not going to lose much time. You might lose maybe 10 minutes or so on a stint if it does dry up, but you're not going to lose, you're not going to drive 5 minutes on a stint perhaps, so this may be why we're seeing everyone come into the pits now.
Yeah, I think that's a brilliant point. The other thing as well is that even though it's showing that the rain is going to decrease in intensity, we don't know how much it's going to decrease by intensity by. We'll get an idea of that in the next sort of 45 minutes or so as we see Daniel Vidimari for VRS Satellite Racing Team Platinum in the 35 into the pit lane in that Bentley, came in 12th position, almost certainly going to lose a couple of places there. So does Wilmot, Michael Romagnoli, Janis Sherdakis, Ietzi somehow back up into 9th position, and there's a drive-through penalty for the 56. That is for Zolobov. That's for funny Formula 1 bats. And I've got a feeling that might be for track limits as well. And Dan, that might be the order of the day as we see Samir Foch behind the wheel of the 328 Ferrari for that SOP Motorsports, taking over from Hubert Szymanski there. Going to try and make some pathways in during this time here, but drive-through penalty at this stage in the race, I mean, that is a bit of a hit as your race leader into the pits.
Indeed, yes, you can see picture in picture, James Baldwin in it, and off goes in at the moment, just coming out with a little bit of traffic in front of him, so that may cost him a little bit of time. Bentley just moving out of his way. Where is he going to come out? I imagine it is obviously going to be in first, but ultimately what is going to be the gap? There is James Baldwin as he comes out of the pits now, making sure not to run over the exit line because that will be a penalty. You can just see the Zansho Sim Sports car driven by Will Dendy, currently just behind, actually just going through. There is the Addy. Someone's got a little bit wide. He was at the 171. It may have been. So that certainly won't be the ideal start of the lap for the 171 Bentley. But James Baldwin, yes, a very, very commanding race as it stands at the moment. So, again, I'm not saying any more than that. I do not want to say any more than that. We will have to see how the next 4 hours and 40 go. Jonathan Seville in P13 for the Pulse SimSport number 52. Having a pretty, I think, cracking on with the race at the moment, really. Running their own racing.
Yeah, he's certainly doing a decent job there, Dan. And just looking there, it looks like George Boothby, from what I can see, has actually got the jump done on the number 9 of Jordan Sherritt. So the 150 Porsche up into to second position here. Felix Rupert taking over the wheel of the number 71 Aston Martin, and then it's still Igor Ogorodnikov behind the wheel of the 41 just now. That may change in just a second when the time screens update themselves, but 4 hours 40 left to go, and the track is very, very wet, but the rain doesn't look like it's as I used the word. Yeah, I was about to use the word intense, but it's not bucketing it down as hard as it was. It's still really bad, but again, it's starting to ease ever so slightly. Although, yeah, that shot there kind of shows that it is still absolutely tipping it down. As we see Jan Willem van Ommen on the back of the number 43 SimGrid Pro machine. This is into turn 1 just now. What's going to happen here? And it looks a very, very simple position for that number 383 car.
Indeed, yep. Textbook move. Can't really argue with that, to be perfectly honest. James Baldwin is actually just behind, though. So this is where you've got a position happening where James Baldwin, is he going to be too fussed about the gap and about the 2 cars ahead of him? Really, at the moment, he'll just get by them. What I find absolutely fantastic, what is quite astounding, is the fact that James Baldwin is currently lapping the cars that are in P26 and P27. It's a very, very impressive feat for Baldwin. He's already lapping, has already lapped. I know, obviously, bar instance and etc. But he's started to lap half the field, or almost half of the field, which is very, very impressive indeed. Dart's one way, Dart's the other. But again, is he that fussed at this moment in time? No, I don't think he is. We can see there Ferrari just getting out of the way as well. But here we go, Seville versus Piffet. Piffet has got past his 5-second penalty, so that would have been taken in his previous pit stop, and he is now able to crack solely on. But Seville, number 52, Paul Simsport car, goes to the inside, makes the move into turn 1, and I believe he is going to hold it indeed. Another bit of a battle here. This is Icon in the 53 Mercedes versus this is Apolloni in the Alessandro Apolloni in the VRS Satellite Platinum car. So Bentley versus Mercedes, British versus German. And is it well, arguably Bentley is German. I'm just going to retract that statement completely there. Ignore me. Yes, the 35 quite find a way past. As it stands, he's actually dropped to 10th as well. So the gap was about 0.2 of a second. It's now dropped to over 0.3 of a second.
Yeah, it certainly has. 4 hours 40 left to go in the race here at Monza. A 6-hour race at Monza for the Endurance Cup Season 4, round number 2. It's David Christie and Dan Hoandover with you for another 15 minutes. I think we're getting a steal you for, Dan. We said it right at the start. We're so grateful to have you jumping in. But I was thinking to myself, Dan, I'm trying to remember the last time we were on comms together. I think it was here. Quite a bit ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it may have been. I almost think it may have been Paul Ricard. Was it for the 8 hours?
Oh, I wouldn't remember that because I absolutely hate that track. That's
you've erased that from your memory.
Yeah, that would definitely be in my memory. I was joking about when we started the broadcast, telling us about because that's the next round we've got coming up, as you see Alessandro Apolloni on the back of Marcus Eichenhorn. I don't know what it is about that track. I just absolutely detest it. Very, very, very wide. Great to see that track limits are a thing here. Icon still in the lead in that Mercedes, but I've got to be honest, I mean, Alessandro Apolloni thinks better of it, forces a mistake from Icon, takes the position, and despite running very, 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 very wide indeed, gets the position for VRS Satellite Racing Platinum, and the 35 moves up into 22nd position there.
I think there may have been a bit of contact there. I just saw Icon flashing lights.
Do you think there was a boop?
A bit of a nudge. Boop. Just there. You just it just didn't look like a natural. I could be wrong. I might very well be wrong on this, but to me, it didn't look like Icon's car moved in a very natural way when they ran wide. So I reckon there was just a little bit of a tap from Icon. So are we going to see that come through as a penalty? Again, I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that if that was some contact. But again, I could very well be wrong. But as it stands at the moment, Apolloni up into P22 with 2.5 seconds up. 4.9 seconds to Willett in the number 100. That's the Turn 1 Pro Aston Martin. So that is P21, 4.9 seconds up the road. You can just see it there, just gone out of shot. That may very well come down. There's plenty of time for that gap to come down. Won't come down too much if that keeps happening. We've run a little bit too wide. Obviously, as you were saying as well, David, touching on that a little bit, the gaps, the track limits, well, track limits, are certainly going to be, well, I mean, we've seen a few drive-throughs for track limits. I'm sure we are going to see some more, to be perfectly honest. We're not going to see because, well, Monza can be quite of a bit of a tricky track. Although, admittedly, actually, as it's wet, the track limits aren't as aggressive, if I remember correctly. I think that's the thing.
No, I think you're absolutely spot on. I think as soon as it starts raining, it becomes a little bit more lenient in terms of track limits. So we'll check that out, and that certainly would explain, because it makes sense, because obviously you're going to have less grip there. More penalties coming in: instant between cars 3 and 164, drive through to car 164 for avoidable contact. That one has been served, and the incident between car 63 and 56 on lap 3, drive through to car 56 for avoidable contact. I believe that one has been served as well. But 4.5 hours left to go. Andrea Miato still in that Audi, still trying to fight on for whatever position he can get right now. He's got a Ferrari on the outside. That is the 192 Ferrari of RLR Abruzzi Esports Gold, and I believe that is Luke Southall.
Indeed it is. Lovely picture here. Absolutely fantastic as ever. And we've got two battles to play. One of them, Miato. Well, this is the battle here. Whoa! Again, Miato tries to get on the outside. It's not working. It's going forward. And apologies, everyone, if you can hear my mic cutting out. I'm going to clear as I possibly can. But what we're going to do is Miato's just had a little bit more. He has a bit of a look up the inside, but I don't really think it's so tricky, isn't it? It's so tricky at the moment.
Yeah, it really is. And 4.5 hours left to go in this race. I mean, we have just been absolutely spoiled with all of the action on this just now. So we're going to jump to a very short commercial break for just now. We'll be back with more action here from round 2 of the Endurance Cup Season 4 here, the 6 hours of Monza. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. That's the bills paid for another hour. A huge thank you as always to our commercial partners over at Thrustmaster for giving us all the support to make these races happen. And as ever, the commercial shill that I am, I very much love my little T300 RS and would suggest you go out and buy the same as well. Back to the race though. We are live here from Monza for the 6 hours of Monza for the Endurance Cup Season 4. And Dan, I mean, you're only with us for another about 5 minutes or so. I think you've got the bulk of the action so far.
Well, absolutely. I think I've come at certainly the right time. Like I said, I might be able to extend my stay a little bit longer. We will have to see. But yeah, no, it's like I said, it's been an absolute pleasure. And this hour and a half. I mean, you actually talked about. You mentioned it was a brief offhand comment, I think, but it certainly is actually ringing true now. And that is the fact that it's essentially 6 1-hour sprint races. Which certainly it has been. The first sprint race, the first hour, was certainly interesting, to say the least, and people were treating it like a 5-minute sprint, let alone a 6-hour race. This second stint, we have seen a bit more mellow drivers. Again, strategy starting to play into it now, and certainly so. And drivers have now sort of like taken a step back. They're now starting to run their own race a little bit more, which is great. It allows us a bit of a chance to breathe as well, and explore sort of what's happening, and to divulge into different theories about different strategy options about what's going on for different drivers. I'm sure we're going to see this now probably happen. We see this most of the time, don't we, David, in endurance racing? You will see now for the next sort of hour and a half, maybe a couple of hours, you'll see that the strategy will just continue to play in everyone's mind. And then in the last half, or the last quarter, the last third of the race, then it starts to become where is everyone out on track? When should we start battling? Shall we start pushing a bit more? And you might see the aggression levels and people just be a little bit more assertive on their potential overtakes, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more with you. And the thing with that as well is that the other thing I've noticed is James Baldwin is pretty much in a class of his own. Everybody else is within a couple of seconds of other drivers. And here's James Baldwin just absolutely taking this race by the horns. 18 seconds he is ahead of George Boothby in that second place. And it's just like, I mean, what do you do? Everybody else is it's not like he's lapping 5 seconds a lap faster than everybody else, but this has all been done in that first hour, and it must be so disheartening if you're in the race and you see James Baldwin's name pop up in the server.
Well, I think, to be fair, you see James Baldwin and you're like, well, I mean, yeah, what do I do now? Do I race still? No, it is again, arguably, there's a reason why James Baldwin is one of the world's fastest gamers, and this is proving it, certainly so. We are seeing, again, like we were speaking about in the race, like we were speaking about in qualifying. Qualifying is one thing. The racing is certainly another. The pace. Whoa, that was a big moment from a Bentley there. Who was that? Was that Girardes? I think it was the number 34. That was the TF Racing Souvlaki car, and it was indeed. Yes, we're going to let a penalty come through in a few moments, so that will pop up on your screen momentarily. Yeah, it's. In fact, here the penalty is. It's cars number 33, into between cars 33 and 164. So that is the Rutronic E Racing and the 164 of GTWR RHE Academy Red. So again, penalties still coming in. It's a 10-second penalty, that one. Filippo Gambarini in the 171 Team Racing Point Red car. Currently moving, that's a very striking livery. That's the first time I've actually had a chance to properly look at that car. Wow, that's like is that a Halloween themed livery? Oh, it's the Lion King, so it's not a Halloween themed livery, instead it's the Lion King. There we go. Learn something new every day. Well, I think it is. Yeah, now I can see that. Yeah, okay, cool. That makes sense now that I've seen that. Well, at the moment, having a nice battle here. With that is it's actually just lost the position, unfortunately, I believe, to the McLaren of Vitomsky in the 166.
Well, yeah. that was actually, believe it or not, that was Igor Ogorodnikov in the 41 McLaren coming flying past.
Oh, wow.
So at which point Filippo Gambarini is like, well, shall I just go and cook some supper then? Because the day's pretty much done in that 171. I mean, I'm trying to look here now. The bit that I cannot get my head around is that 25 cars remain on the lead lap. That is the pace that your race leader has got just now for James Baldwin. 25 cars, an hour and a half in. Dan, that is ludicrous pace right now.
It is. It's very, very impressive pace, isn't it? It's very impressive pace. Just having a quick look. So the last time, just to give you an understanding of those times. So George Boothby, last lap, admittedly, he is settling into the car. Let's take that into consideration. As well, that was Breamy getting very, very late on the brakes there. That is the Hetish just up ahead in the primary racing car, the Aston Martin. Yeah, George Boothby, the number 48. George Grew, the number 150. Last lap time was a 154.567. Probably allow maybe 2 or 3 tenths of that just to get settled into the car and to get used to the time. James Baldwin, 153.7, 8 tenths faster. I don't know how much there is in terms of compromise in the setups. We spoke about that before. We also, Mike Hamilton was actually mentioning that to us as well earlier on before we jumped into the race. What is the compromise here? Were we seeing people, develop a setup? Were we seeing teams develop setups for the wet or for this possible cause? Could that have been possibly what Gas Heat was doing? Or was it simply... Is it just the fact that they have just absolutely monstrous pace? I think either way, they're not really going to be too fussed about why they are so far in front, but ultimately they are because they're just so far in front.
Yeah, they really, really are. Meanwhile, we're watching Gabriel Semeraro here on the back of the 133. That's Maximilian Vidi in the Bentley just up in front. And again, the rain... It's forecast to ease off shortly, but I mean it's still absolutely bucketing down here at Monza with 4 hours 24 minutes left to go. Everybody is just kind of being left to their own little devices here in their own little battles. In fact, Gabriel Semeraro thinks one way then the other on Maximilian Vidi. Can't quite make that stick, and just up in front is the Audi, I believe that's the Zancho SimSport machine of Will Dendy, and just seeing Miato still with that drive through. In fact, that's got to be a new one for the 32, because he had one about half an hour ago, and he's now got a drive-through again sustained there. So has Miato, do you think, Dan, been given yet another drive-through here?
Well, I mean, certainly so, but what is it for? Could it have been for track limits, possibly? Miato's been really pushing the car. Has he been pushing maybe to try and catch up, obviously? This could be why we've seen that. We really don't know at this point. It's a shame because this is a race that Miato would certainly not have wanted. Ibrahimi is so he's just so clean on the brakes, so aggressive on the brakes compared to the Heritage currently as it stands. The primary racing Aston Martin, it just hasn't got the legs on the brakes, is it? Just at all. It's monstrously fast in a straight line. It's got really good drive out of the corners, but just the Porsche makes up all of its time on the brakes. It's just outstanding. This again is what I love about GT racing. What I absolutely adore about GT racing is you've got 6-7 different cars, and they all have very, very different handling characteristics, and yet they are all battling on the same circuit. And look at the qualifying we had. How close was it? And there are so many different types of cars on track, and if you can find one that suits you, I think that's absolutely fantastic. But it's nice to be able to have the options to change. We've seen drivers go from, we've seen teams decide on different cars. Obviously, the Zanjo, this is one of the first times that I've personally seen them in the Audi on ACC, which is fantastic to see the Zanjo SimSport livery sort of branching out to other cars as well. But yeah, it's great how we can have so many different cars. But speaking of which, there are also some manufacturer battles as well. Bentley versus Bentley. Oh, that was a bit cheeky there from Semeraro. From the GTWR R8G Academy 154, and I wonder, to be fair, that was that Gambarini it might have been Vedi actually. So this may be actually, I think it was position done. Does yeah, a little bit cheeky, a little bit naughty there from the R8G Academy car. Just a little bit of a bump, maybe just went in a little bit too deep on the brakes, trying to get that car stopped. Ultimately, though, I don't really think there'll be too much there.
Yeah, for sure. Well, Dan, believe it or not, that is a great stint. Thank you so much for coming in and joining us in the commentary booth at almost no notice whatsoever. I do believe, though, it is time to hand over to Lewis McGlades, as he's finally decided to be fashionably late and join us here in the commentary booth. So, Dan, thank you for joining us, and I cannot wait to work with you again, my friend.
No worries at all. Thank you, everyone, for having me. Pleasure as always, and enjoy the rest of the race.
So, talking of changes then, Lewis has decided to join us. Lewis, hi!
Hello. Typically late. I'm all right at this. Don't worry. Sorry about that, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you to Dan Hando for jumping in when I'm too incompetent to get my schedule correct. Either way, seems like this has been a pretty crazy race, David. I mean, considering when I clicked, I saw a little bit at the start of the broadcast where it was nice and sunny. This is not that.
It's a little bit wet. It's what we in the industry like to call mildly moist, Lewis.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Of course, the 149 lead at the moment for the 150, but everywhere down the grid, I can see that we've got plenty of battling. 18th position, we've got a 3-car fight. What we've got on our screen now, obviously, just saw the contact between the GTWR car and the virtual drivers by TX3. Got 3rd place on the road. Nick Hoban just coming through here. Traffic seems to be potentially at this point, where obviously you've got such a large grid, considering we're an hour and 40 minutes into this race, seems like traffic is somewhat a light problem, shall we say.
Yeah, it really is. It hasn't been an issue whatsoever for any of the top cars just now. But I can't believe, like I said, I mean, we're only 24 cars and rapidly diminishing on that lead lap right now, because you've got to be honest, I mean, James Baldwin is just absolutely eating through this traffic right now. He's in the middle of some just now. He's got, what's that, the number 11 is next on his hit list, and that is Lewis Roters for the number 11 team of Whipperman Racing. So yeah, you cue up the Jaws music and James is on the hunt.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, obviously, with it being a race like this, with it being an endurance race, it's not just one driver that has to do the work. And James Baldwin, who I'm going to, from memory, did start this race, is obviously in his 2nd stint, will be jumping out of the Yazheat Pirelli car soon enough to hand over to either Eamon Murphy or Mikhail Stutsenko, who are both plenty talented drivers themselves. But in wet weather conditions like this, to be perfectly honest, you really don't want to be changing your drivers too often when it's like this. I've said this before, time and time again, when we go racing in wet weather conditions like this, you want to realistically leave your drivers in for as long as possible, because they're, well, not, you know what I mean, follow me here, follow my logic. You want them to be confident and comfortable in the conditions. And if you kind of leave them in there, they are in the rhythm with the conditions. When you pass it over to someone else, the grip differential, when you're jumping into some corners, breaking down into the Roger or into the Lesmos, that can catch driver out, and that's when the car tends to take a slight dip backwards on the grid. That said, when you consider the strength of field here, not so likely.
41 cars, Lewis, within 1 second of each other, or just over. I think it was like 1.028 on qualifying. And again, that, like you just said, that shows the level of performances. We see Manos Gerardis having to fight left, right and centre with that's Michael Romagnoli in the 164 behind him. And again, it just exemplifies how strong a race it's been for James Baldwin. How on earth has he done a 153.3 earlier on? So that he's really, really enjoying these conditions right now. 21 seconds there. But again, it just shows how close the racing is, because apart from him, everybody else has been fairly well behaved. And I'm going to not say that. Talk about jinxing it. That's quite impressive, really. Before the words even leave my mouth, it was like they got the sentiment I was trying to portray there and just thought, no, I'm not having that.
Yeah, Romagnoli just a little bit in deep there. No harm, no foul. Still going to be able to battle it out with Gerardis, though, over 18th position. Those that are battling at the moment, it's fair enough to battle hard right now, but that if they're going to battle too hard now, then they're going to drop backwards. A couple of bits appearing on your screen there. Drive-through penalty for car 32 and a drive-through penalty for car 383. 32 is the GTWR RHG Academy white car that I'm not sure who's presently driving, the number 32. The 383 rather is the CDA DAL ACR car that is on the grid as well. So a couple of penalties being dished out from race control. Kind of the expectation, considering how crazy things have been, that we're going to see some form of penalties dished out. It's just how things are, especially over the early stages of the race. It's not quite been as chaotic as some would have expected on a grid like this. Back to the battle for what is 19th position, as Romagnoli still trying to find a way past Gerardis and potentially down into the Parabolica, but the Bentley, David, is just quick enough in a straight line to keep this Aston Martin at bay. Just can't do anything at the moment, the Romagnoli.
And that's just it, and this is where frustration starts to creep in, because we've all seen what that Bentley is like in a straight line. It's just absolutely gone before any other car can even come near to it. So the Bentley definitely has the upper hand there, and you can see that from the fact that Artak Vetikic and Manos Gerardis up there in that 18th and 19th position. But I think if the Aston can get past, it's game over. The Bentley really isn't going to have anything to say about that. The only issue, the only factor coming into it is the fact that this weather is supposed to change over the next half hour. Again, I think it's going to be a very gradual decrease in rain. We're not really going to... I don't think we're going to see any big changes in that, because it's been saying that, but I think that's been about at least half an hour that it's been saying that it's going to be decreasing in volume. So, yeah.
We know the weather moves slowly. We've seen that time and time again, that it does take a long time for it to change, allowing teams and drivers to they have like a fairly large window to pick through their strategy. But as is with all things in weather, there is a tipping point. There is a point where it just goes slightly too far, and you need to make that move, and there's no question about it. I mean, we've seen some gambles before when it comes to wet weather. Just because it's slow doesn't mean you can't take gambles. But with it moving fairly slowly, I'm not going to... No, actually, no, I will say it does make it easier, a little bit easier, at least to judge your way through, because it's more consistent. Whilst it does change every lap, it's not to the drastic levels that we normally see. That said, either way, I mean, weather forecasting's been wrong in real life, so let's go with that. Right now, the rain's coming down fairly heavily anyway, as Romagnoli's been off the road, so was once again trying to get past Gerardis and had a bit of a moment into the Parabolica on the previous lap into it, and once again, I'm going to assume that might well have been the rear lifting up a little bit of the Aston and it just going for a bit of a half spin, and Romagnoli has a bit more work to do to catch back up to Gerardis.
And I don't know how you feel about this, Lewis, because obviously this week we did, for the first time, I think ever, share a virtual grid together. But these wet conditions here, these wet conditions here, are you a fan? Oh, and that's the 41's brought out yellow flag. That is Igor Ogorodnikov who brings out yellow flag, and that is going to be at Ascari. Gets going again, and that was from 5th position. I don't think he's lost. He's lost out 4th position down to 5th, because Felix Repair takes that position from him, and he's now got the 77 on his tail right now, and that's Sven Hedich. So don't think there was any contact made, but again, it just shows how even the faster ones can struggle in these conditions here.
I do like that Simware.Pro livery, by the way. Obviously, normally we see Simware.Pro in an Aston Martin elsewhere. Lovely to see them in a McLaren, but lovely to see not black and yellow on the car. To see a nice bit of blue in there. I am fairly fond of that. Like the look, but yeah, a bit of a mistake there from Igor Ogorodnikov, and down the order at least one position he goes, and nearly into the path of the number 77, which is just about closing in the Prime E Racing car that I think it's Hetich that's driving at the moment. Certainly it's Sven Hetich behind the wheel, was back on board with Shlobov, who's just trying to get past Foch right now, and should be down the inside, at least down into the final corner. But he backs out of it a little bit, but there it is, sent in the funny Formula Wombats. What an excellent name and an excellent move down at the Parabolica. Going back to your question though, Mr. David Christie, I myself absolutely love racing in wet weather conditions. It's tricky, it's difficult, you can't rely too much on practice, you have to rely on your driving, and it's a lot of fun if you get it right. When you get it wrong though, it's pretty drastic.
And I'm just thinking actually to these conditions here, because this has been a constant deluge that the drivers have had to deal with for an hour and a half, and I feel bad for if there's drivers out there that really don't enjoy the wet weather. This is going to be a pretty miserable stint for them today.
If you don't get on with wet weather though, this is like really important though. You just need to get on with it, to be perfectly honest. Like it sounds harsh, it sounds like the classic, oh, I'm struggling with pace around this circuit, how do I find some time? And then someone responding with, go faster. But it is true. If you're struggling with wet weather, think of it of the larger races that we've seen on ACC the last, to be honest, the last 12 months, go with it, go over the full year. There's been a lot of wet races, an awful lot of wet races, whether it's here, whether it's in the SRO stuff. We've seen so much of the wet stuff. And what that means is those drivers that aren't really confident in the wet, that they're, how to put it without being super harsh, because I don't want to use a word like useless, but their ability to find the limit of the car is much lower than everyone else's when people have got used to it. So my point is that you just need to get out there and get used to the wet weather conditions. Most of it in wet weather, if you're fast enough in the drive, most of it is confidence, and that is either side of confidence. That is either overconfidence or underconfidence. You know, there is both sides of that. I've seen plenty of people that come into wet weather being overconfident and firing in and then making an enormous crash, and then they swing very hard into the low confidence and then back the other way. There is a very fine middle ground, and once you can hit that, if you can hit that on a consistent basis, if you can drive around at 98% of the car's pace without making a mistake in wet weather conditions like this, that's where you start to enjoy wet weather a bit more. That's where you start to find the limits without going over them, and it kind of helps in the dry as well.
Well, that's it. It's the consistency and the constant ability. Now, Lewis, you were picking up on a really nice livery there from SimGrid.pro. This Turn 1 Pro livery of Marcel Willer as well. I'm really liking that. That brings me a lot of vibes from the TF Sport Aston Martin that we've seen in real life out there as well. That British Racing green, that luminous day-glow green/yellow on it as well. Really, really striking livery. But going back to the whole thing about wet weather racing as well, and you know, you're absolutely right. A lot of it is, you know, that whole thing of the radio message: stop whining. You know, get on with it. This is what you're here to do, and whether or not you enjoy it. Again, this is where it's another feather in the cap for these pro sim racers. They have to be able to deal with all conditions, and not just, you know, some of them will do better than others, but it's a case of, can you know, keep yourself out of trouble? Can you keep yourself keep it in a position for the other drivers as well? I'm kind of holding my breath there as Michael Romagnoli getting very, very close to Manos Gerardis, and this is starting to get a little bit worrying here, Lewis.
I think Gerardis is overdriving it. I think he needs to listen into a little bit of what we're saying here and not overdrive it right now, because right now it does seem as though Gerardis is going to open the door for Romagnoli to come through. But the fact that the pace that these two have been losing has allowed the Turn 1 Pro car to just catch up to the GTWR and TF Racing Souvlaki car. They've been able to just close up courtesy of the battling, and to be honest, mostly, more so than anything else, the mistakes, more so than the battling as we ride on board with Marcel Billet. Gotta say, absolutely, I agree with you. I absolutely love this livery. Absolutely superb as Romagnoli to the inside. Let's see if he can actually make this one stick. Tried it a few laps ago and went straight on down at the Rettifilio. This time down the inside, just manages to pull it up, keeps within the lines. Position gain for the 164, and the 100 needs to follow through pretty sharpish.
Yeah, we've had a yellow flag at Parabolica. That was the 111. That was the Lamborghini, the orange Lamborghini that brought out that one there. The GTRC endurance team of Jarno Keish, Robin Pagadel and Richard Lindhorst. I did think it was a little bit strange actually that they've chosen to go in the Lamborghini, because all three of those drivers were more associated with seeing them day in, weekend, you know, day in, day out, weekend, week out in the Porsche. So a bit of a bold change, but they've really not been enjoying this race today.
I mean, sometimes you need to learn in a different car, and obviously in the GTs you kind of think there's one GT3 to another, but you've got to try the odd time in something slightly different, just to assist you, just to help you find something a little bit more in your driving, whether it's moving from a big car to another slightly different big car. Speaking of big cars, there is the Nissan that we don't see racing that much, so I'm glad that we can see it in the hands of Rebel Racing. Straight on a little bit there though over Ascari, and whilst they were trying to attack the 42 of Sadarov in one of the 3 SimWare.pro cars, I mean, sometimes, like I say, you just need to challenge yourself in something a little bit different, and then you'll find yourself either having a lot of fun, either struggling and learning, or somewhere in between.
Do you think there's a little bit of it is trying to play the BOP game, the balance of performance, trying to judge what car is going to be affected with the balance of performance? Maybe they've done one season with a car that they've felt has been affected by it, and trying to go for something else, as we see Manos Gerardis and Marcus Valer side by side into turn one. Could BOP play anything to it?
Oh, Gerardis though straight over onto the grass, leaving it down the inside into the second part of the Retifilio, and Villert does gain the position, but you kind of get the feeling the drag off the corner might well go in favour of Gerardis as we run round the Curva Grande. Not back into the slipstream yet of the Aston Martin, is battling a bit further down the order as Willem van Oomen gets down the inside of the number 11. Nice little move there. From the Coach Dave Academy car in the 383. Obviously a bit of a partnership of names. They've recently just been into the pit lane to serve a drive-through penalty in the 383, and we did also see that Villert does manage to hang on position-wise. But I mean, I'm not so sure, to be perfectly honest. It's the BOP game is part of GT racing, unfortunately. I mean, I really don't like it. It is what it is, though. BOP is a necessary evil when you've incorporated it. It is what it is. It's always going to be a thing in sim racing terms. I mean, if it was me, there are some leagues where I'm just like, okay, I really just want to strip all the performance out of the cars, have them all run the same. It's just different shapes and stuff. Obviously, you can't really do that here because, I mean, you couldn't have an Audi R8 driving the same way as a Bentley. It wouldn't look right. It'd be very bizarre. But I think there is a little bit of it, but you kind of can't rely on it. The only thing you can rely on is your own skill. And if you know that there's a quick car, take the quick car. Don't mess about with BOP. Just take the fast car and stop playing games. Get on with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. The reason I was asking is because we've seen those drivers in the 111. This is where it all came from. Jarno Kausch, Robin Pagadel and Richard Lindhorst. We've seen them up at the sharp end in the Porsche consistently, in the top 10, top 15. And they've really been struggling in this race, but not just in this race as well, in that 111 as well. So it just makes me wonder. I mean, they finished 18th in Spa. It makes me wonder if they're going to be kind of regretting that change so far into the Lamborghini, or do they have bigger plans, I wonder?
I mean, we did a touring car championship, as you all know that I do touring cars quite a bit now, as we've, like I said, now been on the same track together. It's a delightful experience, as we'll see Southall into the pit lane of the RLR Abruzzi Esports car. There was a touring car championship that we did a while ago in a different league, and basically the rear wheel drives were an awful lot faster than the front wheel drives. It was what it was. For whatever reason in that series, it just happened. There was no different classes, it was just all part of the same thing. And a lot of the front-wheel drive teams were kicking off, of course. Of course they were. It's pretty frustrated that all of the rear-wheel drives were so much faster. But you kind of have to sit there and go, look, we've made our bed, now we lie in it. That's how it goes, as we'll see this little bit of a battle for 9th and 10th position as Martinez Amer is just dropping backwards in the Odox Motorsports cars, dropped back behind between Oliveira recently, and potentially even Capoccia as well, who's just sat in the wings looking to make that pass.
Oh, that was a bit scary from Capoccia, but he gets it done. And the two of them now, this is Capoccia and Oliveira down into turn one then. No way, there's no way Capoccia's just done two cars in the space of one straight in a corner. He has. That is absurd. Take a bow, Andrea Capoccia. That was something very, very special right there.
Yeah, we've got four cars battling in the same sort of space. Obviously, Oliveira's just got ahead of this. I think that's actually Seville in 10th position, which now 11th position as Capoccia also got through. Martinez Amer just dropping backwards 3 positions in basically in 1.5 sectors, unfortunately, for Odox, who we know are a decent team, another team that we typically associate with a slightly smaller car. In fact, actually one that's just overtaken. We normally associate them with the Audi, but unfortunately in the BMW not working out. But like I say, sometimes you've got to experiment, you've got to take something different, you've got to try and throw something else at the wall so that you might well learn. Piffett in the Fordzilla car battles it out with Sadarov in the Simware.pro car, but you've got to watch out for the 823, which is also closing in that Nissan, which I'm just going to say it now, we're always a bit of a fan of the Honda whenever we saw that racing, the NSX. I'm very much in the same boat with the GTR. as soon as you see someone like that racing, it's something different. You don't normally see it battling up with these cars, so fantastic to see. Sadarov's looking to the inside, going into Ascari, and is going to back out of it fairly wisely. Yeah,
the thing with the 823 as well is it's actually devastating to see Daniel Savini, because he qualified up in the top 5. Surprisingly, he was right at the front end, and I'm pretty sure there was a bit of contact there on the rear end of that Bentley as he tried to go by. That's the thing with the GTR, is that, you know, anybody else you'd be oh, that's terrible, but the GTR's like, he's just going to absolutely destroy anything in its path. It's almost a bit of a meme car at this stage, and you're absolutely right. It's fantastic to see it doing so well, but he's going to have to calm down a little bit on that, and he almost looks like he's going to have another Aston Martin for breakfast, right? Another Bentley for breakfast here.
Yeah, down the inside of Piffet for Team Fordzilla, going to get that move done, maybe into the Rettifilio. Does have to back out of it, but now we'll punch it coming out of that first chicane and try and get it done into the Roggia. Got to go a long way, though, around the outside of Curva Grande. To be honest, you kind of have to say might actually be a little bit too close, of all things. But now darts it into the slipstream just at the right time to start building speed before we hit the apex, where the bridge used to be. Dives it back down the inside of the 66, sends it in maybe a little bit too deep. There's a little bit of contact, and wisely, to be perfectly honest, Piffet skips the chicane. You could argue that you'd have to give that one back, but I'd also argue that I don't think Piffet was given that much. I'd say that Savini might have been running just a little bit wide, and that was maybe overdoing it. The two either way came together, and Piffet had nowhere really to go. I'm sure Race Control will be taking one little look at it, but the easy way it can be sorted is if Savini gets past down into Ascari. The defensive line from Piffet, the attacking line from Savini. Let's see if there can be a move. It would have to be very brave around the outside here. That's going to be bold. Let's see if he can do it, though. Rebel racing around the outside of Ascari. Superb move to get by Piffet and Team Fordzilla.
Wow, that was balls of steel, you've got to say there, from that GTR. That was amazing from Daniel Savini to get that car up into that position. Job done. He's going to be very, very happy with that. 13th position done and dusted into the Parabolica then, as we head into our third hour now of this race, and 4 hours left to go, just under 4 hours left to go. Yeah, that's the sort of move that really will pay dividends towards the final 4 hours of this race, because look at the gap he's got already as Kirill Sadarov tries to make the move on Fabien Piffet as well in that 66 machine, thinks better of it. And this is what I like further down. Yes, they're having really intense, elbows out racing, but for the most part, Lewis is very, very respectful, and a lot of the drivers thinking better of making these wild lunges. They'll have a look, but they'll pull it back in plenty of times so that they're not causing accidents.
It's the joy of it being a championship, not just a one-off race. You actually have to think about how things work, and of course, especially with a live race control who have to deal with a whole manner of things. Most recently was with the penalty that was dished out to the 383, which was appealed. Of course, it's one of the things that the teams could do. They have a certain amount of appeals that they can request when it comes to certain incidents, and that was what the 383 did. It was given a look at and rejected by race control, so an unsuccessful appeal. The drive-through penalty returns to the 383, that one being the one driven by Jan Willem Van Omen, who of course that is the Coach Dave Academy, the Dalkin community car, because Darren King drives it, and of course James Parker, who was helping us out. That's the Coach Dave Academy side of that, helping us out over in the SimGrid VCO World Cup fairly recently. Oh, virtual drivers by TX3 coming in way too hot. Oh, the 133, a catastrophic error from the 133 virtual drivers by TX3, straight down there making contact with Prime E Racing. A complete misjudgment in these treacherous conditions, and a back marker smashes into those battling over 5th, 6th, 7th position.
I think that sound you can hear is the sound of all of the spectators and all of the viewers slapping their head in shame at the same time. That was a pretty obvious error. It's race control will deal with it. I just don't know what to say with that. That was frustrating. But these things happen, when you're pushing these cars, and it's just one of those things, Lewis.
I'm pretty sure, having spoken to a few of the virtual drivers by TX3 team, they're a really nice bunch of guys. Honestly, from when I've dealt with them, they're a great group. And Maxime Verde, who's behind the wheel right now of that 133 car, I'm pretty sure you don't need to tell him what was done wrong in that scenario. It was obvious to us. I'm pretty sure it's very obvious to him. Just a misjudgment was kind of probably keeping his eye too much on the cars ahead rather on the road ahead rather than the cars ahead, and misjudged it entirely, missed a braking point. Easy to do, but I mean, to be fair, if you've practiced a lot in the dry, right, and this is where doing an awful lot of practice can actually work against you, because you go into this robotic state of doing the same thing over and over and over again, which in wet conditions you can't do because obviously the track conditions are always changing. But if you allow yourself to get into the rhythm too much in the wet, you'll end up reverting back to what you've been practicing, i.e. braking at, let's say, the 150 metre board, when actually you need to be braking at 175 or 200. You need to give yourself a bit more room in the wet. Of course you do. There's less grip. You can't brake at the same distance. And so in that reason, it's an innocent mistake, but it's a very costly mistake. And I'm pretty sure quite a few, none more so than the Prime E racing car, they're going to be pretty cross, and that's as near as makes no difference a slam dunk from race control. It's almost on the cusp, but it's like it doesn't even really need a second look in. It's just like bam, there's your drive through, off you go.
There's anything else you can say on that matter? It seems pretty cut and dry. It seems pretty straightforward, but for that as well, again, compared to some of the other incidents that we saw earlier on in the race, Lewis, I think that there is an air of innocence about that accident there. It's almost like
right.
there was no bad intention. It was just an really unfortunate accident that, yes, there could have been things that were done differently, and yes, it very will likely be, a drive-through penalty, but yeah, it's certainly not one that I'm going to go and get up on my soapbox like I did earlier on with some of the other incidents earlier on. But yeah, it is what it is, unfortunately.
It's not a crazy move. It's not a terrible rejoin. I mean, as we've done it a few times when we see terrible rejoins or absolutely dangerous driving, we've gone off on it a bit because sometimes you do need to. That's kind of one where I actually, as much as I understand the incident, I feel a little bit bad for Maxime Verde as well, because that's pretty embarrassing and pretty hard. Let's see if Sadorov can make a move around the outside of pivot. No way. Back in line, got to watch out for Sholobov as well, who's directly behind in the number 56. So not the easiest one to make up here, but you can see that Savini has got through, and courtesy of the pace that we were seeing out of that GTR earlier in the day, has taken off as well from this group, trying to catch up to Martin Azamare in the Odox Motorsports car, which was struggling a little bit earlier. And we know, based on that battle that we were seeing earlier with the Odox Motorsport car, that there is a few cars quite close together. So if it can close down that 10-second gap, then there's quite a lot that can be gained from that battle pack. Three-way fight, though, across the line. Pipit, Sadorov and Sholomov. Let's see what will happen down into T1. See if the Simware.Pro car can get by Team Fordzilla. Going to have to be pretty brave around the outside. That one might be in a little bit too deep. Does manage to keep it between the lines, though, and the 42 might well be gaining a position. Elbows off. Two big Bentleys going side by side, and the Simware.Pro car has gained the spot.
Yeah, that was a nice move around Kirill, the outside by Kirill Sadorov there. Just the right amount of aggression here, and this is a replay. I'm going to presume this is from the the 133 then of Maximilian Verde, and again this is down into turn one. You can see how little visibility there is there. You see, I can't even say anything, because what he's done is he's had to take avoiding action. He's got a wheel onto the grass, and he's got nowhere to go.
Yeah, see, I mean, that view really does tell so much of that story, because you can see, as is right, I mean, from this angle again, how much can you see? You can see the car perfectly. Once you jump behind the wheel, though, you'll see the spray. From those angles, especially with how the graphics are done here in Unreal Engine 4, and of course just in ACC in general, it doesn't seem too bad. Whereas when you're driving in the car, the spray off, yes, you can see that car, but it's just not obvious with where that car's slowing down. You're trying to spot your braking point, you're trying to spot it, and you can see there is very obvious intent to try and get out of it without just clattering straight into the wall. Misses the first car, hits the second one. I mean, it's a drive-through, there is no doubt. It's a very clear penalty, but I'm sure the first thing that will be dished out from Virtual Drivers by TX3 as a team is an apology the way of Prime E Racing, because that was, like I say, it was a catastrophic mistake, but one that I think all of us can at least take some understanding in. You know, if you have any empathy, there would be some there, I'm absolutely sure.
Yeah, 100%. And again, it's the reason why you kind of don't go all in as a commentator on them, like I did earlier with the. I'm just trying to think. Actually, it was on lap 4. It was with the 23 of GTWR RHG Academy Greens, Angelo Tuzzi, who. I'll give you the timestamp later on.
Good. Yeah, no, I love commentating, Angie.
In fact, I'll drop it in chat for you very shortly, and you can have a look. It was. I've never seen anything like it in my life, and I went on a proper rant, properly railed in. It was disappointing, but they've taken their licks, they've got the penalty, and they've got on with it. But I mean, it just goes par for the course. That I don't think I've seen such a difficult performance for GTWR RHG Academy, both the green and the white. They're currently down in P37 and P38 just now.
For all of the cars that GTWR and RHG in general bring to racing over the last few years, last year rather more specifically, and this partnership that brewed, obviously GTWR weren't always with RHG. This is a recent thing, this partnership between the two of them. It happened a bit earlier on this year. When you consider some of the drivers they've got in that team, and it is harsh to say, but it is, in my opinion, still true that either through poor luck or poor driving, they've very rarely got the results that you would expect out of drivers and a team that strong. We've spoken of in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, where you think of the car they had in there, and the 157 with of course Jordan Sherritt, Tobias Pfeffer. It's that they're incredibly strong teams that it just doesn't work out for whatever reason. They did have some bad luck, but they were their own worst enemies at points, and it kind of seems that is a theme in a little bit for the team, and I'm a little bit saddened by that, because I want to see that team do well. I want to see that team take it that little bit further. But let's see this battle as a little bit wide. There was Rupert in the number 71 car, and Igor Ogorokov, after his mistake a little bit earlier in the race, now gains that position back.
Yeah, but that was a bit sketchy from the Aston Martin just behind him. So he's got the position done from Felix Rupert, and Rupert tried to go and hot into Parabolica, but like, this is what we've said. I mean, we've seen Igor Ogorokov time and time again in different cars, in the Porsche, in the McLaren, in the Aston Martin, but now in the SimGrid.Pro by Vides. And again, this is what has always frustrated me about Igor, is the fact that this is the level of performance we expect from him. He is so blooming fast in that thing, and he has got so much pace behind that when you never know what kind of drive you're going to get from him. On a day like this is proper top drawer stuff that you're getting from him and from his team just now. But again, it's those moments of inconsistency, those moments of anger and frustration when they show their head, that's when it all goes wrong. But yeah, this has been an exemplary drive from Igor right now, and this is the sort of stuff you love to see from that 41.
I did just see that link that you sent me. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Obviously, there has been some incidents throughout the day. We'll go with that, shall we? Just at least so we're colouring in the full picture for everyone. It's been a fairly chaotic day, which, it's Monza. It's kind of one of those ones. Actually, speaking about this with Paul Jeffrey, when we did the SRO Esports Asia endurance race around here, which was a 3-hour race. It was at the last weekend before, whenever it was, and we had 17 cars for it. And now, this is not me saying that every grid needs 17 cars, because that is absolute rubbish. But there are some tracks where you go to with a massive grid and it's always chaos. we had 17 cars. It was a brilliant race for 3 hours, absolutely superb. And it's kind of, sometimes you sat there thinking, you could probably do with 10 less. Around a circuit like this, you'd kind of think there's plenty of room for people to kind of just have their own little space. But you always get the chaotic moments around a circuit. I think it comes down to the fact of when there is an incident, people, sim racing, you know how it goes, people just charge into everything at high speed, and it always ends somewhat negatively.
I can see where you're coming from with that, but I have to disagree to a certain extent, purely because on lap 1, right, so on the start of the race, all 41 cars, I think there was an exception of a Lexus that went off at turn 1, but everyone got through absolutely fine. And what I don't understand is how they could all get through on turn 1, but then as soon as they're starting to fight, that's when the brain cells kind of leave leave the steering wheels, and they're unable to completely judge properly in terms of where they can make moves and where they can't make moves. It's the same in terms of now we've got gaps opening up here and things like that. It just doesn't make sense when you've got exactly the same amount of cars, exactly the same amount of space, but yet they can't make moves stick safely, as Zolobov comes from the middle of last week and tries to get that done, but I think Kirill Sadirov, he's not going to have any of that whatsoever in the 42, is he?
No, that was ambitious, shall we say. The 33, by the way, Retronic Racing with Unicorns of Love into the pit lane. Mark Balzer jumps out of the car as we head back down to Jan Willem van Omen, the car that's in partnership with Coach Dave Academy, the Dolphin Community, and ACR, of course. All jumping out. I mean, I've said this before. I love seeing this sort of partnership with teams. We had this a few times in a couple of different teams. I mean, I just said one just there with the Retronic Racing and Unicorns of Love. There is always a thing about having teams sort of join each other for a round, for a season, for a special event, for whatever. It kind of, it's nice to see those partnerships brewing, because it does prove that as much as we all hate each other when we're on the racetrack, as a sim racing community, once you bypass the toxicity and stuff, it's actually, it's a group of mates that just want to go racing.
Absolutely, and it's weird, isn't it? Because again, you think from when you see public server racing, you think toxicity is kind of commonplace. But when you get to here, actually everybody knows everybody, and for the most part, everybody kind of just wants to have a good race and see each other do well. Obviously, you're going to have people that like each other and dislike each other, and if you're a person that's prone to finding yourself in the middle of drama and chaos, then you're probably going to earn yourself a bit of a reputation. But for the most part, I've never seen such a welcoming and warm community.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, from having spoken to quite a few people on this side of the world, this is not typically my side of the sim racing world until this year, where I've actually really enjoyed jumping into the ACC side of things, because, to be honest, those people are actually quite nice. Oh, speaking of which, there's contact in the background between one of the Lexus and Aston Martin. Not sure which one that was, running down into Ascari, but pretty chaotic regardless. The 383 was the Aston Martin. I'm not sure.
It was Okoronikov, it was the McLaren.
I think was involved in it. That was the car that I was thinking of, the Lexus and the VRM Racing, Pirelli. And so apparently, behind this as well, we've also then had, as you were saying, there is Yiga Ogorognikov. So clearly, quite a bit has happened behind there following that two-car incident. That's bad.
That is huge damage on the front of that 41, and this is what I don't like, because how often, Lewis, have we seen this where the 41 gets into something else with another car, and that car's going in the pit lane. That car is done and dusted, and I tell you what, this is what I'm worried about. How often have we seen Yiga Ogorognikov getting into trouble with another car that's not his own making, and then that flips the switch, the team suddenly flip into anger mode, and this is not good. This is not good.
Yeah, that's not ideal. That was Seville coming into the pit lane. That's definitely delayed on pit lane entry. You got Odox as well with Martinez, Amer also in the pit lane in the background of that Bentley. An awful lot of damage for Yiga Ogorognikov. I'm not sure. Like I say, we didn't see how the 41 got involved. Obviously, we saw the incident just in the background between the other two. Not sure what happened and how Ogorognikov got involved in that, but quite clearly was just a part of it, whether it was of his own making or a terrible rejoin or whatever. We'll find out in due course, don't worry. But you're absolutely right. If they can repair that car and get back out on the racetrack, you know for certainty that the red mist will be a part of the mix for Ogorognikov, and those are two things that don't normally go that well together.
They really don't. The only thing I'm hopeful for is he started this race, so I'm hoping that's his stint done. He'll hand the car over now to either Victor Romanchuk or Mikhail Baikov, and that will be, out of the question for him. And this is the thing. This is the other bit that really frustrates me, is the fact that Ogorognikov in his natural form, he's not a dirty driver. He's blooming fast. He's really 3,000 IQ plays, but as soon as that red mist descends, it's like Cole Trickle in Days of Thunder and getting told to hit the pace car. He does want to bounce off a couple of cars, but let's hope that car gets back out, gets the repair done, and gets back into contention. But horrible accident for Igor Ogorognikov, and I wonder, because we saw a little bit of the accident. We saw a car getting tipped into the barrier at the entry of Ascari, and if it wasn't Ogorognikov that was involved in that, I've got a feeling that car bounced off the barrier and come across and hit him straight in the nose, given that both cars have got front end damage.
I will say, if there is one thing they're at least somewhat lucky with, is that we are in the pit window. As in, we are roughly around the area where we're expecting people into the pit lane. Kapocci's also in, Brami's in, Sholobov into the pit lane. We're at this point where we're expecting drivers to be into the pit lane. It wasn't as if they've just come in 10 minutes later, then the crash, then they've got to pit again and repair the damage. So that is not me saying that, hey, it's a blessing in disguise, because it obviously is not. They've lost an awful lot of time. But at the same time, it could be worse. You're absolutely right, by the way, that Igor Ogorognikov is out of the car, and Mikhail Baikov is into the car. Let's see what happened then. So there was this incident between the Lexus and the Aston Martin. The Coach Dave Academy teamed up Aston Martin. Just a little bit of contact with a 349 still on the road. Oh, you can't rejoin like that. You cannot rejoin like that. And BRM Racing, Pirelli, I said it, I wasn't sure if it was a car bouncing off back onto the racetrack or a terrible rejoin. We now have our answer. It's a terrible rejoin. Go on, go for it.
That's absolutely disgusting. That is absolutely unacceptable. It's not just like the car rolled onto the track, right? I've had that where I've been so caught up in the accident, I've forgot to press brake. Right, it's not that. That car accelerated onto the track. That car tried to start rejoining and went straight into the middle. He'll get a drive through.
There was a certain four-time world champion of a certain motorsport discipline who did something not too dissimilar, which I really went off at, and that is...
Nah, I'm sorry. That's bad. That's done.
Really bad.
For me, and again, this is where us as commentators, we're not in touch with race control. We don't have any sort of input onto it. As far as I'm concerned, there's none. There's no room for that sort of behaviour. It's not intentional, but it's reckless. Your 10 IQ brain, your smooth brain at that point is thinking, I need to get back onto the track, and you're only thinking about yourself. The first thing you're taught, and again, this comes from another platform, this comes from iRacing, but the first thing you do when you have an accident, this game as well, it has the relative time. You know what cars are coming up on you. You've got the track map. You've got the cars coming around you in terms of time and things like that. You don't just pull your car back onto the track. Absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah, absolutely. I do agree that you can't have racing. You can't drive that. You've got to be able to check, like you say, things like your relative, or even weird thing here is just what's in front of you. I'm sure that after you rejoin to the racetrack and then you hit someone, that instantly you know what's been done wrong there. But let's be honest, this isn't pretty. Let's see once again. So comes back across, and there's just a little bit of contact there. Whoever you can blame for that is entirely up to you, but that is not okay, and especially when you can see it from on board. That McLaren isn't going anywhere.
Yeah, it didn't roll. It accelerated back onto the racetrack.
Yeah,
that's the key difference. If it had rolled on the racetrack, I could be more sympathetic. I'd be like, yeah, that's really bad. You should know better. But it's ultimately an accident. That is deliberate. That's he's not went on to cause the accident, but he doesn't care. All he's thinking about is trying to rejoin the race.
Yeah, absolutely. Now let's focus on the racing that we have as Rabiti in the 164. That's actually not for position. Never mind, that is the 32 that is directly behind. Coming out of the pit lane, though, let's focus on the 149, which has just exited the pit lane. The battle that we're focused on is between Marcel Villette and Malada in the Ferrari. That's actually just at the head of this group. To be honest, might actually want to jump out of the way of James Baldwin, or rather the McLaren that is no longer piloted, I believe, by James Baldwin. Might as well still be. That's just is Eamon Murphy behind the wheel. Did jump out of the way and now has to hang on against the Turn 1 Pro car that's just got the beautiful cutback. Absolutely superb. Down the inside for the second Lesmo. That was a superb move from Villette.
It really was. That was after what we just saw. That was like a nice palate cleanser of what actually racing should be about there. Really, really nice move there. And for the most part, actually, from the majority of this race, I want to put it in context. You know, we have had some fantastic racing over the past almost 2.5 hours here, and we're seeing some more here. Hamza Belhassan on the back of Murzov in that 42. So this is the battle of the Bentleys down to the Parabolica. And I think the better move would be getting the run out, a little bit of contract there, and no need for that on the 42 SimWare.pro machine. It's going to be a drag race down to the first corner here, Lewis. And I always wonder, right, what do they expect to happen? We've got a yellow flag at turn 1, it's the 777 off at the first corner here. What do they expect to happen going side to side into turn 1 after they've just given a little nudge?
Oh, well, I mean, these big Bentleys, they're basically touring cars. So we've seen a little bit of contact. We're going to see a bit more going around the outside. We've seen this from the 42 a couple of times. We've actually seen these two battling it out, going down into Piratella a couple of times. And we see that again. Speaking of battles that we have seen, Rabiti versus Malada once again. Villette has gone off into the distance, has been able to run away as we focus on Rabiti in the 164 that is now a part of this battle on the rear end of the 328 Ferrari. Looks to the inside, still kind of looking to the inside, didn't really commit to it too well though. Backs out of it, allowing the Ferrari to go straight on. This will be a nice easy move. Skips a chicane. Surely he's going to have to give that one up, but I think Rabiti might well try and find a way past anyway. Got to watch out though for Conto Giannis, who's directly behind in the number 34 Bentley as well. So not an easy move, and to be perfectly honest, Malada skipped the chicane and held the position. So, you know, read into that what you will. We've got a drive-through penalty dished out though. This one is going to go, I believe, the way to the number 9 RHG car that is driven by Dennis Schoeniger at the moment. So a drive-through penalty for avoidable contact. Rabiti once again takes a look.
Yeah, and that is on the 41. So that's Igor Ogorodnikov on lap 55. So we obviously caught that. That was about 20 laps ago between the two of them. So a drive-through to your championship leader. I wonder if come the end of the season that's going to be something that they think about. Meanwhile, up on the inside, thinks about it, at least for the Aston Martin. Oh, and Conto Giannis absolutely caught unaware. Rabiti late on the brakes there. Conto Giannis has an absolute moment there. Has to think better of it. Goes right to the outside, but Constantinos Conto Giannis in the Bentley. Yeah, that's a bit of a wake-up call, isn't it, Lewis? As we see Hamza Belhassan still side by side with Mordasov here, the 42 and the 66. This now looks a little bit better for the 66 there, and the 42. Now, see, that's what I don't understand. The 42 he tried to give a little bit of a bump on the throttle on the exit, but he saw the car there, so he pulled himself back out of it rather than causing contact. We've seen that so many times, and yes, it costs a little bit of time for the 42, but that's just good manners, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, as he looks back down the inside, nearly makes contact once again. But the art of racing is not an easy one, but it is a non-contact sport. And I don't even care, by the way, if that even accounts for touring car racing, because everyone's like, oh, well, yeah, touring cars is racing. Rubbish. Motorsport as a whole is a non-contact sport with one or two very small exceptions, which is banger racing, which this is not, and NASCAR, which this also is not. it is supposed to be a non-contact sport. You are supposed to be aware as to the space of your car, of what it's taking up. We still see a little bit, and a little brush is deemed to be okay, but it's still not the expectation of what we have of this grid. We want to see nice, clean battling. We want to see drivers that are aware, which, thankfully, 9 times out of 10 we see. Because if we don't see it, race control get involved, and then you end up on a one-way trip down the order, and potentially with a few more slaps from race control.
I'm just looking at the number 41 just now of Mikhail Baikov. How frustrated do you think that team has to be right now, given that they were in contention for a top 5 finish, and at the moment they're all the way down into 22nd position? It's still not over yet, though, for them, is it? 3.5 hours to go, and the recovery drive, I think, is going to be a very, very strong one. I still think that 41 could get a top 10 position.
Look, they're a talented team, great drivers. It's rough what's happened to them, especially now. This is obviously harsh. It's mostly down to the fact of, we know of the speed of Ogorognikov. It's a shame that it's happened at the end of potentially your number one driver's stint. Right, that will be the bit that stings more so than anything else, because if it happened at the end of someone else's stint, then your number one driver could jump in and get on with it. I'm sure they're all of roughly the same pace anyway, but we know how fast Ogorognikov is, so forgive me on that one, but just basing it on what we've seen. But Ogorognikov's time in this race is done, and you're not going to gain that time back. It's rough, it's harsh, it's sad, but it is what it is. Unfortunately, they just need to focus on what they can get out of it, and then, to be honest, move on to the next round, because it's rough. I'm sure there'll be penalties, and the correct penalties dished out, but it's happened now. There isn't anything more that they can do. The VRM car's going to get something pretty harsh, I'm sure, and like I say, it's not going to give them back their position. It's not going to give them a fixed car. Just do what you can. By the way, as the rain is dissipating bit by bit, I remember you were saying this. I did notice this about 10 minutes ago, that obviously on the weather readout that we have at the top of your screen, as a few cars go all over the place departing Ascari, the weather does look to be clearing up, as Villert is trying to battle it out now and get past and around the outside of Murdasov, and around the outside he is going to go at Barabolica. Could be a great move for Turn 1 Pro on Simware.pro, Pro versus Pro. And let's see who comes out on top. We know how fast that Bentley is, though, in a straight line. I think it might well just hold the inside down to into the Rettifilio. That is going to be answered, I think, in the form of Villert just instantly telling me, no thanks, I'm actually going to clear off.
Yeah, I think that's a done and dusted move just now, and gets that car pitched in. So a brilliant move there from Villert there, trying to hold on and make sure that he keeps that position from Murdasov. But I think he's now going to clear off into distance, because 42 does seem to really struggle with traction here. And meanwhile, your race leader, I believe that is, just up in front, Eamon Murphy, now taken behind the wheel of that one, is just ahead of these two. This is a replay earlier on, though, and let's have a look here. Who is this? This is Schoeniger, isn't it?
Yeah, let's see how it happened. Oh, well, yeah, no, fair enough. Just gave him a good old hit check. That was to Igor Ogorognikov. Yeah, fair play on the penalty. I don't know if that was just a lack of spatial awareness from Dennis Schoeniger, but either way, gave him a big old hip check down into the braking zone of Ascari.
I've just realised something, Lewis. If that's 2 incidents that's happened to Igor Ogorognikov, right, and he's not straight up just tried to murder everybody in sight, who is this guy? Who has replaced Igor Ogorognikov? Because he's now the model of composure and persistence now.
Well, at least the second one did happen before he could do anything about anything bold, shall we say, because obviously the incident happened and he came straight to pit lane. The first one, I mean, I think he'd be quite rightly irritated by that one, but like you say, acted fairly calm, at least from what we saw afterwards. Kind of got on with it, but look, we know that he's a massively talented driver, incredibly fast. Just the red mist effect. Same with a couple of drivers as well from that kind of contingent. If you consider there's another driver in that group called Kirill Antonov who races elsewhere. Fantastic driver, incredibly talented. Little bit too aggressive though, and kind of can't control it. If he can control it though, you'll see that kid win championships, like championships galore, that quick, right? and that's the kind of thing. Is it's one thing having the pace, and it's another thing being able to do the right thing with that pace. Let's see though, as we've seen Contayanis get past Millard down into T1, and so the Bentley moves up another position. The 3-2-8 of SOP Esports Racing, not looking so strong at the moment, it must be said.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that they're really, really struggling. I'm a little bit distracted. I'm trying to figure out why we've got a yellow flag in pit lane for the number 17 slow racing team, Dr. Kombucha car. That is... so they've gone. That's why. That car's just, for want of a better word, just sent it into pit lane, and they are out of the race now. So it's a DNF, and I believe that is our, third DNF of the race?
Yeah, I mean, retirements in conditions like this are, to be honest, part and parcel of this style of racing. They are the expectation that we do see a few retirements, especially around a circuit like this, because the walls are fairly far away. Not too far away, but fairly far away, and when conditions are wet, if you slip, you're probably going into one. And then your day is essentially done. Obviously, 9 times out of 10, you can repair the damage and sort of get on with it, but you're out of contention, you're out of it, you're irritated. Sometimes you just kind of think, nope, I'm just going to pull the plug. You could argue that is not the endurance spirit, and I would see eye to eye with that, but it is what it is. Sometimes you just kind of, the idea of turning the wheel anymore is just such a horrible feeling that you just like, no, I want to get out of it, I want to go and do something else. Battle, by the way, SOP potentially going to be overtaken by yet another car. The number 53 of Leipert Esports Green is also right on the rear end. Porius behind the wheel right now in that kind of unmistakable livery on that Mercedes. It's quite a bright yellow car. I do like myself a bright livery, so fantastic to see. I get the feeling there might well be a move. I'm a little bit sad there because the Ferrari, I mean, they seem to be in a good position, but just going backwards. You never want to see a Ferrari going backwards here at Monza. It's just not right.
It's not the done thing. And just very briefly on that livery, the TF Racing Souvlaki, obviously there's the SimGrid logo on it. It actually reminds me a lot of the SimGrid website with the dots on it. That's what's certainly striking me. It looks like the same sort of colour scheme as well, the white and the navy blue on that. So yeah, I think
You're
maybe.
A fan,
do you know what? It's not the worst thing I've seen. It's quite pretty. Yeah.
It's not the worst thing that David Christie has seen. It looks like
no, we've seen some bad things. Come on, Comic Sans MS in bright fuchsia pink.
See, oh yeah, were you there when because obviously in the that was the team. Well, obviously that was what was that? Oh, graphic design is my passion. That was the team.
That was amazing.
Brilliant stuff. When they raced in the British University sim racing team, Cameron Bridport, who was a part of that car, who had that livery, we were told that when they raced that car in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, they had a different livery. They had what actually was quite a nice livery on that Honda. But we were given word that there was still "graphic design is my passion" in Comic Sans written on the car. And for quite a while, we tried to work out where it was because we actually couldn't see it. Were you there? Oh, was it in SRO Esports, not in the World Cup? Never mind, cancel that one, take that one back. Do you ever know where that was, David? Because we did find it.
I'm pretty sure, was it not like it was on the rear wing or something like that?
It was on the
inside.
The top of the boot. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. It was excellent. I mean, don't get me wrong, I love hidden things on liveries, but that was right up there for me. As we'll see, Osterman making a position on Dennis Schoeniger, who is potentially going to drop back a bit further. Based on the fact that car had a drive-through penalty, I'm going to take a wild assumption that they've either appealed it and gone, they've either taken it and gone so fast, or they've appealed it.
Yeah, they've appealed it and it's pending while it gets reinvestigated. Yeah. So we'll keep an eye on that one.
I still think that's going to be a drive-through.
I still think that they're sort of just pushing it back, aren't they? I mean, there's in real terms, right? Where is there a reality where that is not a drive-through penalty?
And the thing is, I get the idea of I honestly get the idea of delaying it if it was drying up, by the way, looking at the weather, if it was drying up in the near future, and you kind of want to just delay it, just to get it done to the distant future, at least for now, where Zaporius going to go around the outside here of Millard. I think this one might be a fairly easy move from the Merc. It isn't really fought that hard from the 328 Ferrari. Great move, actually, to be perfectly honest. Zaporius making that one superb around the outside of the Leopard Esports Mercedes. Brilliant move. I get the idea of delaying it, and I get the idea that maybe they're trying to reduce the penalty, but at least in my book, taking a look at it, it's pretty slam dunk. It's side-to-side contact with one car coming across the other, and yeah, I don't know. I don't see that one being changed, and so to me, almost pointless even trying to appeal it. Just serve it and get on with it.
To a certain extent, I mean, it's just a case of, I think they're just trying their luck. You know, you don't ask, you don't get. It's I'm not aware. I certainly probably should have checked this out, but I don't think they get a worse penalty for if they lose their appeal.
No.
I know they lose the amount of appeals that they get, but yeah, it's, you know, you might as well chance it. But I think given that replay, also bear in mind that, you know, they maybe didn't check the replay. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's hard not to think that it was pretty slam dunk from where we saw.
Well, we'll keep our fingers crossed that they have some form of evidence that might be connection based or whatever that will hopefully lower the penalty to some degree or something. But either way, I mean, that team, an incredibly talented team of drivers. I mean, we've said before time and time again about Dennis Schoeniger, of course, Jordan Sherritt in the car as well as Nicholas Hoban, who we've seen earlier in the race, who we know Nick Hoban's a great driver when he's driving elsewhere, obviously jumping into RHG for the Endurance Cup, and a very, very talented driver to have in the team as well. A great trio of drivers. Even if they get a drive-through penalty, even if that does get reapplied to them, to be perfectly honest, the idea of them finishing outside of the top 5 is, you'd have to say on their form, and this is the commentator's curse, so prepare yourselves, close your ears if you're in RHG, unlikely for them to finish outside the top 5. They're that good. I'd say they can probably still even come back and finish on the podium, especially with the idea that the weather is clearing up over the next half an hour, which does mean the door is open for a little bit of extra experimentation on strategy.
So confirmed then that RHG Esports going to be retiring from this race. Yeah.
I don't believe, I've said it before and I will say it again, I do not believe in the commentator's curse, I only believe in bad driving.
Yeah, well, you know, you've been on the same grid as me. How can you not say that?
Well, I mean, in our sorry, no, this comes across as arrogant, doesn't it? How did your round go? Because in our battle of the SimGrid commentators between me, you, and Chaz, who?
Well. Hang on. Firstly, I was absolutely terrible. I think I'd had about a day's practice on the turn card that we were using, but I think on race 1 I actually still beat Chaz, despite having it was a cavalcade of errors. So I fluffed the start. I managed to get a drive-through for track limits. I speeded in the pit lane for the drive-through. Didn't realise it was a stop-go, so erroneously did a drive-through for nothing. Did my stop-go, and then got another drive-through for track limits. So all in all, race 1 went well, and I still beat Chaz. So that is. And then race 2, I just realised I was so far off the pace. I was all by myself, so I just ended up deciding to go for a cup of tea instead, and called that a night at that point.
Well, I mean, if it makes you feel any better with race 2, despite Chaz having a great race, for anyone, by the way, we're talking about the Virtual Motorsports Online Touring Car UK Championship, where we were all battling it out. It was a bit of fun. Despite Chaz having a great race 2, he did get disqualified, so you still technically beat him in race 2 as well. So at least there's that. He picked the wrong tyres again.
What I will say is it was an amazing
drive, by the way.
Yeah, amazing fun, and yeah, definitely be. I literally obviously joined with 2 races to go. Really looking forward to being part of the next season. And it's nice because obviously with having such a high bar, like here at the SimGrid with all the championships, having a high bar is not a bad thing because it makes you want to improve. It makes you want to better yourself. It makes you want to be able to be on par. And that 41, that damage is still looking. I don't know if that's maybe the glitch where it desyncs. I think it probably is. but hopefully that car's back out. And to be honest, Mikhail Bykov doing a decent job of pulling back through the order into the top 20 with 3 hours left to go. That's a good shout.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to ask, if you're in their boat, what's the goal right now? What are you aiming for? Are you aiming to finish in the top 20? Are you aiming just to finish? I mean, that's the endurance spirit at the end of the day, isn't it? It's not necessarily about the position. It's about doing the race. It's about finishing the distance. And that's where you kind of have to ask yourself the question, what are you getting out of it right now? It's where some teams will just go, I'm not getting anything out of it, and that's when they pull out of the race. I can see it from both sides. I would, as much as it would be kind of harsh and stuff, I would genuinely understand if Simware.pro were like, no, we're pulling out of the race. I wouldn't like it, but I would, part of me would get it. You don't want to waste your time, blah, 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 blah. Respect to see them on the grid, respect to see them just getting on with it, just trying to get something out of it and seeing what positions they can find. You can tell that the car's not ace, and now that the 720 is battling it out with a couple of Bentleys, these aren't easy moves for the McLaren to make, because we know the Bentley's pretty sharp in a straight line and the McLaren slightly less so. It's not an easy move to make around a circuit which is almost entirely straight lines.
I really don't feel too good about this, Lewis. I just, when you watch something, you feel like you're on the build up to something really, really bad happening with the Bentleys here. And yeah, I've got to say, Apolloni really trying to get through, but can he thread the eye of the needle? Through the inside goes Mikhail Bykov. Oh, that was lovely.
Nice.
That was very, very nice. Out of nowhere as well, because he was under attack from Apolloni. And I've got to be honest, Bike has been a little bit mugged there. That
was a superb move. That is a driver knowing the absolute limit of their brakes. Really, really nice movers. We'll go back to Porius battling it out with Contagiannis. Obviously, we saw that great move from Porius on Millard, going down into the parabolica around the outside, hooked it up really, really nicely before they even got into the corner. Once again, we've seen the number 34 run wide out of the second Lesmo. It wasn't Contagiannis behind the wheel when we saw it running wide all those times ago. It was Gerardis behind the wheel at that point, but regardless, the car's had a couple of issues when it comes to the limits of the circuit, maybe feeling very confident with where the grip is in wet weather and even on the grass. We'll see though if Porius can get past at some point soon. Definitely not going to be into the parabolica this time though, but you can see, and this is what they will be very aware of. Just watch it as we come out of the parabolica here. Porius isn't just looking at Contagiannis, he's looking at Rabiti, he's looking at Berdasov in the distance, even looking a bit further down the road at Villa, at Balasan. All these cars that are not out of reach of this Merc right now. They are all in the region of probability of catching, as we'll go back to the VRS satellite racing team with Apolloni and Southall battling it out over 21st position. Apolloni's recently got by Bike in the 54 car. It wasn't Southall. Southall's a bit further back from this one, and now Apolloni is going to be defending down into T1. We'll hang on, although potentially might run wide here. Good to see, by the way, VRS satellite racing. Do like talking about this team, an excellent team in sim racing terms. See them normally racing elsewhere in RFAX 2 and little bits in odd places on iRacing. Now seeing them, I didn't know they raced on ACC. Maybe it's their first time racing over here, but good on them.
Yeah, fantastic to see. Of course, usually you see them. I believe VRS, it's usually Coanda.
Coanda is VRS, yes.
So again, great to see that it's stretching across multiple platforms and really, just getting stuck in wherever they are. And I was actually thinking about this the other day, Lewis, and I've got to be honest, I don't think I've ever been around a time with sim racing where across all of the different platforms there's been just such an excitement and a buzz to get involved with all of the different championships, from your grassroots community events. I really do think we're in the middle of one of our best golden ages of sim racing right now.
100%, absolutely. I mean, I've always I think most of us always done, especially the casual racer. You know, we've always enjoyed jumping between all the different simulators. You know, you've always enjoyed doing your bit of, well, obviously back in the day, you know, your bit of R Factor 1, maybe a little bit of game stock car, throwing in a bit of iRacing in there as well, with maybe Assetto Corsa when it came out, that kind of stuff. Hey, maybe even throwing back to NR 2003 every now and then, you know, for a bit of fun. That isn't the majority of like the competitive side of sim racing. It always used to be, this is an iRacing driver, this is an R-Factor driver, this is a Assetto Corsa driver, this is this is that, and they don't leave their simulator. It was not a thing. Whereas now in sim racing, you have to leave your sim. You can't just sit in one sim. It's about sim racing as a whole, especially with some of the championships that are up and coming over the next sort of 6-12 months. We're going to see a lot of these drivers and teams taking part across simulators, even for 1 or 2 championships that take part over multitudes of simulators. I love seeing it. I like seeing the sim racing community brought together as a sim racing community, not an iRacing or ACC or R-Factor community, just a community as a whole. And so it's great to see some of these teams. The team that we're focused on here, R8G, I mean, they race in all of the simulators. They race all over the place. Nice to see, say, like the RSL. I do always give them a bit of a shout out every now and then, because Matt Strand does a fantastic job running Satellite, and a team which I'm pretty sure, from memory, I remember reading a stat or something, or being told something about Satellite probably about 12 months ago, is that they were able to transition one of their sim drivers into, I think they're normally raced in the Formula 600, which is over in the States. I know Sven de Vries raced through Satellite to do that, but they were able to do a full season of this championship, whichever one it was, with one of their sim drivers. So they were essentially helping one of their sim drivers move into the real world, which is a fantastic step for a sim racing team, a sim racing organisation, to be able to give to one of their sim drivers. It's something that we're seeing slightly more commonly these days. It's still not common, but the opportunities to race in real cars. But it's nice to see that a team is able to kind of bridge that gap as well these days.
Yeah, it's been a weird one, because obviously it never used to be that way. You used to have, you know, the fans and drivers who were entrenched in their camp. So, you know, like you said, you'd have drivers for each individual platform and fans of each individual platform as well. But the lines are becoming so blurred now in terms of real life racing and sim racing as well, is that, you know, they're one and the same. And the way I've always tried to put it across is that, you know, you take any real motorsport fan, right, and any it doesn't matter if they're a real racer or a sim racer, they would be driving, they would be racing 24 hours a day, 7 days a week if they could. If they had the ability to do it, they wouldn't care if it was a real life race or a sim race or whatever. They just want to be competing out there on track. It's what makes them tick, it's what keeps their blood pumping through their veins. Racing is racing, and that's why so many people absolutely enjoy it. I've got to say a big shout out though to Pronominal on YouTube chat. We were on about the different platforms and
Speed.
Live for Speed. If you've never tried Live for Speed, honestly, I can't believe it still holds up to this day. You know, round Blackwood in the old little XF GTs and everything like that. And for me, I was obsessed with it. So 2004, 2005, I was on the Oval servers, and you know, there's nothing better. This was back before the days before GTA 5, so you're playing cops and robbers and city driving and all these other little mods as well in it. Yeah, I love Live for Speed. It's obviously, I mean, I think it's like a 1 or a 2 man development team, Skawin, that's behind the scenes doing that. But yeah, impressive to think. It may not have aged well in terms of graphics and things like that, but it will literally run on a potato. And as we see that, Oosterman going very, very wide out of the corner there, and yeah, we still kind of have a race going on here.
I've been dropped a couple of bits of info on LFS before. I've never driven it. A lot of my friends and stuff, you know, they're well up to date with LFS. I'm pretty sure there's still, even light, there is still some development happening on LFS even now, which is crazy. I mean, not recently, I mean, a few years ago they had Rockingham released onto it, if I remember correctly, which was a laser scanned Rockingham. From what I remember seeing the pictures and stuff, they've been, oh right, that's a bit of a weird one. But if you go to and ask any sim driver that's been around for 10 years, right? And I mean the sim drivers that are at the front of the grids as well, that have battled out for championships. I mean, even someone who races and recent British GT champion Dennis Lind, actually, because one of the people that I've spoken to about this. Obviously, he's been around in sim racing for 10 years or so, probably even, well, quite a bit longer than that, to be honest. And, you know, real world racing driver and all this. If you ask him what the best things to drive are, 9 times out of 10 they will say things like LFS, just because it was done so well. And it's proof that it's not that age isn't everything when it comes to a sim, because graphics and all that, of course, they get better with time. But physics are physics. It's unchanging. You don't have new technology that helps with the physics. Realistically speaking, you still have stuff. You know, it's the equation's still the same. It's just you can make it slightly more complicated now, and in some cases slightly overcomplicated now. So it's nice that it was done right a while ago. And sometimes I think we do need to take a little look back into the past and see how things are done right. Best rally game of all time. And as much as I do like myself a bit of Dirt Rally, I don't mind playing WRC games, have a bit of fun. Richard Burns Rally though,
yes,
it's still the best. It just is.
I can't possibly make too much comment as we see a yellow flag out for the 72 Renvelton Esports Blue machine at the second Lesmo corner. So rallying is something that is a bit alien to me. I've tried it. I can't do rallying. Like, my brain just can't comprehend how to do the cars and that. I love doing sim racing, but I, like say, just can't do it. But again, going back to RBR, when I have seen it, it's like the industry standard. It's like it's the R factor 2 of the rally world. It's the R factor 1, in terms of like being an older game that's still much revered. And it's nice to see though as well, because it's seen such love for a game that was developed so long ago and is still so fondly looked at by the community. It's fascinating, and again, it keeps that bar nice and high, because without these standards, we wouldn't have developers like Kunos trying to push every single thing with the likes of Assetto Corsa Competition and the original Assetto Corsa as well. Assetto Corsa Competition, I think, for me, it's almost criminal the way that it's been underlooked in certain terms, and the fact that it has nailed so many different things right in terms of like the graphics, the sound, the physics. There are so many things that a lot of the users would like to see implemented or done differently or things like that. But for the most part, out of the box, you look at some of the AAA games, sim racing games coming out now, and you're like, what is this? And you look at Assetto Corsa Competition, and it just absolutely hit the nail on the head so perfectly with GT3 racing, to the point now it's seen as the GT3 and GT4 racing game. Yeah,
I mean, I'm going to be totally honest about it, because I remember it back in when ACC first came out, and even last year, and I was told that by actually Mr. I think it was Mike Yow who told, it was Mike Yow. Yeah, there you go. It's in my ear. Fantastic. We all said that ACC was, it's fine for what it is, but it's never going to be anything. It's just going to be this game that people will forget. The users weren't, especially when it was released, the user amount wasn't that high. Wasn't much happening on it, and it was sort of like, it's a cool little party piece to be like, hey, look at how pretty this game is running on Unreal Engine 4, but people will forget about it and go back to using AC and R Factor 2 and all that stuff. Yeah, I was wrong. I'm fine. I am fine to admit that, and I will admit that live on air right now. I was completely wrong. ACC is growing constantly. Stuff's being added. It's fantastic for what it is. It's let's say it's a GT racer, but more importantly, it bridges a very important gap that no one else really does. The F1 games, sure, they kind of do it, but not really. But it's appealing to the console market, which is a market which is undervalued quite a lot by the sim racing community, because we're all elitist, let's be honest. We're all sat here on our big PCs being like all this and that, and we don't really think too much about the console community. But it's an enormous community. It's an enormous tap for the sim racing world for us to dig into one day, and it's sims that like this that bridge the gap, that take on the console market without dulling down the game, where you kind of need a few more like that, and ACC is the benchmark, at least in that category, because think of all the other games that kind of go cross-platform, run on consoles and PC. there's always a hit to the simulator side of it, and it's never really a simulator anymore.
Yeah, and on that note, as we see Alexa Mayer fighting it out with Thiago Loero in the 777 machine, and yeah, going to have to think better of that. But again, just coming back to it, obviously I've got a lot of fond memories with sim racing and a lot of the different sims that I've used. But ironically, some of my most enjoyable moments, my most fun moments, have not come from sims at all. I look to doing I'm thinking of Gran Turismo 2, and that is a 100 lap race of, it was like San Francisco or Seattle or something like that, and going on Project Gotham Racing 2, and rocking around on the original Xbox, rocking around the streets of Edinburgh to beat 106. That's the things that stay with me, because I enjoyed them, and they kind of leave a mark. And I think that now we're at a stage where or at least we need to be, more importantly, at the stage where if you're playing real racing on your mobile, or you're playing Forza or Gran Turismo Sport, because what we have been guilty of is we're massively guilty of being on a pedestal and looking down on other people that we don't see worthy. But at the end of the day, the simple fact is that whether you're on your mobile or you're on a console or you're in your PC and your £6,500 sim rig, we're all sitting pretending to do something that we all absolutely love, and that should be the one thing that all brings us together.
Yeah, there was there was a competition on Real Racing 3 recently. I don't know if anyone has seen the lap that FDA Esports put on Twitter of taking part in one of the competitions around Monza on Real Racing 3, obviously a mobile game, and the lap was pretty hilarious because was cutting over all of the chicane and stuff, but I kind of see it as a sort of a positive. Don't get me wrong, the track limits were ignored, but they were following the track limits of what was given in the game on Real Racing 3. They were following the race. Now this is someone who probably can't, or say probably, that is very arrogant, hold back on that one, that might not be able to afford to take part in sim racing as a whole and only has a mobile phone or whatever, but you can still go racing. There's an opportunity somewhere, and maybe one day you can then transition in. So there is opportunities for everyone in the sim racing world. Let's focus back though on the race at hand right now, as we'll see this battle between Mayer and Lorio, who's been off down the road a little bit in that 777 car recently. Obviously had a yellow flag out in the Rettifilio not too long ago, and now is under an awful lot of pressure from a fellow Aston Martin behind. Also, whilst we can update, it was worth the appeal, by the way, for Dennis Schoeniger, because the number 9 car appeals the drive-through penalty for contact with the number 41. Race Control have looked into it. It's been lowered. But it's been lowered to 15 seconds, which doesn't sound like much, but still, 5, 6, 7 seconds. I think it's 23, 25 seconds in pit lane around here, something in that vein. That's a 10-second save. So we were wrong.
Well, they better go and get a lottery ticket tonight, because I think they were very, very lucky with that one. It looked clear cut. And again, this is why I enjoy doing the commentary part, Lewis, because obviously, let's say we're not anything to do with race control, and we get to talk about that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not so sure about that one. It looked kind of clear cut, but they're the ones with all the access to the replays, the angles, the telemetry, and we just sit here watching the feed and talking about it. So yeah, they've obviously made the decision based on what happened there. All I'm scared of is the number 41 coming in, and the number 41 fan club coming in and giving us hell for it.
Well, you've got to think of it this way, is that Race Control always have a lot of data and stuff, and when you appeal an incident, it's not as if you're going, I want a second look at it. It's you're wanting, Race Control expect a reason to appeal. It's not hearsay. There is a fact that has been missed. And it's why maybe I'm suggesting something in the form of connection or maybe data that was actually on their side that they can see, that they can then reveal to Race Control to be like, look, this is what happened. These were our steering inputs or whatever in that instant. This is exactly what happened on our end. Could you take another look at it, please, with this data in mind? And then Race Control take a second look. It's why when 9 times out of 10 when Race Control get an appeal, it'll be opinion rather than fact. They're not looking for anything subjective. They only want objective fact. What is your reason to appeal? And so clearly on that one, they were shown something which has given them the decision to reduce the penalty down to 15 seconds. So agree or disagree? Like I say, I mean, I'm kind of in your boat, at least where from the way that we saw it, that I still maintain it probably should be a drive-through. It's pretty clear-cut what happened. But it's been reduced to 15 seconds. The penalty is still there. They are still told off very much so from doing it. But it is reduced slightly. So, you know, all's fair on that part from Dennis Schoeniger's point of view, and now can really focus on getting past Osterman.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And the other thing, actually, you mentioned here, or something I didn't even consider, is the fact that, you know, on their side, on their client, that might have been a very, very different incident. Of course, many of these drivers now streaming, so all it takes is for a link to be sent and a little clip to be made, and yeah, you've got your evidence. But you're absolutely spot on when you say that it's you've got to have a reason for appealing. You've got to have something like a counter argument that you're trying to prove on that. You can't just say, oh well, I don't agree with that. That doesn't fly. So yeah, but Mark Balzer here coming into Parabolica with just 3 hours left to go. We've hit the halfway point in the race, Lewis, and I'm really, really curious now to see what is happening with the weather, because the track's now gone from wet to damp. Yeah. And now what do we do here? Because I think we're about half an hour, 20 minutes, half an hour away from pit stops, scheduled pit stops. Is the track going to last enough for that? I don't think it is.
No, but I think, you know, half hour, 10 minutes. Oh, let's have a look down the inside, though, was the move of Simonini down the inside, trying to stick that one. It is a three-way fight here in the 457, just trying to get past the 33 of Baltzar. Might well just about do it, but Retronic Racing with Unicorns of Love just managed to cut back in front of the opposing R8 and just manages to hold on position. But Simonini's not done yet, looks back down the inside, going to try and commit to it. Simonini's going to fire it in up and over the curb with a little bit of a dink on the exit as well. Does get past Mark Balzer and is able to focus now on Hetich as well. With the conditions, we are expecting this track to dry up. Rain is expected to stop in about 10 minutes time. The drying process might take a little bit of time, but the temperature around about 18 degrees might be all right on track to warm up a little bit, dry up the circuit a bit. Does look as though the circuit, and yes, you can see there, top right of your screen, it does seem as though the rain has stopped now with 3 hours, or 2 hours 55 if you want to be pedantic about it, 2 hours 54:40 if you really want to be pedantic about it, left to go in this race. Yellow flag back out, that is the 63 that has pulled the yellow flag out down at Ascari. Looks like we're going to be heading for a dry track, David.
Oh, this is starting to get exciting. Look at, I mean, it's already starting to go different shades now as the rain has stopped, and that track will very, very quickly dry up indeed. Now, what worries me is the fact that now that means that Eamon Murphy, is, as much as he has done already, 35 seconds up the road, that McLaren is going to absolutely light up and burst into life, and then suddenly, well, pretty much, I wouldn't be surprised if he puts everybody a lap down at this pace with the way that's going. I mean, I'm struggling to believe that we have only got, 10 cars on the lead lap. That is just ridiculous pace from Eamon Murphy and Yasheed Pirelli. And I've got to be honest, with the way that this Spa went for them and some of the other championships have gone for them, they deserve this. They deserve the good luck that they're getting just now. Long may it continue, and it's a great, great performance from them.
Look, they're driving again very, very well, and this comes down to a little bit of the position that Eamon Murphy was able to take over the car, i.e., no pressure, get on with it, have a good time, mate. Drive your heart out. With the way things are, with the stint lengths and stuff, with them being, you know, maybe an extra 5-10 minutes left on the stints, this is not bad with it drying up. If it just dries up enough, this is the transition point. You know, you're going to hope the track dries up just a little bit more, so the next pit stop you make is 100% no doubt moving on to slick tyres. If they have to pit now, if they have to pit in the next sort of 5 minutes, things are a little bit more complicated. Things are a little bit more grey, a little bit more uncomfortable. As things stand, we're about 10 laps away for Eamon Murphy to be entering the pit lane. James Baldwin was doing 33 lap stints. Eamon Murphy on lap 23 of this stint at the moment, so potentially another 10 laps, potentially another 20 minutes left of this stint, which is plenty of time for this circuit to dry up. So I don't think anyone is going to struggle with this transition period.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely spot on that one. It's the timing of it. All they have to do is maybe just do a little bit of an early stop. 3 hours left to go. There's plenty of time to get their other drivers into this. Yeah, it's just going to be a case of how this goes down. But you're already seeing Eamon Murphy, I don't know if you noticed there, Lewis, already straight over to the right-hand side, getting the tyres into any available wet patches. We see Dennis Schoeniger up the inside of Oosterman. So that is third position done and dusted for the number 9, but it's all about the exit of the second Lesmo here. That Aston Martin is hounding that Audi as much as it can, but yeah, this is a bit tight here.
Yeah, and I think Dennis Schoeniger is going to try and back out of this and just drop back in line behind Osterman, as is quite close running down, and thankfully there was no side-by-side contact running down into Ascari this time. A lot of the driving offline, by the way, is obviously to partially cool the tyres, but also the other side of it is to try and dry the track a little bit more. It's just try and get rid of some of that water that's just sat there. Yes, the cooling is part of it, but when you consider you're going to have to get past a lot of traffic, you're going to have to try and make some overtakes. You want the offline to be as dry as possible as well. It's not just about the racing line itself, because if you kind of negate drying the offline, and it kind of stays pretty damp, when you try and go for a move, you're going for a nice trip in a straight line down towards whatever car you're trying to overtake. You've got to be careful with it. But, there is obviously a lot of the tyre cooling and such being a part of it, because I know they're going to want to take these tyres as deep as possible to try and extend their stints and keep them where they are. Aporius, though, going for a move. Spotted him trying to make this move stick a couple of times down the inside of Contillanes, and has made that position up the road. So nice move there from Aporius. Brilliant.
I hate to say it, but the track is it's dry. You saw there just up the inside. Oh, and Schoeniger again trying to fight with the Oosterman there. Get the cracking exit from the chicane here, and this is going to end in tears before bedtime. You just know it, don't you?
No, come on, I think they're doing all right. They've been very, very close, but that was okay. Beautifully judged, by the way, by Osterman to get back in line without making contact with the rear of the Audi of Dennis Schoeniger. Seen that one happen a few times, of trying to judge getting back in line whilst just clipping behind the rear wheels and then spinning the car out in front. In fact, as we've seen that earlier on in this race. And then the aftermath he got pretty angry about. Either way, this move finally done by Dennis Schoeniger. But remember, once comes into pit lane to flick onto some nice dry tyres and get on with the rest of this race, the RHG Esports car will have to remain stationary in pit lane for a further 15 seconds from that point. So will drop back behind Osterman again. So it was almost I wouldn't say a pointless move, just trying to get on with it, try and build a bit of a gap. So rather than it being 15.6 seconds, it might well be 14, 13 seconds even to try and close down to get past the Aston Martin once more.
I'm just having a look at the lap times here, and I think I'm still thinking we're about 3-4 seconds off of the qualifying pace that we had earlier on. So I honestly think if you're further down and you're a couple of seconds behind, pit now, get dry tyres on, and just absolutely chomp away at the time, because as long as everyone is staying out on these tyres, and the times will come down, but then they'll start going the other way as the tyres start to overheat. There's a lot of time I think could be made here on some slick tyres.
And it doesn't put you insanely off strategy if you were to pit. Now that's kind of the normal issue with kind of pitting a little bit early, is that you're dragged wildly off strategy. In this, yes, you'd be dragged maybe 10-15 minutes off, which sounds wild, but you kind of have to think about it with the amount of pit stops left to go in the race. Whilst your final stop would still be a bit longer than everyone else's, fair enough, you can gain an awful lot more to counteract that at this point in the race. There is still 2 pit stops left to go in this race, and that'll be the same for everyone. They'll still have to do 2 pit stops, and realistically speaking, I'm with you. I'd genuinely be thinking of taking a bit of a gamble. That said, if we're running around 3 seconds, off of that kind of time, off of the time where we were kind of expecting to run anyway, then that means that when you pit and go onto the slicks, you've really got to lap on the limit, maybe only a second, 2 seconds a lap faster than everyone else. Is it enough to take the risk? Yes, it sounds great, but it can be very easily countered. So it's kind of an easy decision, but at the same time, it can be overthought very, very easily. You kind of just need to go with your heart and just go, I'm going to pit now, I'm going to try and gain something.
Yeah, well, it looks like we've got 2 cars in the pits just now. Then 22 Zansho Sim Sport, that was Will Dendy behind the wheel of that one. They've gone into pit lane. So is the 166 Beetle Simracing.de by Warshirt's machine. So let's keep an eye on them, Lewis, and see what their lap times are as they come out of pit lane after you've got to imagine changing 100% onto slicks here.
Yeah, you've got, I mean, if you're going on to anything else right now, I'd be very, very confused, concerned, and potentially even saying goodbye to right now, because it's not the right time to do so. By the way, Hettich and Simonini continue to battle it out over 5th position in the 77 and the 457 as we roll a bit further down the order to a battle. We have seen a fair few times Simware.pro versus Team Fordzilla Bel Hassan against Murdasov, and we've seen this one a couple of times. We've seen them go side by side down into the Ratifilio a good couple of times. Let's see if we can see it once more, taking the defensive wetter line, the damper line from Fordzilla, holding that tighter line into the Parabolica. The 66 should be able to hang on from the 42. We've seen them make contact here a couple of times though, and that time no contact. Position is held by Bel Hassan, who just comes straight into the pit lane for Team Fordzilla. There is someone a bit further up the order then that is taking your gamble.
Interested to see then if what the number 66 can do for Bel Hassan there for Team Fordzilla HE. I think this is it. I think this is the time now, because the track has gone from damp to greasy, and yeah, it's definitely time to make the move, get the slicks on, and see exactly what you can do. I'll keep an eye on the number 22 just making his way around just now of Will Dendy. I think Will's still in the car just now, but he's the first one out on the slicks, and it'll be impressive to see. I'm looking to see immediately going under 150. If he does go under 150, probably even 148, yeah, 100%. I mean, that's already, 4 or 5 seconds that he's taken off of. It's Luca Berk actually behind the car, sliding a little bit just now as it's trying to keep the temperature in just now. But if he can do under a 149, I think, 148, then yeah, it's definitely time to go.
Yeah, let's just see how they're darting around. Look at this from behind with the Prime Racing car that's just trying to lap the Zansho Sim Sport car. There's contact between the two of them behind, though. They've come together. They've both skipped over the chicane, and Simonini not able to get by Hettich. They were tight there. I mean, the Zansho car was just trying to basically stay out of the way of the battle, and as they were battling, as Hettich was trying to hold Simonini behind the back marker, just got a little bit clumsy, got caught on each other, both went straight on. I mean, it could have been a lot worse. A bit too tight there racing, and like I say, with a back marker in the middle, you have to take another look at that one. Either way, the Nissan, the 823, is into the pit lane, as well as the number 33 Retronic Racing Unicorns of Love car by Baltzar into the pit lane. So a few other takers to the pit lane. This order could be looking very different momentarily. Yeah,
it very much could. I'm a little bit concerned with that move there. I think that Sven Hettich, it looked, certainly from what I saw, that Hettich, under braking, that car basically moved into the line of Simonini behind him. Simonini didn't have anywhere he could go. It was kind of, you're as far over to the right hand side as you possibly can be. Yeah, it's a difficult one, but we'll leave that to race control. We're going to get an answer though very, very shortly, although the 22 could have been quite considerably caught out with those two cars arguing in front of him. So we'll give it a look.
Oh, hello.
And that's Osterman. Is that a back marker that he's hit there?
Yeah, that one's one of the Bentleys there that's just holding down the order. Not sure which one it is, but either way, not ideal there for Osterman to come across. That'll have cost him a fair amount of time to Dennis Joniger to the tune of 2.5 seconds as these two will continue to battle it out. I don't think race control will take much of a look at it. I think that it's just dealt with being like, yeah, that's fine. It is what it is. They're just racing, just hard stuff. Either way, Hetic still ahead of Simonini are going to continue as Lucas Kreutzer is into the pit lane. Eamon Murphy continues to lead from George Boothby. The 149 plays the 150 at the moment, and all things looking very, very good for Yaz Heat that are running 1 and 2 right now here at Monza, and whether that's going to hold for the next 2 hours 40 minutes, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, the question would be, David, as to what setups have you been running? We've had a bit of a dry start to the race, dry qualifying, wet race throughout a majority of the last 3 hours. Now we are talking about a potentially dry all the way to the end of the race from this point. We don't fully know, but it's going to definitely be dry, at least for the next while.
My concern is that Eamon Murphy and George Boothby about 3/4 of a second slower than 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th place behind them, and it's not like Murphy has got traffic in front of him, so maybe he's just trying to conserve tyres, maybe he's just easing off a bit, or has he used too much of them? That's what we'll have to find out. In terms of our drivers on dry tyres, it wasn't a good lap for the number 22, that last lap round there, for Luca Berk at 1:54.8, but again he was caught up by the Giorgio Simonini having a little scrap there, so we'll find out, because Luca Berk just about to come across the line just now to complete his lap. It's not impressive. It's a 1:53.7, so it's not that time that we thought it was going to be.
No, because I think, like I was kind of saying earlier, that I think the wet tyres are lapping too quickly at the moment for there to be a major gain from switching over. Let's see what Eamon Murphy does. Is he into the pit lane this time? But I did kind of think that was a bit of a tighter line. That is in about 10 minutes earlier, 8 minutes earlier, 4 laps anyway, earlier than where we were kind of expecting Eamon Murphy in the 149 Yaz Heat car to come into the pit lane. So it is a touch short. The lap times that were being run, by the way, to carry on from your point, were in the mid to high 1:52s, where Dennis Schoeniger in the R8G car that was directly behind it at number 9 was running around in the 1:51s. Last lap time was a 1:51.8. So it is going quite considerably faster. The 150, though, interestingly enough, is staying out on the racetrack, though. So that will now assume the race lead here at Monza.
Yeah, certainly will. We've got a yellow flag out for the number 11. That's the Vipperman Racing machine that's out there just now. We've got another yellow flag at the moment, so I'm trying to figure out what that is now. If we've got a car in pit lane that's disconnected, because we'll keep an eye on that, because the leader's just out the pits as well, Eamon Murphy. In fact, Eamon Murphy's still in the pit lane, just come out now, so he's obviously out of any issue there, but We'll have to keep an eye on that, because it's the 35 BHK esports machine of Alessandro Apolloni that is disconnected. So, Lewis, 2.5 hours almost left to go here, and it's an interesting dynamic that's been added as Dennis Schoeniger takes that second place.
Yeah, obviously that's got a 15-second time penalty. Osterman's a fair way back, so Yaz Heat have built themselves a really good gap. Will be bigger than where it is, of course, but it's not insurmountable in the remaining time left in this race, as Simonini's got to the inside going through Curva Grande to try and clear Hetic. Right now in the Prime E Racing Aston Martin. Let's see if Simonini can continue that move. Heavy on the brakes, trying to make this one stick around the outside as we go side by side. They go side by side, and Simonini picks up the position, is up into that 5th place. Took a good few attempts to get by Hetic. Finally is made, and a nice little move as we'll focus our attention on the move between Bike and Lucas Kreutzer, I believe that is, who's directly behind in that Porsche, who's been into the pit lane, and so they are just going to battle this one out over what is 11th spot, and you kind of get the feeling that Kreutzer should be passing quite soon based on his speed.
Yeah, You really, really do think. I've got to be honest. I think the 149 at Eamon Murphy. I think this is now a great move for him to come in. Now we're starting to see the slick tyres really starting to ratchet up the pace. They're now matching the fastest of the wet weather tyres, and I think it's only going to get faster now as the track goes to greasy condition. But Dario Bike under all sorts of pressure here from Lucas Kreuzer. Then there's a car coming out pit lane, and Dario Bike has to take evading action. Though it's going to be the run down to turn 1. The Porsche doesn't have enough to catch up to the Bentley up in front, takes a wider line, and that Bentley compromised on the exit there. Surely this is going to be nice and easy for Lucas Kreuzer through that second corner there, that long right-hander, but the Bentley has the power. It absolutely tears down that back straight there, but Lucas Kreuzer still on the inside there for what is going to be the first of 2 chicanes, but has to think better of it. Oh, he's still got his nose in. He gets the move done, and to me the Bentley just kind of backed out of that.
Yeah, kind of saw that the Porsche was alongside, and that, to be honest, sometimes I do like seeing, in the sense of it's someone who knows that this move is not worth fighting that hard for. Backed out of it, allowed them all to continue, and they all get to sing sweet lovelies and get on with the rest of the day. As Tsodakis now behind the TF Racing Souvlaki car, and trying to close up to the rear end of that SOP Ferrari that's just ahead of the 150 Porsche. By the way, whilst we've all been waffling on, there has been a few pitters as well. I did see that Boothby and Schoeniger were both into the pit lane from further up the grid, I do believe. I don't know if Boothby's actually been in the pit lane, if my eyes have deceived me on that one. Definitely Dennis Schoeniger has been into the pit lane, so at least there has been that ticked off. We are deep in that pit lane sequence. Boothby has been into the pit lane, so kind of what we were expecting to see. Yaroslav Honzik, though, Jardier takes over the 150. They've moved down, though, into 5th position, so a pretty slow pit lane sequence there as to what's happened to the second and the 2 Yazid cars. That's interesting.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one, and we're also trying to find out what is what's happening, because obviously the 77 hasn't pit. So I think what will happen is, once the cars all cycle round, 71 will go obviously further down, and I think the 149 actually won't have lost all that much time to third place. So we'll see how that all pans out as Boothby is cycling down the order now.
But we have to keep our eye, of course, on Eamon Murphy's pace right now, which on the previous lap was a 1:51.8. Dennis Schoeniger obviously had a 15-second time penalty, which has now been served. So it was a drive-through that was lowered to a 15-second time penalty. Being told, though, that Osterman is potentially having a penalty dished out his way as well. It looks like it's going to be a 15-second time penalty. There we have 15 seconds for the number 71 for contact between themselves and the 54. So that's very, very interesting. The 54 being the slow racing team. Interesting that I mean, they're going to have to serve that penalty on the next pit stop. So they're not going to be serving that penalty for about an hour and 5 minutes anyway. So that's one that's a bit further down the road. I wonder if they'll appeal that, but we haven't seen the incident, so don't know.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. But pit stops now coming fast and frantically, and pace-wise, they're still not. Well, saying that actually, Hamza Bil Hussein has now gone pretty much fastest in the past 2.5 hours. Did a 1:51.1, so that is well and truly up there. Compared with some of the cars out in front of him, so it could start to see some of the times come flying down. Eamon Murphy doing a 1:51.0, so yeah, this is now, the track is definitely starting to change over as we see Boris Desprez for the virtual drivers by TX3 machine getting it kind of all wrong at turn 1. So with 2.5 hours left to go in the race here, is just watching the cars behind him. I think that is actually is that Luke Addison that is in the 23 behind him. That's the GTWR RHG Academy green machine taking over from Angelo Tuzzi and potentially hand over shortly to Tariq Adam. But Lewis, just want to get your thoughts. 2.5 hours left to go. Now the track is almost completely dry. I mean, it's you know, you'd never think that we'd have had all of that issues earlier on.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a very swift developing circuit. I mean, we said before, it's kind of slow. The weather can be a bit slow to happen, but then obviously when it does, it really goes and ramps up quite quick. I would prefer, this is, you know, a bit harsh, whatever. I would prefer an ACC if we had a faster transitioning weather, i.e. it goes into wet quicker than it does and comes out. Like the rain should stop, you know, sometimes quite quickly. I mean, we live in a country where it does happen everywhere else as well, but you know, it's one of those things that we like to classify as one of those British things that's really not. Where you get one of those days where it's intense, heavy rain, heavier than you've ever seen it, and then it's sunny. It's like, wait, what? How? I want to see that. But also, I don't think the wet lingers enough offline. Because right now we should have some wet weather offline, but we need a bit more of that because the whole track's just dry now. If you were to,
a bit more of a gradual transition, you mean?
Yeah. Like I say, I think there should be a drying line that lingers a bit more because the track should be wet offline right now. Either way, we are on a different type of racetrack than we were over the last couple of hours, and the drivers need to adjust to it in the same level that you'd expect. And finding that limit once again is actually quite difficult because you kind of have to tell yourself, yes, I know you've been braking at the 50-meter board for this corner for the last hour, but now you don't even have to brake that much. You can just lift going through this corner and all that kind of stuff. Like telling your brain to do those kind of bits is actually surprisingly difficult because you can get just caught up in the race and in the rhythm maybe a little bit too much. You need to be able to be adaptive as we're focused on the VRM racing car that made contact with the number 41 a fair way earlier in the race. Speaking of the 41, by the way, in its recoveries back up the grid, Bykov is inside the top 20 now ahead of Rabiti and is kind of close to the train ahead. Also post pit stop, thankfully the desync issues have been sorted and we can actually get a good look at this car without it being damaged and broken still. I mean, you gotta say it's a massive shame for the 41 though, for the SimWed.Pro team that really are looking at this day thinking we should have had more. And to be honest, they should have had more. It's not their fault.
Yeah, but it's just the way that it crumbles sometimes. Unfortunately, it's a difficult one to stomach for sure for them. But ultimately, you're going to have races that go your way. You're going to have them that don't. What I did notice though is James de Havilland with that desync, the front of that car looks absolutely atrocious. And Lewis, you know, when we use terms, you know, jargon quite a lot with desync, so just for those that maybe aren't familiar with it, when we say that, what are we talking about when we talk about desync?
It's a somewhat of a disconnection or a slow amount between the server, between basically the computers all communicating with each other. There's a delay somewhere and then some bit of information's gone wrong, i.e. I'm driving on my computer, and if I'm having desync to the server or the server's not seeing it quite correctly, it might assume that I've made contact with another car and that I've got a broken car, and so it will display a broken car. Despite me on my end driving the car, my car's fine. There is no issue with the car, and it's why sometimes when you see damaged cars, it's not always the case they're damaged. And this doesn't happen that much in ACC. It is fairly typical in a couple of other simulators where you'll visually see damage appearing on cars when there hasn't been any. Normally in ACC, if you see damage on a car, there has been damage on the car and it has been repaired in the pit lane, but the desync comes from the server not telling you if it's actually... Oh, that was a bit of a moment there. It's been repaired in the pit lane and the server's just not gone, yes, it's been repaired in the pit lane. The next time you come in, it'll then show up and look fine. But it's just a slow connection between those two things that kind of... Basically, it's just a line of code that's just gone for a walkies. And we just need to find it once again. And eventually, you know, it heals, it sits, it does what it's supposed to do, it rolls over. Just needs a little bit of time, and sometimes it takes a couple of pit stops for that to come in. But rest assured, over their previous stint, I am pretty sure that SimWed.Pro car was repaired. We just didn't see it visually.
There you go, the more you know, ladies and gentlemen. But the 823, just to catch up on something I spotted there, the Rebel Racing team, a bit of a yellow flag out of Ascari. And that Ascari chicane is you know, it is quite the epicenter of a lot of cars spinning, and usually 9 times out of 10, Lewis, completely by themselves, and you know, most of the case it's because they've touched the curb on the inside, which unsettles the car, isn't it?
Well, I mean, GT cars, let's be honest, they're not supposed to take on curbs. They still do. They still absolutely lob over them. But for the most part, they're not designed to be thrown over curb again and again and again. It's actually kind of one thing that we don't see too much replicated in the sim racing world. Something that I kind of wish we had back from the LFS drivers will love me for throwing this one back. There was something in LFS that I do know of where there was suspension wear, i.e. if you take too much of the curbs over and over again, your suspension will break, and too right, should do. I'd like to see that. I want to see more of that. I'd like to see that replicated in ACC. Just let's see if we can break some people's suspension and then see them not throw over the curb. I think it would actually help in some degrees when it comes to cars spinning, because if you know that you touch the curb, you get damage. You don't touch the curbs, you don't actually spin, because you're kind of rolling in the tightrope of jumping between. You're a bit more cautious and a bit more careful. But yeah, going back to your point anyway, before I waffle on about random stuff which no one cares about, Ascari, as well as quite a few of the corners around here, they tend to bite purely because the curbs around here on some corners, the second Lesmo is a great example, Ascari is a great example, the second curb for the Rogier, the De La Rogier chicane, a great example. The curbs are raised, they're quite high, especially with the sausage curbs and stuff, and that can just pitch the car around, and it pitches around so fast that there's no, it just went round there. It's instant. There's no saving it. It's just done. It's gone.
Yeah, before you realise it's happening, it's happened. So there's nothing you can do about it, and usually you're a passenger in your own accident there. Yeah,
I mean it's where I tend to drive in front wheel drives, mate. You can, if ever you take too much curb, just slam that throttle down. Just absolutely hold it to the floor. Were you in a front wheel drive or a rear wheel drive? Well, I
was in Civic, so I would have been.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. So
nice.
It was a baptism of fire, because obviously you quite used to the GT3s, so it's a different kettle of fish, but very, very enjoyable experience. And again, it gives you an appreciation. Just talking about suspension damage, I was actually down at Silverstone yesterday for Motorsport Days Live, and that actually happened to one of the cars. Somebody had taken out one of the TCR cars and it's clattered one of the sausage curbs and had actually taken out the front right suspension on the car. And it does actually make me wonder, because we've gone on about the difference between the reality being blurred between sim racing and real racing, but that's one thing that I think hasn't been fully replicated or fully brought in terms of like the awareness about damage and how quickly you can really cause issue to your machine. So like in real racing, it's very easy to put the steering alignment out, and I've not really seen a game that replicates having to drive rounds with your steering wheel driving about 90 degrees to the left.
Yeah, it's like I say, we get little bits of this in sim racing, for example. I mean, we do have some form of wear. It's more in the form of engine wear, though, which only comes from downshifting. Now, I'm not talking about the idea of having random events where your car might just break for no reason, because I know that happens in motorsport. There is always a reason, but there are those sort of slight random failures that I don't actually agree with happening in sim racing, because we have our own random failures, disconnections, computer failures, hardware failures, etc. Those are our random bits, but not looking after the car, i.e. suspension and engine and those kind of things. Those things should be replicated. Here's a move from Chaldakis going around the outside of Szymanski. Nearly made that one stick, and the SOP car's going to go straight on anyway, and finally TF Racing, Zuvlaki are through. Szymanski just making that mistake of his own volition after a nice little attempt there from Chaldakis, and does make that position up into 17th spot.
How did that happen? Szymanski had that corner every day of the week, and then just
Too much
decided,
throttle.
just decided I'm going to go and build sandcastles, just straight off into turn one. But look, I mean, 2.5 hours left to go in the race. It's mistakes like that that potentially could be on the verge of pushing that Ferrari out of the top 20 here.
Look, a 6-hour race, a race of this length is kind of, it's the most middle ground endurance race. A 3-hour race we know is a sprint, right? It's just got endurance as a title. It's still a sprint race. 12 hours, 24 hours, they're endurance races. The 6 and the 8s, though, those are the ones that bite you, because they're just in the middle. They're not really an endurance. They're not really a sprint. They're just in the middle, which you'd normally go, oh, well, they're 50-50 with both. No, they're 100% of both. They are both an endurance and a sprint race. You have to do your 2-hour stint, in this race. It's 2 hours, 43 hours, whatever it is, in an 8-hour. You have to do your stint to perfection. It has to be on the very, very limit. And when you're pushing that hard, brain fade is a thing. Attention is a thing. You can lose concentration and stuff. I get the feeling that from Szymanski.
Mikhail Bykov, now he is trying to catch up to the back of Hubert Szymanski there, and to be honest, not looking too far away from actually getting that move done. Whereas we see the 171 then of Alessandro Iadicola for Racing Point, but. Yeah, this is awesome stuff. 2 hours 20 left to go, and to be honest, this is looking very, very good for the 149 Yasik Pirelli team. We've not really seen too much of them, and usually that means that's a good thing.
It's an interesting livery, that one. I'll say that. I'm pretty sure that's just the Lion King on the side, but
it is. Dan Handover was questioning about that earlier. He thought that was something else that was on it, and then. There was the whole conversation about it. He thought it was a Halloween one.
I can get it because of the orange. Yeah, the orange.
Yeah, and then somebody in chat had said, "Well, yeah, it's going to be scary if you're a wildebeest and it's the Lion King." And I was like, "That's a bit of a stretch."
Yeah, no, it's an interesting livery. This is the thing, is that love championships like this where we get to see different ones. Obviously, typically and stuff, when we've commentated on so many of these championships and stuff. You do tend to see the same liveries over and over again. It's like, oh, there's an R8G, there's a Coanda, there's a this, there's a that. Yep, that's that. You know what they look like by now. That's why I say when we see things like the newer livery for Simware.pro, it's like, oh, there you go. There's a new livery for you, or a livery for a different team. Like seeing them every now and then, just to give you a little bit of spice. And why not? Why not? I always agree there. I think that. There's one team that does it better than most, which is actually Biela Racing on iRacing. They tend to have it's the same. The core livery is always the same. It's always this. It's black, blue, and yellow. It's always the same. But if you look closely when they're doing special events, there's nods to the track, like whether it's even a track map or whether it's bits of the language of the country they're racing in, and bits of like culture, and they put them on there, just light bits, nothing major, nothing obvious, only if you look close. And I think that is an amazing touch, and I wish more teams did that. Obviously sometimes there's not a way to do it in certain leagues and stuff, because you have to constantly submit a livery every round, and it is also a lot of work, but it's I like the little touches, and like I said, I like hidden things on the livery, so you get that little extra bonus for having a look round. Sneak some Pepes onto some liveries. Come on.
I'm conflicted on that one. I mean, is the world ready for more Pepes in sim racing?
Well,
do you think the liveries can handle such kick?
There was one that Matt Richards did, who a bit of a livery designer, does stuff for Rocket Sim Sports and Zancho. Pepe, just right there, only if he flipped. I thought it was fantastic. That is a proper hidden gem, in my opinion. I'm pretty sure it did actually race with that. It just never rolled. I
don't even know where to go with that conversation, I'll be honest with you, Lewis. But I think it is though, because it's one and the same thing. Obviously, internet humour, internet culture, and sim racing as well. You know, we're all hanging about on the same place on Facebook and Reddit and all that sort of thing. And I think it comes across. But one other thing that I want to touch on, just that you mentioned about liveries as well, is the fact that, you know, like VRS look the same, Coanda look the same, you know, Simware.pro, they'll have this look. But that is an important step for them, isn't it? Because obviously with these teams building themselves as brands, they're doing it for the point that they want to be recognisable. So when you see that blue and the black, you think, oh, that's Simware.pro. Whereas for me, I actually think that the new Simware.pro resembles a lot of the old Yaz Heat livery, the old the teal and black on that. But again, it's these colour schemes and these designs that make you think, that make your brain associate with that brand. And again, I think it just shows how commercial and how serious these teams are starting to take sim racing.
Oh yeah, especially with t-shirts and stuff. You know, every team. I mean, for anyone who managed to venture out to Sim Expo at the Nürburgring a good month ago, whenever it was, you'll have seen that plenty of the sim racing teams had their own t-shirts and stuff. Did bump into Michael Hamlet that day as well. Had a good chat. And the Unicorns of Love, they had all of their team was in branded gear. You meet any of the Williams guys, all of them are in branded gear. R8G, branded gear. Red Bull, branded gear. All of them are in official branded stuff. I think it's fantastic. It's it's not the kind of t-shirt that you could walk around town in, because you just sort of like, wait, what's that? And you go, it's my sim racing team. And they go, okay, sure thing, mate. But in a sim expo, or somewhere like that, a meeting point, a culmination of a team, it's great to have that. And like you say, branding is so important these days. I mean, to be honest, every time I see the SOP car, no disrespect to them, but I do always think, oh, is that a Unicorns? No, it's not a Unicorns of Love car. Never mind. The colours are representative, the design is representative of the team, and a lot of the teams don't change it. R8G changed their livery every year, or at least they have done the last 3 years. They used to be white with blue and then the orange highlights. Then last year they were a dark blue, and I think this year they're closer to a black. They've been getting darker and darker as each year's gone on. It's much more of a dark livery now. Actually, couldn't be honest, I don't really like it that much. As much as I used to. I preferred the last year's one where they were a little bit brighter, but they change their livery each year, but you can still recognise it as an R8G. As now we're going to see the number 77. That was probably about the easiest move that we're going to see of the day. Narwoth getting past Hartveld pretty easily there in GTWR, not put up a fight.
Oh, hang on a minute. I've just seen something. Have a look at the weather. Half an hour. We've got a little bit more rain coming. So after the track is dried, after it's got nice and dry and fast, it's going to get a little bit damp again. Oh, and that Audi was very late into the corner there. Chris Hartveld almost unpolitely nuking Nicholas Nilroth there. So, close there to get that done, but I think that Nicholas has been absolutely on fire. In fact, Lewis, he's the fastest man on track, 1:47.373.
Yeah, it's I said we're approaching a very interesting part of the race to transition back into the wet weather, and like you say, Nilroth is absolutely flying right now. And to be fair, if the car's working well in these conditions, now that you've seen that rain's on the horizon, it's now or never. You've got to push at the very limit and try and find some form of gap, of pace, of whatever, and try and take advantage of it now before it transitions back into the wet. This will be good for the Yaz Heat cars, who we were kind of a little bit concerned with when it comes to their dry weather pace, although now looking at the times, Eamon Murphy doing a 47.9 is faster than the 5 or 4 cars behind. The only car that is faster is now off. As we're focused on Mr. James Parker, who obviously helped us out quite a lot over the SimGrid VCO World Cup, down the inside of Rabiti to move up inside the top 20 in the 383. Nice little move there. Very, very clean indeed, and he'll clear off down the road. He's all right as a driver, that guy, isn't he?
He's
Go on,
yeah,
James.
he's all right. Yeah, he'll do, I guess, in a pinch. Nah, James is absolutely brilliant. We love having his expert insight, and yeah, look, he is a bit of a demon behind the wheel as well. I think he'll be a bit frustrated at the team down in 20th position. But again, when you've got such a level, and I hate saying this given what we saw in the first hour, but when we've got a level of skill and talent that is so high, I mean, it makes it so important to have an issue-free race, doesn't it?
I mean, you can't. I mean, with endurance racing these days, in general, you can't afford to have mistakes in your race at all. Really, everything needs to be done perfectly, and it's like I say, even back to when I was endurance racing back in 2015, 2016. To be honest, you could afford to make one mistake in the race and you could still come back, finish on the podium, maybe even win. And these days, no, not a chance. You can't really afford it. It happens, it does happen, as it happens in the world of motorsport as well. The odd mistake happens and still somehow they come back and win, whether it's through good strategy, great pace, whatever, flying under the radar, being underestimated, etc. We're at the point in sim racing where that is becoming more and more rare. It is unlikely for people to make mistakes. This is across the board. This is even in your little fun leagues and stuff, nothing major of competition. It's still, that level has risen to a point where, like I say, you need to be spot on for the entirety of the race. It's impressive. It's just hard work.
And that's the thing as well, is the fact that even though it is hard work, you get these teams that are so dedicated and so determined to try and take that task on. Obviously, you don't want to have to make a recovery drive. We have seen good recovery drives, but I think, as you said, you don't see that at this level now, because it's so difficult to make your way back through. I mean, the best thing you're going to do is damage limitation and maybe get a top 20 finish, but definitely we're not seeing any of the whole going away to the back of the grid and then suddenly you're fighting for a podium. That just does not happen now.
No, absolutely not. I mean, like I say, it's just the nature of competition these days in sim racing, and anyone that was for anyone to think that the entirety of the sim racing world is much more competitive than it was 10 years ago that's not actually true. The drivers that were great back then, that were the top level drivers, you think of it this way, like drivers like Gregor Hutu, who've been at the top of sim racing for 15-20 years, they were taking on, you could argue, less competitive grids, maybe. But they were still competitive grids. They were still very competitive grids. And if you took them at their prime and put them into sim racing now, they would still be as good as you would expect them to be. They would still be incredibly good. It's just that the percentage of people that are within 2/10 of them, as you can see there, just moving through the traffic, was the 41 there, the simware.pro car. The level of people that can get within 2/10 is high, which means the ability to do your laps without making a mistake, you need to be much more consistent than you were. Those drivers were still very consistent. They just didn't have the need to be as much. Actually having a bit of a chat. I mean, some of these drivers are still incredibly quick. But earlier today I was having a chat with ex-iRacing world champion Hugo Luis, who is an incredibly talented driver, more so a broadcaster these days, just does things behind the scenes for RaceSpot Media, but a very, very talented driver who would always love to hit the racetrack again, but says that it might be a little bit slower now than he was. Not by much, but by enough that it makes a big difference, to the level of enjoyment, because it is frustrating to drive around and think, oh, I know how to go 2/10 faster, I just can't.
Yeah, and it's almost the point of it makes you think, well, why am I doing it? It really just makes you wonder. As the 41 goes very, very wide indeed, as Bykov is under pressure from a car that looks to be a lap down, is it? That's Ayada Kola, who is going round the inside. I'm not really liking the looks of this. He's got it done. No, he's not. He's went way too deep into the corner, and he's made a dog's dinner of the final corner there, and has to think of it again. And to be honest, the 41 only had themselves to blame for that, putting themselves under that pressure by going through the chicane in a slightly less than optimal manner, I think is the politest way I could put it.
It wasn't the fastest line. I think we can, even we can tell that was not the fastest line through Ascari. Either way, yeah, absolutely right. Bykov just getting involved, to be honest, in the middle of this battle between Idakola and Patterson. That's, they were very, very close. Battle's now been ripped apart to around about 1.5 seconds. Is just getting involved, and it's nothing too major, but I think the Racing Point team might be a little bit frustrated to have seen someone who's not even battle with them. The number 52, by the way, Pulse SimSport, are still trying to defend as hard as they can from VRM Racing, that Lexus that we've seen a couple of times, just a bit further behind this in 29th, proof that battles are still happening up and down this order. At the front of your field, though, it is still a Yaz Heat 1-2. It is Eamon Murphy leading and pulling away. It's a 44-second lead that Eamon Murphy has now over Yaroslav Honzik. Jardier dropping in a little bit by bit, backwards. Because, of course, the number 9, Hoban, just did a 47.8, which is around about 7/10 faster than Yaroslav Honzik. Hoban is in 4th position after serving the 15-second time penalty. Got to remember that the number 71 that sat in 3rd position, Daniel Clean behind the wheel right now, that car has got a 15-second time penalty for the next stop, which normally we'd be assuming would be in 40 minutes to an hour's time. Probably more so in the next 20 minutes to half an hour when that rain arrives.
Yeah, and again, it's a difficult one, isn't it? Because I think it falls slightly earlier than what they were planning for their pit stop. But realistically, I mean, we're now into the final 2 pit stops of the race. That's what it comes down to. And yes, it'll maybe make a slight inconvenience, but that's all it comes to. And again, it's keeping an eye on what that rain does, because it could be a slight shower. Although, from my experience in ACC, it's never a slight shower. It's always like it's going to start absolutely tipping it down, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. But now it's like, that third driver that is getting ready to put in, because for the most part they've been doing 2-hour stints each. Lewis, I think they're ready for this, but they're also very eager to see what on earth happens with the weather, because the track is so quick to change. Maybe quicker, as you said, than it should be, but ultimately they've got to kind of deal with what gets given to them.
Yeah, like I say, most of these drivers are very well experienced with transition periods in the rain to wet. And this is the reason why transition periods are always the most interesting. Whilst they are practicable in the sense of you can set it up, it is quite easy to set up in private. It's never quite the same as how it actually is on the racetrack or being in a live race. You can go and practice time and time again very easily in wet weather. You can go and practice in dry weather very, very easily. Even times of day are pretty easy to set up. You know when it's going to set, so when the sun's going to set, so then you just prepare for that. You can practice all those things, but a transition is a little bit trickier to practice. Something that people do neglect when they are getting ready for a race. They don't practice the transition periods one way or the other, and it's always slightly different. And it's always the bit of the race where you really have to drive on feel, not on knowledge or memory. It has to be all about what your hands are telling you and what you're actually doing, rather than going, oh, well, yes, but on our spreadsheet it says that we need to be braking at this point and turning in at this point. It's like, yeah, boring. Drive the car. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, I do. And the thing is with that is that I wonder how many of the top pro teams do actually factor that into their training in terms of practicing. I mean, how would you put it? It's almost sort of like contingency driving, isn't it? It's like strategy adjustment driving. Dealing with what if. Well, what if it suddenly starts raining 20 minutes before your stint is due to end, or 20 minutes after your stint starts, and things like that. I agree with you. There's not enough focus put on the transition, but it ultimately also adds it to a more exciting spectacle for us, both in the commentary box and at home for folk watching. So I kind of like it, I've got to be honest, devil's advocate and all that.
I think if it was one thing that I was told when I started sim racing, one of the things that I was taught, which is if you want to get faster, as in a faster driver, I don't mean get faster in practice and get faster around tracks a bit bold down the inside from VRM Racing, just trying to get past some of the lap traffic. I think it was Seyfarth just tried to get past the number 11 Bentley. If you want to get faster as a driver, genuinely practice less. And that sounds really stupid and counter because that's not the same for everyone. And I'm not saying across the board practice less, but pick a championship that you race in. This can be an endurance, this can be whatever, as long as your team and stuff agree. And it does help. The reason why it's good is because you actually drive. You drive on feel, not on memory. And sometimes, as Jaroslav Honzik has reached into this traffic kerfuffle between Chardaka and Cyclone as well, who's just ahead of all of this, as well with the Zancho Sinsport car that Luca Burke is sat behind just in the middle of all of this. If you practice too much, you drive on your practice, you drive on your knowledge, you drive on what you've done time and time again. That's where mistakes kind of creep in. If you don't practice much, if you only do an hour and a half, 2 hours of practice in one series, you'll drive. You'll just drive the race, but you're more focused in the race because you don't know what the car's going to do. You don't know how the car's going to react in all these circumstances, which means you're paying more attention. And to be honest, when it comes to transition periods and stuff, sometimes it's the best thing for it because you're really focused on what's happening.
Yeah, that's a great point because almost, if you practice quite a lot, then it almost becomes a time trial against your practice pace. And if you're not able to hit that practice pace, you're like, is it me? What am I doing wrong? And you're overthinking it and you're pushing the car a little bit too hard. Whereas, like you said, if you're driving to the conditions and more aware of what is actually going on with the car. But then I guess that brings us into another slightly different topic about how many people do sim racing practice anyway, because the majority of us do it all wrong anyway, and we don't have specific goals that we're trying to achieve when we're practicing. So like for a lot of drivers, they'll just go to do like 30-40 laps around the track and just practice a stint, whereas they're not examining what happens to tyre life, what happens to tyre wear, what happens if the temperature changes, what happens if XYZ. So it's more of just, can I keep it on the track for 30 laps? Well, of course you can, because by this point you've done hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of laps. So I don't agree the idea of that you can practice too much, but I think that you can tire yourself out of just doing laps if you're not practicing properly. I think there's a real risk with that.
Well, compare it to real motorsport. You don't have the racetrack gets closed for a week and everyone's once at Bathurst, or I can't remember which track it was, and I asked him how many laps did you get in practice before the race, and he said 10. I was like, so what? 10? 1-0? That's it. That's all they get. I know someone who went into a race at the Nordschleife with 0 laps of practice, not even one, right?
Yep,
because it happens.
That's the same position as I was. So when I did my very first real life race at Silverstone, my practice was on qualifying. That was it. I went out, and obviously it wasn't, for me, it wasn't actual qualifying. It was just like, oh right, okay, so this is a real life race car then. Well, if you can call a C1 a real life race car, but this is a real life race car. This is a real life racetrack, and this is real life race conditions in qualifying. Get used to it, enjoy it, because we'll be going racing tomorrow.
Yeah.
So it's daunting, but it wasn't as daunting as you would imagine it to be. And I think that you get to a certain stage where you don't really need to practice as much as you think you do.
Yeah. I would really, really want to either take part or watch a series where you can't practice that much. There isn't, unfortunately, in sim racing, there isn't really a way of doing it, right? Because you could just go, hey, we're going to race in this, and there's practice limits. We can't practice that much, but you always know that there's going to be 1 or 2 teams that will sit on themselves for 2 days and they'll do all their practice and stuff. It just happens. People we're all competitive. You always want an edge up. You always want to come across and be the best. And there'll always be a team that will come across and practice. We tried this in a championship before a while ago, and one team always appeared about an hour to go, and they would as practice had started, and their first lap was always a time which would put you in the top 5 in qualifying, and it was like, well, obviously you're practiced, like very well practiced, to be perfectly honest. But you know, it is what it is. I would love to have a championship where you couldn't practice that much, but the way things are in sim racing, people put in days of practice. Preparation is part of the game. It's part of the process. You know, most of what these drivers do is practice. They take it this way, where you've got a high-profile series coming up. There's one next weekend. Fairly high-profile series. It's racing around the Green Hell, racing around the Nordschleife, and people are practiced. They start practicing like days after the previous race, which was a month ago. They were like, right, that's that done then, onto the Nordschleife, and they just start work weeks before. They would do 3 or 4 weeks of work. My God.
The thing with that though, Lewis, as well, is that to give that context though, you have to put that hand in hand with the seriousness that these drivers approach it with, given that they represent teams, given that they represent brands and things like that. The level of expectation that's on these drivers' shoulders to perform and to perform well is absolutely massive. So they need to take every single advantage that they possibly can, and this is one of the things with sim racing, is that if it gives them that bit of confidence, if it manages to eke them out that extra tenth or whatever, then obviously that's what they're going to do. But with regards to the championships and no practice, it then tends to be less serious, but you then get the different types of championships that are more community based, where you just rock up on a Thursday night and they go, just as you're away to go into your race, they go, right, well, we're going to be racing at Red Bull Ring and we're going to be racing in XYZ car. And obviously you can't take that as seriously as another one, because you're just rocking up and having a giggle, and you're maybe not going to be very, very good. But I think there's a certain enjoyment to be taken out of that, because again, it brings in that fun factor, and it brings out natural talent from that. But if anything, it would make me feel even worse about my own ability. So again, just very quickly going back to yesterday in Motorsport Days Live, I was down with a racing driver. I'll call it contact, and that's on the Ferrari, and that was absolutely never going to happen for Alessandro Iadicola there on Patterson in the 192. F's in chat, I think, for that one, Lewis.
There was no position switch though. Now race control, I'm sure, will still get involved, but there wasn't a position made up. There wasn't. They didn't lose because they're the car behind, still a fair way back. So I mean, if I were in the Ferrari, I'd sort of sit there and be like, yeah, do you want to not do that again? But then you've not lost out too much.
If that's me, I'd be screaming, ban! Get them banned! Sorry, on you go.
Yeah, no, carry on. No,
I was just very quickly going to finish off that point I was making. So, on about drivers with natural talent. Yesterday I was down with a racing driver, as I said, to Motorsport Days Live, travelled all the way down to Silverstone for it. And as always with real life automobile and car racing shows, they're filled with sims. Every single stand has got a sim competition now there, and this lad would just jump in every single one and like destroy it. I would quite happily jump on and be okay, and he was like consistently 2.5 seconds every single time faster, and it's like it didn't matter what track combination it was. Granted, he is a pro sim racer and he's got he races for HPD, but it's still utterly disheartening, and it's not the best.
Wow, we have got a team into the pit lane. The number 77 Prime E-Racing car is in pit lane now. Now, with the rain on the horizon, that is an interesting call. Just checking as to when their last pit stop was, which was 39.5 minutes ago. Unless something else has happened to the number 77, there was no requirement for them to be into the pit lane right now, unless they've accidentally underfueled or something like that. I would want to be still out on the racetrack. I don't know about you, David, but with the rain on the way,
surely that's too early. That's way too early. I mean, I'd be waiting like 15 minutes.
Yeah, they're certainly not going on to wets. They're just I don't know why they are in the pit lane right now. If anyone knows, let us know, because as far as our data is, they didn't need to come into the pit lane for at least another 20 minutes, dependent on how the rain affected them. And right now, that could cost them very, very harshly indeed, based on the fact that we know that rain is on the horizon. The 823 has been rising its way back up the order, is inside the top 10 now with Mattea behind the wheel, but you've got to watch out for Laurier just behind in the Alien Lab Racing Star Tools car in that 777 Aston Martin that's very, very close indeed, so might well be knocked back outside of the top 10, unfortunately, for Mattea.
2 hours left to go, and that has just absolutely flown by. But Karim Mattea with a GTR, I'm delighted to see that GTR top 10, happy days. I am a bit worried about that Bentley though. That Aston Martin behind, because it is looking a bit fast. It's making it look quite short work of the GTR right now. But yeah, look, weather-wise, I don't understand why that car came in. It's way too early. They didn't need to. It doesn't make any sense with pit stops and things like that. Maybe they're thinking, no, they can't even be thinking about driver stints, you would think, unless they've had all 3 drivers in just now. It just doesn't make sense.
There's something which just doesn't add up with that, and I'm not personally sure as to why that car has been back into the pit lane. I'm sure we'll find out in due course. That is their 3rd driver in. There's no real need. Naroth was going for the end of the race, but yeah, no idea. Either way, could be something personal. Alien Lab Racing down the inside in that 777 car, and the position is made on the 823 Nissan. So for Alien Lab Racing, it is up inside the top 10 for now. The 77 has been out of the pit lane, is once again circulating, is coming down into the Rettivilio now, so we're still a decent way ahead of this battle, so we're still inside the top 10. Naroth is still behind the wheel as far as my data has. They've lost a lot of time, they've lost a couple of positions, but they're still inside the all-important top 10, approaching the rain, which looks to be coming down momentarily. It does mean, though, as much as it's dried up, it's not been dry for very long at all. And we had the opening, 20 minutes, half hour of the race that was dry. Rain came. Looks like we've had about 20 minutes, half hour of the dry just around now. And rain is once again our main talking point.
What I love as well with ACC is, like, it's dry and now it's raining. There's no subtlety about it. It just bang, straight clicks in. And I've got to be honest, just going back to that overtake from Thiago Loureiro there, that's probably the least problematic overtake that I think he's ever going to have to do in his sim racing career. That GTR was absolutely no issue for him whatsoever. But I'm looking to this final hour and 45 minutes, and I'm looking at Eamon Murphy. Now an interesting little penalty just coming in for the 41. It's a 5-second penalty for 41 against the RLR Abruzzi Esports Gold machine for unsportsmanlike driving. I'm wondering, is that the start of things to come for them?
What are you thinking, the red mist?
I wouldn't have said so. I wouldn't have said so.
Would you not? I mean, there is some potential with it. It's only a 5-second penalty, but we'll have to wait and see. There is also some other penalties coming through. A drive-through penalty for car 171 as well, just on the horizon, which will be dished out by Race Control. That is the Racing Point car, Team Racing Point. Of course, we did see Idacola make a bit of a mess whilst trying to pass. I think it was the RLR car, wasn't it? Going down into the Roger. I mean, it's pretty simple. It's a basic rule. We've always said this with race controllers. As much as there wasn't a position switch between them or whatever, if you spin a car out, it's a drive-through penalty. It's as simple as can be. Slam dunk, drive-through penalty if you've spun a car out, and that's what happened.
Yeah, it's the thing is that for 2 seasons now, Race Control have been clamping down on incidents like that, and Yes, the argument is to be made that obviously there wasn't anything gained on that, but that still the contact was made. We don't know if there's been any damage picked up because of that. We don't, if there's any sort of issue being given to that car because of that contact. Probably not, to be honest. But look, they all knew that race control was getting stricter on this, and oh dear, Mattea, it's play the Jaws theme because. Yeah, that Bentley is coming, and the wipers are on. So have we got rain already?
I don't think so. The wipers on that Bentley have been running for quite a while. I mean, the wipers are also on.
There.
The wipers were just poking on. I mean, they're still obviously going rapidly on that Bentley, but we will notice when the rain hits us as well. You can always check in the top right hand side to see what the forecast is, what the expectation is, and that is that rain is going to hit us and potentially going to hit us quite hard indeed here once again for the second time at Monza in the SimGrid Endurance Cup as we continue on in this fantastic season. Round 1 was a barnstormer, and round 2 is continuing on in that fashion. It's all under control though at the front by Yaz Heat as they lead 1 and 2. Eamon Murphy from Yaroslav Honzik. A great position to be in, but for them, they are going to be feeling pretty tense now. Every time the weather sort of ticks one way or the other, it goes back, it goes forwards, it goes back, it goes forwards. Those are the bits where you can lose a lead like that. If it was to remain dry until the end of the race, they would be fine. If it was to have stayed wet until the end of the race, they would have been fine. But it's the jumps between that cause the concern. That's where the issues happen.
I would agree to a certain extent, but I think the fact that 1 to 2 has got a gap of 49 seconds, and then second to third place 15 seconds consistently. As long as they can just pace it out on these transitional laps, that's all that matters. I heard a call from our production team, Michael Hamlet, saying that rain is going to come within the minute, so that means in the next 30 seconds or so. I always love that. I always like the instantaneousness of it. Obviously, being in Scotland, it's very wet up here, but
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure if you count down from 10 in Scotland, it'll probably start raining anyway, just because it's Scotland.
But you'd get rain, hail, snow, and sunshine in one day as well.
It's just that's just the odds, isn't it? If a bit of rain, there it is. Moon kick on the dot. We got told 5 seconds, but nope, it just started as 5 seconds was called. So there we go. The rain officially hits once more here at Monza, and I say things get a bit more interesting once more strategies opened, and some people could be gaining a fair amount of track position.
I'm going to call it right now. I think we're going to have this rain till the end of the session. I think
agree.
We're going to have that. And look at how quickly it's gone from optimal to fast to green to greasy. This is deteriorating so quickly. And if you're on slicks, this is a very, very nervous time of the race for you. You could easily go from hero to zero very quickly, but also the other way, you could go from zero to hero rapidly as well.
Yes, where these kind of conditions, to be perfectly honest, especially if you're in the position of Yazzie, no gambles are required. You just come in, it started raining now. As soon as you know that it's just about right for wets, just come in and take the wets. Don't go, what if we come in 2 laps early? What if we push it a little bit further? It doesn't matter. Just come in, make sure you're on the right tyres at the right time. No gambles. They're keeping their. They know what they're doing when it comes to this kind of stuff. They've got talented drivers and a team behind them. No one will doubt that. A fantastic grouping, but let's say they just don't need to take any gambles. Everyone else might see the odd gamble here or there as to maybe staying out a couple laps longer, maybe pitting in a bit earlier than expected. But for everyone else, there's no need.
No, there absolutely isn't, and the time's already dropped off by about 2 seconds a lap here as the rain starts to fall at Monza. In fact, the 188 already into the pit lane. Let me just double check here. Sorry, the 166 of Jan Batomski. So we've got a couple of cars jumping in for wet weather tyres. I still think it's too early. I think we've got at least another lap on dry tyres because you're going to be looking at 152, 153 when we're in proper wet conditions. But this is still fairly mild here.
Have you done much wet weather experience, Mr. Christie? And I don't mean this in real racing because
Yes, yes, I have. Oh, now Jaroslav Honza again to the pits in the 150, and so is Klein in the 71 and third. So that leaves Eamon Murphy out on his own in that top three.
But he is quite a way ahead, so he still has half a lap to mess around coming back into pit lane. Probably not far off this group that we're presently looking at. In fact, actually, he's miles off that group because he's coming down into the Parabolica now. I'm pretty sure you'll see that 149 dart the way of pit laners. It is going to get very, very busy on the lane right now. I mean, just look at how many teams are in the pit lane. And I say right now, I don't see the advantage in going much further than where we are on the slicks. They're just not going to be able to retain their temperature. Obviously, the thing with this kind of racing is that the track being fairly cool around this time, with the rain coming in. Keeping your tyres in the temperature window is incredibly hard indeed. The 149 did not come into the pit lane, interestingly enough. Eamon Murphy is out and actually has put a lap on the 150, at least for now.
That is that's quite worrying and quite impressive at the same time that the leaders basically lapped everyone up to third position. But yeah, now the track is damp. Now I think you're going to see that car start to struggle. Just coming into the first chicane just now, and it's going to be tiptoeing around. But in all honesty, he can just take it nice and easy, have a little fun drive. Although I don't think these conditions could be described as fun. Just keep it stable and head round.
I distinctly remember watching a cool down lap at Sydney Motorsports Park. In the wet weather conditions. I can't remember who it was. I know it was Shane Van Gisbergen, and I can't remember who the other two drivers were. Might have been Scott McLaughlin and someone else, obviously in V8 Supercars, at Sydney Motorsports Park, Eastern Creek, as you might remember it being called. And the in-lap was just completely sideways in the wet. It was fantastic to watch. And that's why wet weather conditions are good fun. Probably less so in a GT3, but still, I mean, I'd say this would probably be a bit of fun. Why not? Again, that was post-race, not during the race. So I'm sure during the race it'll be like, oh my god, can I just get back into pit lane? But we know Eamon Murphy, James Baldwin, they're fantastic drivers that race. I mean, Jaroslav Honza, they're all at the very top level at Yaz Heat, and so they can handle this. That's why going one lap longer isn't much of a gamble. Going a couple laps longer or a couple laps earlier is a big gamble. The gambles they didn't really need to take, but they knew what they were doing. They knew the level of risk that they could apply without taking it too far. Might have lost a little bit of the lead, but nothing more than they'd be worried about.
I'm going to be completely honest with you. I'll be very surprised if Eamon Murphy loses more than a second of the lead through that. Really? He was 2:03.7 and Nick Hubin did a 2:02.4. Granted, Nick Hubin's going to cycle all the way down once he gets that done and Jaroslav comes in, but yeah, I don't think he's going to have lost all that much time on that lap, which is quite bizarre given that he was on slick tyres on a damp track.
Yeah, it's like you say, it's even if, to be fair, if you're being completely honest, even if it was 10 seconds, it's not that much, really. Like when you've got a lead that big, when you've got 45 seconds to play with, if you lose 10 seconds, it's pretty bad, but still a 35-second lead is a pretty handy one, especially when it's to your teammate as well. As we'll focus our attention a bit further down the order to the Beto Sim Racing .de car that's got a fair amount of damage on the front end of that McLaren, if I was looking at it correctly. Yeah, there is a decent amount as they're once again trying to pass the 349 Lexus that has also received a fair amount of damage to the front end that is now repaired. They've also got a bit of attacking from the rear as a car, one of the GTWR Academy cars, trying to unlap itself on this group.
I always get so nervous watching cars trying to unlap themselves because you're just thinking, yeah, how hard are you going to push this right now? Because you're in harm's way right now. But to be honest, Radici, he's fighting for this position. He doesn't need to have this extra distraction behind him right now, but I think he's going to have it because it's down into to Ascari comes the McLaren. And for the most part, with an hour and 40 left to go, I think that transition has actually went really, really well. We've not really seen any drivers suffering with the changeover to wet conditions there.
No, absolutely not. I think everyone's handled that very, very nicely. They would have preferred the transition to have been in half an hour, 40 minutes time would have been perfect. Because then it's just right for you to do the one stop and then just go straight to the end on the wet weather, although we knew that by the time that we were talking about it, they needed to do 2 stops anyway, so they're still not massively out from where they were, as once again just trying to get past and lap some of the traffic. That's the 164 Mazzetti behind the wheel at the moment, just not really getting involved in their battle though, as Radizi's down the inside of Pirali and does make that position up in the McLaren. Takes an awful lot of the curb though at Piratella, that's wrong track, Rettifilio, boom, there we go. I think I've made that mistake a few times today, but Radizi is through, and I also get the feeling that there might be the movement as well from Mazzetti to clear both of them and be allowed to carry on with his race. Certainly does in the GTWR Academy, but that might well have allowed Pirali back down the inside. Whoa! See you, son. It's going to allow Pirali back through either way, because Radizi's gone straight over at the Della Roggia and probably will have to slow down and give some of that back.
Oh, that's one way to take the corner, I guess, by not taking the corner at all, just sort of straight over, and that's not the best for Radizi. I love the fact that they just carry on, like they don't even think about giving any time back or anything. So yeah, we'll see what happens with that. I'm just watching the gap between the leaders. I can't believe that. Surely not, right? Remember how we were so worried about it's now Mikkel Stasenko that's behind 149? You saw that as well, haven't you? That gap's went up 50.3 seconds in the pit lane. What? How is that even a thing?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's still 20 seconds even from Jaroslav Honzik to the number 9 car as well. Jordan Sherritt now behind the wheel of that R8G car. So
that's went up as well, Lewis.
Yeah, exactly. It was 15 seconds. Yeah, Yazheat, through not really taking any gamble and just kind of doing what they were doing and just carrying on, keeping to themselves, have managed to extend their lead. And now the 149 is just continuing to lap people like it's going out of fashion, and has pretty much the top. It's just the top 6 that are on the lead lap. Everyone else is a lap down, as once again this battle continues, or rather Radizi continues just ahead of a couple of cars that are just behind, trying to get past. It's Andrea Kapoccia in the Audi that's behind, that's obviously running around in 5th position, trying to lap some of this traffic and get through it as Radizi's pulling away from Pirali. But yeah, I mean, I can't tell you how impressed I am with Yazheat today, not just because they're leading 1 and 2, but the really important thing, the really impressive thing, is they are leading 1-2 in different cars. That is impressive.
It really is, and look, that is proper hashtag team goals right there, to run 1 and 2, but not just that, to do it in such a dominant way. It's been a brilliant effort from those 2 drivers, but you've got to say they've really deserved it, because the likes of the 149, the 150, they've had their runs through previous championships and previous seasons, in whether it's Endurance Cup or anything else, and they've really just not had the run of luck. They've had collisions, they've had disconnects, they've had all manner of issues, and up until this point, I'm going to touch wood here, they've done fantastically, and whatever happens, they have to know they've had that performance so far. So here's hoping they have a good hour and a half left to go, because as well as they're doing just now, they have to get that finished up and get it over the line.
Yeah, we'll give another shout out, not less so to Yazheat, more so to a specific one of their drivers, being James Baldwin, obviously in championship contention for the SRO Esports Endurance Sprint Championship, which comes to a close, I think, next weekend. If memory serves. I know Mike Cowan and Mike Hammett will be behind the scenes on that one. It is Friday next week, and boy, is that a tight championship coming down to the wire. rolling into Spa, their season finale. I think it's 2 points, might be a bit more than that. I mean, again, never trust commentators' maths because I never really remember. Very, very tight, though, between James Baldwin and David Tanitza. It is actually 2 points. So we'll give our fingers crossed that one of our own, in a sense, James Baldwin, can come out on top in that, because that is going to be a tight fight. Fantastic battles all the way over sim racing. And this is where, again, this is kind of actually to the point of practicing and stuff, and maybe practicing a bit less, because when all these sim drivers are taking part in all of these different championships, where do you find the time to practice all of that for all these championships, where it's like, yeah, well, I mean, I'm racing this different thing that's also for a title into the season finale against some of the very best who are also practicing for F1 esports and all this stuff. Yeah, it's hard work these days to be a professional sim driver, and that is why we take to the commentary booth and talk about it rather than be paid to race around the racetrack, because I'm not about all that.
You're not all about that lifestyle, no.
No.
I've never been about that lifestyle because I've never been that fast.
I've also never been that fast. I just rely on my teammates to do all the work for me, to be perfectly honest. It does work sometimes. We did win. I don't know if you noticed that the team that I raced for did win the championship in that touring car thing. Not because of me. That was because of all of my,
humble brag.
Yeah, exactly. I'm great. But no, that is definitely because of the teammates, definitely not myself. But, you know, I couldn't do this. That championship is not on level of this. I used to be all right at sim racing, and I would say all right, not being like, oh, I was great. No, I was pretty average. I'm definitely slower than I was, and there is no way that I could challenge anyone on this grid. I'd be very much last, I'm afraid, but it just shows how good a lot of these teams are. They are fantastic with the amount of preparation. To be honest, I get bored. I get too bored putting in that much preparation. Whew.
See, I've got to disagree, because I think that the wonderful thing about sim racing as well, Lewis, is the fact that it almost takes age and ability out of it, because it's all learned. You know, it's all stuff that can cater itself. So, you know, maybe if you're a little bit older and you're maybe not as strong as you were, then you can turn the wheel traction settings down, you can turn the force feedback down, you can there's plenty of things, and that is literally it. The reason that these guys and girls are at the top of this field is because of the amount of time that they put in, the amount of practice that they put in, day out. This is their full-time job, and if you were to do that, then you would obviously very likely be on that level as well. But again, it shows you how thin that edge is, because if we're talking about this is the like the creme de la creme of this particular platform of sim racing, and you've got 41 drivers in this field separated by a second, how much work do you have to do to fit in amongst them? I mean, it's just absurd to think of the level of performance that these drivers are at. And I've got to be honest, as exciting as it is to commentate on it, I just, personally, I don't want to think about investing that amount of time to get up to that level. I'd rather just sit back and enjoy it.
I want to hit on that point that you just brought out there, that age is not a thing in sim racing. Couldn't be more true. It's absolutely spot on. Back when I was racing, there was a guy named Gary Lennon in his 50s, as fast as anyone else on the grid, battling towards the front. I think won a couple of races in all these championships and stuff. Very quick driver in his 50s. Anders Nielsen, also back in the day, again, he was in his late 40s, now sort of early to mid 50s. Very, very fast, particularly anything slightly old school to drive, you know, H patterns and stuff. One guy unfortunately passed away. I'm pretty sure it was earlier, like very early this year or a bit later last year. Ken Hunter was in his mid 70s when he passed away. He was in his early 70s when I was racing him. And he was plenty fast enough. The point is that age isn't a barrier in sim racing. You can be in your 50s, 60s, 70s. There is still a place to go racing. I mean, I know there are some series elsewhere in sim racing where they lean into that a bit, where they have a series that's that's specifically for the old times. You know, they come along and they race, they have their good old laugh, and they go racing, and you know, they love it and enjoy it and stuff. But to be perfectly honest, the guys in that grid, they could contend on most grids anyway. as much as they do that for a bit of fun and a bit of banter to catch up with people that are actually their age rather than battling with 14-year-olds, which, trust me, is hard work even for me to be like, woof. Yep, that is painful to realise that you were born
That's the bit that
in
really
the
kills me.
2000s.
Yeah,
What?
that's the bit that kills me, competing against like 14, 15-year-olds and having them soundly, and I'm not just talking about beating you, I'm talking about resoundingly beating you. You're just like, yeah, I'm just done with this.
Yeah, no, it's like, I'm well over twice your age. Well, I'm not over twice the 14-year-old's age, don't worry, I'm not that old.
Thanks.
Bang, 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 bang. It's alright, you're not twice my age, so you're alright.
Not yet. I'm starting to feel it though, I tell you.
Not yet. Well, no, technically you can't be twice.
No, I know
my
it's
age.
never going to happen.
It is
but
impossible
until physics catches up, then we'll find a way.
Oh dear. Yeah, you'd have to be a whopping 52 years old, which I don't think you can speed up time that much. Nor can you turn it back.
Don't know, mate. Some Sunday mornings that's pretty much how it feels.
Oh, I still feel it. I feel in my 50s when I wake up and my neck is just like, no, you're going to sit like this, and then you can't drive, which is just not ideal. Getting another word in our ear about penalties being dished out. The number 71 is to be potentially dished out another penalty. This one is a drive-through penalty. A drive-through penalty going out to number 71 for contact with the 349. That is interesting. 349 being the VRM racing, that Lexus that we saw a while ago that's been on the viewing that we've seen a couple of instances from. Remember that, yes, that VRM car might well be a backmarker, but just because they're a backmarker, they should still be showing the same level of respect and cleanliness that you would show everyone else. And whilst you're trying to get on with your own race and stuff, clearly a little bit too much. There was contact dished out, and for Renvelton Esports, there will be another drive-through penalty just on the horizon. There it is, dished out. It's going to drop them quite a way down the order. The 457 is going to be moved up into fourth position, which does make it two Yaz Heats, 1 and 2, and two RHGs, 3 and 4. Interesting
stuff. Can I just point something out, Lewis, that I've just realised right here? Remember that contact with the 41 of Igor Ogorondikov and that 349 that we just saw the penalty against? Nothing ever happened to that. Nothing was ever brought up.
I think they did get a penalty. I do remember.
I'm looking back in the penalties. I can't see it.
It doesn't say anything about a penalty in there. You're absolutely right. But I'm pretty sure they were dished out a penalty. But I don't know. I mean, maybe
right, okay.
I don't know for certainty.
Okay, well, there we go. Right, okay, so back to the race at hand then. Despite that Bentley just got absolutely done by the Aston Martin of Nicholas Nauroth on the entry into turn one. And I mean, that Bentley has got so much straight line speed, but the Aston just seems to do it on the braking and on the tight corners. Yeah,
like you say, it's the difference of car here. These two have been separated by very little the last few laps. I did notice that this gap was very, very close indeed, but quite clearly there's just no way for the Bentley to pass right now. It's been, I'm pretty sure it's been around half a second to 2/10, honestly, the last 3 or 4 laps, with just no ability to pass for Suarez. Nauroth just hanging on. But remember, that 77 should be higher than it is. We've seen it running around up inside the top 5. It pitted before the rain hit the circuit, bizarrely enough, and then returned out to the racetrack and sort of got on with things. But obviously had to pit in again to put wet tyres to it. My point is that they are fast in the position that they're in, which means that theoretically they should pull away from the 1-2-1. And does seem as though that is going to be the case for them from now on, but ideally speaking, they kind of wanted to do that a bit of a while ago by not pitting in early.
Yeah, and again, strategy has kind of shot them in the foot on this one, and it does look like it's certainly for the next half hour it's going to get even more wet. I cannot see this drying up before the end of the race, so you've got to imagine, based on the current paces, I can't see too many more positions being changed over, because the gaps now are quite considerable by the majority of the field. You know, obviously Norroth is just taking that position from Suarez, and we're seeing a little bit further back Kamada Arkizi might be able to make a place up on the GTR, but other than that it's all starting to settle down, and I think it's kind of giving us an idea of what the finish is going to look.
Yeah, it's taken a while for this race to have a bit of a breather, but we're finally getting one with an hour and 22 minutes to go, which normally tells me that the race is about to light up again, because we know that these positions will be fought over hardly all that. Oh no, you sir, don't worry, I won't fight you too hard into that corner. That's going to be thrown out the window, isn't it? We're approaching the meaty point of the race where they're going to fight as hard as they can over all of these positions. And I mean, you think they've been fighting hard before, but now when you've put 5 hours of racing into practice around this circuit, and then it gets to the final moments of the race, you know they are going to push it to the limit. You can see there Naroth is pulling away from Suarez quite a bit. Ayezi behind in 10th position as well in that Nissan. That did manage to get herself back up inside the top 10, so at least there is that. We are still awaiting one pit stop, though. That is the important thing. There is another one left on the horizon for these teams. Obviously, they'll be... Actually, no, I was going to say, obviously, they'll be going on to wet tyres. They won't, surely, with this little time left to go, surely they won't switch. They won't switch tyres. They'll leave the tyres they have on and just double stint these tyres as sort of 1.3 stints.
Yeah, I think it has to be, because there's obviously very little tyre degradation when it's in the wet weather, unless they went like was it the 77? Was it the 77 that went in really early, or was that the 56? I'm trying to remember. Anyway, the point being is that unless you've went in really early when the track is still dry, then there's almost no degradation to the tyre, so you're going to double stint them anyway and just keep them to the end of the race. If it does, however, start drying up with about 40 minutes to go, then yeah, I think that might be a very different matter altogether.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? Still waiting for the drive-through to be delivered, or rather served, from the number 71 that runs around in 4th spot. It'll probably drop them down to around about 6th or 7th position. Obviously, a drive-through penalty round here is not too tragic. At least we're not racing at Spa running the endurance pit, because then the drive-through penalty round there and be like, yep, see you, mate. Have a good day. We'll talk to you another time. Aporius, though, on screen right now in 15th position. Seen that one a few times throughout the day, back down to Alexis Pirali, the 349 car that was involved in that incident with the 71 that gained the 71 a drive-through penalty as they run around in 28th spot, a good way ahead of Pirala.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I'm just saying, what's that, an hour and 10 minutes left to go. The time rapidly running down here in the second outing of the 4th season of the Endurance Cup. And Lewis, I mean, again, what do you do if you're outside the top 10? Do you charge to try and get in, or is it kind of done and dusted? I mean, it's looking that way. Again, the pace hasn't really altered all that much, because yes, we're now down from the 147s to the 153, 154s, but everybody's doing that, so really the amount of time that you can make is, yeah, it's kind of minimal, isn't it?
It's where, as I say, as a team, you need to run your own strategy. This is kind of the big thing that people kind of forget a lot in endurance racing, is they get swarmed by everyone else's strategy. They try and copy everyone else's strategy. They try and judging about what this car's done, what that car's done. Run your own race, especially when the weather's this inconsistent, when the weather's this all over the place. Stop worrying about everyone else, worry about yourself. Focus inwards, focus on your own strategy, focus on your own lap times. The problem is where everyone's this close on pace. It shows how the BAP is AB, and that is painful, because you know that you're like, this is as good as I've ever driven, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and it's so frustrating, isn't it? You're just like, right, okay, never mind then. The track is, I think the track is deteriorating a little bit, seconds, very slightly.
But the thing is like, compare their last lap separated by
very little.
The lap before this, they were separated by like hundredths of a second, not even tenths. This lap seems like they might be separated by a little bit more, as Christensen's going to get past Patterson down into the Parabolica. A nice little move there from Rasmus Christensen, just getting that one sorted for Pulse Sim Racing. Brilliant little move as he marches past and inside the top 25. As like I say, as the conditions deteriorate, some cars will go fast, some cars will go slow. Last time, the second and third position were separated by half a second, as Jaroslav Honzik is dropping slightly back into the clutches of Jordan Sherritt, who is now our focus in the number 9 car for R8G. The car behind this is going slower, so things are looking very, very good for R8G to be held up on the podium. Of course, you've got the 457, their sister teammate, in the fourth position, and the 457 driven by Kapotcha, who's one of the drivers that, let's be honest, Jordan Sherritt has driven in coordination with quite a few times, teammate-wise, in the recent past, and so someone who he knows the pace of and understands what the gap should be between them. Obviously, the drive-through penalty that was dished out to the 71 has dropped them down to 6th position. We were wondering if it was going to be 6th or 7th. 6th place is where it is, so just behind Kapotcha and Pignone. But still with 4.5 seconds back to Vollmuth behind. The pace that they have should be enough to keep Vollmuth at bay, should be enough to keep them inside the top 6, potentially even get them back inside the battle for the top 5, although Pignone's lapping plenty fast enough at the moment. The last lap times from Mikhail Stetsenko was a 33.5. Jaroslav Honzik, 53, that would help, a 53.5. It was 53.9 for Jaroslav Honzik, a 53.4 for Jordan Sherritt. Let's see what Jordan Sherritt does over this time by to complete the 149th lap of the running here at the Endurance Cup at Monza. Across the line he's going to go, and it's a 53.9, so there we go, back out half a tenth of a second to Jaroslav Honzik, so the gap's just not coming down enough though. 149 laps done, and it is the 149 leading the way as well, so very fitting, isn't it? I love
everything's coming up
for that.
Yeah, everything's coming up. Yas Heat right now. It's looking very, very good. Certainly a photo for the old social media for them, and lap 150 as well for Jaroslav Honzik. But yeah, look, it goes back to the conversation about how amazing they have done. I tell you what, it does bring up, right, is the fact that we've constantly gone on about the different cars and whether or not they like the different conditions. Now, we always thought the McLaren didn't particularly, or at least I always thought, that the McLaren didn't really like the weather, but whatever that setup that Yas Heat team have got, that car is absolutely dialed in right now.
Yeah. It's kind of, I mean, yes, like these days it is about the car as well in the wet, but I mean, let's be honest, everyone speaks of the wet being the great leveler and all of that such. It's true. It's more so that it just brings it more into the hands of the driver. If you've got a car that's not driving so well, then it's in the hands of the driver. The difference is, though, in ACC, comparatively to other simulators when it comes to moving into the wet, tyre pressures are critical. They are so important to making sure that you are going to have a decent stint. Genuinely, the most important setup change in wet weather conditions is the tyre pressures. If you don't get them right, if you get them out slightly, then you're in for a nasty stint. And so that, getting the tyre pressures right, along with just driving well, driving consistently, and having the rest of the setup lined up all right, any car with a decent driver should go well in conditions like this, especially around a circuit like this where it's straight, isn't it?
I absolutely agree. It's and the thing is that the curbs can play a pivotal role in that, because you go over the curbs in this sim, and they can take chunks out of your tyre pressure, and you don't get that back, and the tyre ends up deflating further and further and further, and then it's game over before you know it. Now, what I'm trying to figure out is Pronominal in our YouTube chat is what just mentioned the word Opel. And the immediate thing that comes to mind is the old classic Opel Manta, and I'm trying to figure out what that's all about. But I think that'd be a worthy adversary. Get the old Opel Manta in here as a little bit of a guest car.
Do you think it would challenge the GT3?
Do you know what? I think that it'd be enough penalties given by race control. It would be competitive.
I
It
think
would just be, it'd be a fan favourite. Let's put it that way.
There is no doubt about that at all. Who doesn't love a Manta? You know what I mean?
Do you know what they'd love even more? Dacia Logan. Let's get that one in.
Okay, right. Let me ask you this question, because I know I've been asked this a lot with GTs and stuff elsewhere in the sim racing stratosphere, with GT3s being applied to many series. With ACC, we've got GT3s, we've got GT4s, right? If there was one other category of racing you could have in ACC, what would it be?
Oh, well, realistically, it would obviously only it would likely be. Oh, there's that contact at the end there. It would likely be not for me, but I'm saying the most likely thing would be GT2. If you're asking my personal preference, and again, if I could have any class in there, TCR.
TCR, good.
Absolutely adore TCR. It is one of the wildest, most fun, most bonkers forms of motorsports out there, and I think in terms of aspiration wise, I think it'd go down very, very well indeed.
I'll tell you, if TCR cars were in ACC, I'd be playing ACC a lot more, mostly for the fact that it's front wheel drive, so it takes almost no talent. Which means that then I can finally drive. But yeah, you've got to, if you're going to apply other cars, and you kind of have to think about other cars that can kind of run maybe in multi-class and stuff. Now, whilst it's still a bit crazy, I mean, you could run GT3s, GT4s and TCRs, and then finally get the Nordschleife into ACC.
Don't build my little heart up. I could, if this, I tell you what, if this game ever got the Nordschleife, your user base would just go through the roof. I think it would be absolutely unreal, and yeah, I absolutely love that. Although, I mean, look, as it comes to just now, we've got plenty sims out there that already have that sort of content out there, and I think the likes of Race Room, which, again, personal opinion, straying slightly off topic, that game is just criminally underlooked. I have no idea why it doesn't get the recognition, but awesome little sim.
Yeah, no, I've spent a lot of time working with Race Room over the last 3 years. Been a great group of guys to work with, and they've got some good ideas when it comes to like LAN events and stuff. They made some really, really good LAN events over in Germany. I had my first ever LAN event, meeting up with them, doing a race at the Nürburgring, at the Nürburgring 24-hour in Nordschleife. They were racing around it, and we had our own little bit in the arena. It's very, very cool, and they've had a good few, so fingers crossed for them to do a couple more, because I do like that kind of stuff. But it is a sim. I mean, applying sim to it is a bit harsh, because they know that they themselves even don't. They're not in it competition wise with things like R Factor and iRacing and ACC. They're in their own little bit. They don't classify themselves necessarily as much as a sim, but they don't like using the word like simcade, because that's just. But it is underrated as an approachable thing in sim racing. Do like it myself. Like I say, they've got TCR cars, they've got the Nordschleife, you can go race there, but still I would like to see TCR cars and the Nordschleife in ACC. I just would. Mostly for the fact of it's on Unreal Engine 4, so they look very pretty, and you can do some cool custom liveries on it, and then go and drive the Nordschleife on Unreal Engine 4.
How are they ever supposed to get any sort of work done if Nordschleife gets added to ACC? We'd never, ever be off of that. I mean, I think of the amount of time I spent on Assetto Corsa, the original one, on Nordschleife, just on the track day servers. I never knew I needed that in my life until I went on those servers, and now it's probably one of my favourite ways to pass time when I'm not doing racing, I'm not doing commentary. Jump in a track day server and just have fun.
Was that the first sim? I think it was the first sim to get laser scanned Nordschleife.
No, I don't think so. It wasn't at iRacing, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I know, because I remember that AC, iRacing and Race Room all got a laser scan Nordschleife within a couple of months of each other. It was all very, very close. I think AC might have been the first, if not it was iRacing. It was very, very tight either way. Getting a couple of looks, by the way, at a few of the streamers. Did obviously see Jardier, Jaroslav Honzik streaming, currently driving. Saw James Baldwin not driving. He's not driving telepathically or anything. He's just not in the car right now. So being able to see Mikhail Stutsenko behind the wheel now, obviously streaming out to his audience. Track map on there is of slightly the wrong circuit, must say. That is Suzuka, not where we're racing right now in the top right. So I think
is that a track map, or is that actually one of those art
bits on the wall? I think the lighting, I think it is just a track map. I mean, maybe he does have Suzuka on his wall. I don't know. I haven't asked him. It is actually Suzuka on his wall.
Yeah, because it looks like
lit up
top
perfectly.
and bottom. It's you can see the fixings onto the wall there.
Yeah. So maybe he's a massive fan of Suzuka.
Yeah, there you go. Pronominal again on YouTube. Thank you for staying with us, my good man. Why not karts? I think for obvious reason. What's your opinion on karts? We've got 5 minutes to fill with Blur before we get back to the race here, Lewis. Karts, have you had any experience of them, especially those nutty national level karts?
Not in real life. Never really enjoyed doing karts and sim racing either, so I'm very much the wrong person to ask. Have
you seen the super karts?
As in sim race or in real life?
Have you seen them?
I've never seen them go around. Someone I raced, someone actually who wasn't on the grid because he was around for one round when you went racing in that touring car thing that we did the other day. Toby Davis, he and his brother Ben both used to race in superkarts and stuff back in the day. It's a blue one they were throwing around. Those things are unbelievably fast.
Yeah, they're frightening.
My God.
I remember being up at Knockhill doing comms or doing commentary on it, and yeah, they frighten me more than the bikes for some reason, because they're even lighter, and they go up to like, what's it, about 80, 90, 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, I mean on the back on the Bentley straight down into Snetterton, going down into Brundle and that, I think they were topping out around about 100, 110 or something like that. I can't really remember from back in the day, but those things are monstrously fast. I think there's only one I mean, it depends how you classify project cars. There is only one sim that actually has superkarts in sim racing, which is AMS. Automobilista.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, I think AC's got a mod for it, but of course I was thinking of Kartcraft, but then that's only up to about 150. Yeah. So there you
go.
That's why karts, because we all like our being able to walk away from our sim racing at the end of the day. iRacing apparently has karts. I don't think it does.
I don't think they do. They've got the Formula V.
Yeah, to be fair, that is ridiculously good fun. And again, look, that brings us in a roundabout way of saying this. I mean, we said right at the beginning when we started chatting that we're in a golden age of sim racing. I don't think we've ever had more choice and more freedom than we do right now in sim racing. And the fact that you want to go and race in superkarts, you've almost got a dedicated sim for that. You want to go and do Bathurst in some really bizarre meme car, you've got a Assetto Corsa for that as well. It's just fantastic that almost everybody's catered for.
Yeah, absolutely. There's always a reason, somewhere to sort of find somewhere to go and race. I can't remember what this layout's called. There's one in AC that's recently been released, or like released the full version. I cannot remember what it's called, but it's based on like roads up in the north of England. It's always good fun to lob random cars.
I've done that. I really enjoy that. That's
so good.
Something like North Force or something like that.
Yeah.
That's brilliant. Free roam maps are incredibly good fun, and again, outside of sim racing, actually a really, really enjoyable way
High
of
Force.
relaxing. High Force, that's it. It's in the Pennines, I think it is.
Yes, and it's incredibly good fun. Quite a long route, that one. I've lobbed a F1 car around it because why not? Everyone's dreamed of throwing an F1 car around their local roads, and you can in AC, sort of.
Yeah, it doesn't get quite the same looks when you can say, I've taken an F1 car around Knockhill, and you just kind of get looked like, you're about,
Yeah, sure. Yeah, How long did that take? How was the lap time? Like 30...
I think it was a 32-second lap.
Oh, there you go.
But that's with, and actually that might not have been a Formula One. That might have been one of those. If you remember from Gran Turismo, that weird hybrid Formula E car.
The super massive. Mega
we digress. We've actually got action on track here. We've actually got a fight for position here.
Yeah, we do indeed. Team Ford. Well, who'd have guessed it? Who'd have guessed it? Fordzilla versus SimWare.pro. We've seen this one quite a few times for the last 3 hours. Seen them so many times battling it out, and you've got to be sat in either of these cars thinking, not this car again. And once again they'll battle it out. Although I do feel that this position has a slightly higher significance and importance now, not just because we've got an hour to go in the race, but also because it's for the last position inside the top 10, which does kind of boost the value of the position. It's not just trying to get past this dude you've been battling the entire race with.
And that's the other great thing about this race as well, is that what we've seen is that it doesn't matter where you are on the grid, you've got an arch nemesis that you're going to be duking it out for all the way through the entire race, which makes the race pass so much quicker. These drivers are only going to be doing 2 hour stints anyway, but again, when you're doing these endurance races, they can be mentally draining, can't they?
Yeah, I mean, the mental fatigue is the major factor of races like this. It's I was actually, when I was in Germany last, I was talking to some people who run Sim Formula, which is a company, and Masita Esports, like a clothing company in sim racing, do like sim racing shirts and stuff. They were very interested in sim racing. We'll focus on this battle very quickly as Murtasov is going for a move on Christie for the Team Fordzilla Cup, but still no way to pass Bentley versus Bentley. Basically touring car racing, as I'm sure they'll bash each other apart, trying to gather these positions. But it was really, really interesting having this conversation with them, being about how racing is different to practice and stuff, because they were saying, I said that sim racing is actually, it's not that much exercise for you, and they were like, yeah, but every time we see people racing, they're always sweating and stuff. And I was like, it's because they're racing. And it's really weird, because if you were to take them and do an hour, 2 hours of practice, like just straight in the car for 2 hours, your heart rate doesn't really go up, you don't really sweat, you don't really work that hard. And it's when you go into the race, all of that sweating and all of that, your heart racing and stuff, is because your body's pumping with adrenaline. Your eyes and your brain is so focused on what's going on. That is why sim racing and actual racing in sim racing is exhausting, not the actual effort of turning the wheel. That makes almost no difference. It's all mental, and I think that is, to be honest, incredible.
It really is, but also to expand on that further, it makes perfect sense when you consider what a driver is having to do. Now, on a track day, a race or a practice session, a driver's just looking after the car.
Yeah.
But in a race session, we use this meme about, it's like 4D chess. They're having to think, 3, 4, 5 corners in advance. They're like, they've got 3 different options at any time open to them. They're going like, well, if the car in front does this, I'm going to do this. Well, if I do that, what will happen to this? If X, then Y. It's almost an algebra math equation going on in their head in real time that their brain is constantly having to work out. And from my own personal view, as we see Igor Murtasov on the back of that Bentley again, and I still don't think he's going to get around the outside here. But again, your breathing becomes shallower. You're having to fight it. No way has he just done that. That is beautiful from Murtasov. Murtasov has just straight up murdered there. That was absolutely fantastic, Lewis.
It's pretty much like, I will applaud that move. It's fantastic. It is the 3rd time we've seen it, which, it just shows how much these two have battled and how many times Murtasov, or rather the SimWare.pro car, has had to make that exact move. But a superb one, lovely around the outside once more, proving that it wasn't a fluke. And that it is possible to make some clean overtaking around this circuit. But either way, with 56 minutes left to go, I think it'll be wise to roll through our top 10 just very, very quickly indeed. Of course, it is the 149 Yazheat Pirelli car that is leading the way at the moment, with Mikhail Stutsenko behind the wheel. Of course, James Baldwin and Eamon Murphy have already ticked off all of their laps so far. With 56 minutes left to go, it'll be all the way to the end of the race. Back with the other Yaz Heat car, the second one, the Richard Mille car, which is presently being driven by Jardier himself, Jaroslav Honzik in the 150. It is a Yaz Heat 1 and 2. The number 9 car is next for R8 GE Sports. Jordan Sherritt presently piloting that one just ahead of Andrea Capoccia in the 457 GTWR R8G Academy Audi R8. 3 Audi R8s inside the top 5. The final one of those being the number 33 Retronic E-Racing Unicorns of Love car that is presently being driven by Pignone, who's just finishing off his stint in the car. Of course, we did see the number 71, the Ren Velton car that was inside the top 5, inside even the top 4, before it was dished a drive-through penalty. Drops now down into 6th place as they'll try and march their way back up somewhere inside the top 5. It is still possible on their pace. Behind them, the number 72, a decent day for Ren Velton, as they are running 6th and 7th at the moment. Behind that, the number 77, Prime E-Racing. What could have been for them at the moment, because they're sat there thinking, well, we've done an extra pit stop that we didn't really need to do. Still closing down on Volmuth ahead. Nauroth is absolutely charging right now. The 1-2-1 behind them. Suarez behind the wheel of that at the moment, the Odox Motorsports car. Typically we see them in an Audi. This time we see them in a Bentley doing fantastic stuff inside the top 10. Murdasov's just got inside the top 10 after making that move in his Simware.Pro Bentley against the number 66 Team Fordzilla. With the 55 minutes to go, I wonder if anyone else can sneak their way inside the top 10 as we focus back on James Parker in the... I don't really know what to call it, because obviously it says Coach Dave Academy on screen. We know it's the Coach Dave Academy Dog Community and ACR car, so I don't really know if we can apply a big name, because let's be honest, Kader Dal Acker doesn't really flow off the tongue, does it?
Well, even less so for me. You know, I can pretty much butcher any name in existence. But 55 minutes left to go, Lewis. This is. I don't like saying this is done, but I think for the top 5, it certainly looks like they're just on a course to just cruise to the finish.
I mean, the at least the top 3, definitely. They are 100% set. They are 100%. That's bold. They are 95.6% set. That, let's be honest, unless there's going to be a mistake, nothing's really going to happen there. To be fair, 5th to 6th, maybe less so. Although lap times are looking good for Pignone to hang on. I did mention that earlier, that Pignone is lapping up just about fast enough in comparison to Repair that it's probably going to handle all right. Aporius, by the way, into the pit lane for the final pit stop in that number 53 Mercedes. I think, they're in the realm, 8-9 seconds. They're in the realm of that final pit stop going right. They can gain the position. So there's plenty to play for in that sense, that I wouldn't necessarily guarantee 5th place. Certainly the top 4. Behind that, things could be getting a little bit tighter. By the way, speaking of gaps and stuff, Volmuth and Nauroth, I was saying that Nauroth was closing in the number 77 Prime E-Racing car. We were just catching a glimpse of them as well. The gap's come down half a second on the last lap. They are closing in faster and faster, number 77. So things are looking good for Prime E-Racing, at least to pick up one position, potentially a couple.
It's not beyond the realms of possibility, that is for absolute sure. The problem is that when we get to this stage in the race, the chances are few and far between. But can we also just take a second to realise that how is the 149 lapped everyone up to 4th position in a 6-hour race? It beggars belief. And the fact is that Patrick Pignon is not a slow driver and has gone a lap down. So is Felix Repair. Yeah, that is quite eye-opening.
Look, I mean, it's testament to the quality of that car. We know, you speak of these names: Mikhail Stutsenko, Eamon Murphy, James Baldwin. In a team, they're a quality team that have raced each other a fair amount, and they know their strengths and weaknesses and know what they can achieve. And right now, it's victory is what they can achieve. The level of dominance they've displayed today is on a par with anything that you'd see in any level of racing. And it's not been an easy win. Win is a bit early to say, but it's not been an easy position for them to get into. Let's just say that. The fact that it was a dry start, it was then wet, it was then into dry, back into wet again. That it's one of the harder races that you can win based on the fact of how much it flips and changes backwards. I mean, think of it back to round one of the season a few weeks ago. They were only 7th position on that day. So the win here throws them back up, obviously, into title contention. But saying that, our race winners of Spa, they're running around in 3rd right now. So where we saw in things like the Best of British and even in the SimGrid VCO World Cup, where inconsistency creeped in, inconsistency is not a thing in this championship. It does seem like these drivers are running around very, very consistently indeed. 2nd place on the day at Spa, the 457. Obviously, Andrea Capoccia running that car inside the top 5 right now with a 4th position. The Yazheat car that's 2nd was in 4th at Spa. These are all looking very, very consistent.
They absolutely are, and as I said before, they deserve it, given the misfortune that they've had in previous championships, previous races. Yeah, there's a little bit of me that's actually quite happy seeing this, because I'm like, the team works hard. They're a really, really good team. All of the drivers that are there, incredibly positive characters. We saw that webcam of Jaroslav Honzik from the stream, and I've said this before, but I almost feel like we're incredibly lucky to have him in the community, because he's just such an infectiously positive character. He's so happy all the time, and it's difficult to watch a stream and not feel a little bit happier for doing so, and knowing how he does take it very, very seriously, but he never lets it overtake, the fact that he does this for fun. And look, Yazheat, they've done so well in the past couple of seasons. They've brought themselves on in terms of the professionalism and the approach to the championships that they do it. And this race might actually be paying off for them.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Jaroslav Honzik, I mean, I've had the joy once. I think it was 3 years ago now. 2 years ago, I had the chance to commentate with Jaroslav Honzik at one of the race roulets, actually. And like I say, his positivity it knows no bounds. But also, I respect Jaroslav Honzik a lot, not just because of his talent, but also because there's things like his fan base and stuff. We've seen this before, where the toxicity around certain fan bases and stuff, when they go out, and I've seen an incident happen where it's quite clearly, whichever streamer it is, quite clearly they're at fault, and the fan base will go out and attack the other driver. And I've seen that happen before. It did happen to Jaroslav Honzik once, that some of his fan base, not many, but a couple of names, went out and attacked someone else. They were like, yeah, you can't race like this, and blah, 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 blah. And Jaroslav Honzik put some tweets out and stuff, and basically said, anyone who's doing that is not a fan of mine, because that is not the appropriate way to do it. He stood up for the person that was in the incident, because there is a way to go around incidents and stuff. And Jaroslav Honzik, Jardier put his hands up and went, look, it was my fault. There's no need to go and attack this poor guy for something that was my fault. It is what it is. Let's just move on and not have that level of toxicity. And I respect that, because sim racing is naturally a fairly toxic place, let's be honest. We do get that. It's competition. It always goes that kind of way. To remove it from places where it really doesn't need to be, that's only a positive for the entire community, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, 2 things on that. One is that it has to happen. The toxicity, we all have to take our part in trying to remove that. For a number of reasons. One is that this is escapism, right? We all do this as a choice. We all choose to jump behind the virtual wheel, and we enjoy it, and we want to have it as a place. And you go into a public server and you see the public chat and you hear the voice chat, and you're like, good lord, what is wrong with these people? The Jaroslav Honzik story, I've got to be honest, it's slightly annoying, because it's like, just when you think he can't get any more adored,
right.
he does something like that, and it's almost frustrating because I personally wish I could be that good a person, that wholesome.
Yeah, he's a really good. I think we might well have we got you back there?
Yeah, I'm here. I do that all the time. Do you know what it is? It's like the way I've got my mic set up, I've got a V-Moda boom mic that plugs into my headset, and it's now at the point where I just sort of move slightly, the whole thing just tears itself out. But anyway, point was being, he's so incredibly wholesome, and what a fantastic role model as a streamer. He's got a brilliant audience, and it's brilliant to see, and yeah. Anyway, right.
And he's quick.
He is quick, and while you cover for me, I'm going to go and find some super glue.
Classics. I mean,
come back in 15 minutes, and then I can't talk at all.
Good effort, sir. If not, I've been wisely informed by all my years of watching the likes of Formula One that duct tape will fix anything. So you never know. Maybe get on some of that as we are in the pit window. A few teams have been in the into the pit lane as Jack Mack dives it down the inside of Christensen and gets Zancho. Rather, I was going to say up a position. It's more so defending a position from the number 52 as this battle between Gambarini and Teasy continues. 32nd position on the grid. Unfortunately for some of the GTWR RHG Academy, things aren't going so well. And we were bringing this up earlier that for some of GTWR, they've been, GTWR RHG, just put it under one big label. Some of it's been running very well. I mean, they're running 3rd and 4th in this race, but for other parts of their contingent, they're not going so well. But that is the entire point of it being the GTWR RHG Academy. It's where they're teaching some drivers, they're learning some drivers, they're finding out who the future of the team is going to be, and so. You need to have those teams in sim racing. 2 reasons. Number 1, because they need to learn, and number 2, because if you're a team and you've got the feeling that this guy's talented and that guy's talented and that guy's talented, to be honest, you kind of want to hoover them up and keep them in your team, and then so when they progress, you progress. Too many times it goes very much the other way, and then drivers become a bit aimless and never really find their sitting in the world. As Jack McIntyre is still looking in his mirror, still defending from Christensen, considering how close the Pulse Sim Sport car got on the run down into T1. I'm wondering how close he's going to get this lap. That close, because Jack McIntyre comes into the pit lane.
You're on about the GTWR RHG Academy, and it was unfortunate that it was on Angelo Tuzzi when you went to say that.
Yeah.
I was away to joke, and I thought it's a little bit harsh, but no, it is true though. I can't wait for the week when they show him where the break is after rolling on the track. I'm still incredibly salty after that incident at the start. I'm sorry, I've never seen anything that bad before. It was. Yeah, but on the plus side, he is doing a remarkable job of trying to recover that, drive the car down in 32nd place just now. And look, we've all had incidents, and sometimes you kind of have to take your licks, don't you? You have to take the punishment and take the comments that come your way. And for the most part, Angelo doing a brilliant job actually of knuckling down, focusing on recovering and trying to make the best of this race. And 32nd, if they can get into the top 30, I think they'll be very, very happy with the result of that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I once caused an almighty crash on the start of a race. We were racing at Le Mans Bugatti, which, by the way, underrated track. I actually really enjoy it. In touring cars and stuff, and GT is way too small. Obviously, mostly a bike track. They race there in MotoGP, but we were racing touring cars around there. Had a good start, went into turn 1, Dunlop, the right-hander, the fast right-hander. Didn't check my relative, didn't check to the right. I assumed there was one car on my inside maybe. Couldn't see them in my mirror or anything. I was in a blind spot, and so I turned in. Expecting there to be one. We were 3 wide, and I caused an enormous crash. And from that point on, I knew it was my fault. I knew I was going to get a penalty, but you just kind of have to carry on and be like, look, really sorry to those guys. I'll apologise after the race. I'll accept my penalty. But you've kind of just got to dust it off get on with it and learn from that mistake, and always check if you're 3 wide or not.
Yeah, exactly. That's
how's your
really
microphone
all you
going,
can
by the
do.
way?
It's fine. It's up.
Yeah, right. Good effort. Nice sound effects, mate.
I know, right? But 41 minutes left to go in the race, and I again, it's now we're coming into the point where we're going to get the final pit stops on the go, and realistically, I can't see the lead anything happening for the lead. However, that gap for second and third place is still coming down very, very slightly. Certainly to the point of where Jaroslav Honza could be put under real pressure if there's a long time on the pit stop or if there's a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, in the consideration there's 40 minutes left to go, it means you're taking this. You're saying there's roughly 21, 22 laps, which with there being a 14-second gap, means you're talking of the lap time coming down 6-7 tenths of a second as running a little bit wide there. I'm not sure which of the GTW RHG cars that was. I think it might have actually been Kapoccia who's running around in 4th spot. It is actually Kapoccia, good effort. But yeah, it needs to come down 6-7 tenths a lap. The gap is coming down half a second here, half a second there. Last lap time from Jaroslav Honzik was a 53.8. Jordan Sherritt will be crossing the line. His last lap time anyway was a 53.6. Might well be in the sort of 53.5, 53.6s anyway on this lap as well. My point is that it's not really coming down enough. Whether the pit lane has anything to say about that, i.e. taking more or less fuel, we'll have to wait and see when they do come in for their final stops, which, to give you a bit of a reference as to when their final stops will be, we are expecting Jaroslav Honzik in this lap, potentially. I do believe it should be into the pit lane at the end of this one for its final stop. And I do believe that our race leader, Mikhail Stetsenko, has got another 5 minutes left on the race track before we'll see him into the pit lane for his final stop. On sequence as well with Jordan Sherritt. Sherritt should be another 2-3 laps.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case here, and into the pits then goes. I believe that might have been the number 53 there. 38 minutes left to go in the race here. We're watching Oleg Erkolev for Funny Formula 1, but disappointing race for them. They could have had so much more. They were running up in the top 10. Penalties, incidents left, right and centre, and that leaves them onto the back of Diego Loureiro in the 777 machine, although looking very, very fast indeed in that Aston Martin side by side as they come through the right-hander here. 2 wheels on the grass, that's a bit of an interesting strategy there, Lewis. I'm not sure I'd be taken to that one.
Well, I mean, I've learnt from other simulators that you can run onto the grass to cool your tyres should you see fit, but
I never knew that. So that's actually a thing?
It is in some sims.
Good Lord.
Not on R-Factor 2, don't worry.
Oh, right, okay.
No, that's not why you were losing as much time as you were, sorry. Was that harsh?
That wasn't quite what I meant, but I'll take it anyway. Just randomly, but seriously, is that actually a thing?
Yeah, in some simulators there was a thing that you would cool your tyres if you were running over grass. I mean, technically, it's not 100% wrong, but you would crash if you used grass. Unfortunately, though, I mean, I was watching a certain other simulator and a 10 hours of Suzuka, which I was, perfectly enjoying and all that kind of stuff. But they were taking the line into 130R is to go onto the grass on the right-hand side and then turn in, which does irritate me somewhat because that's a bit much.
I'm putting up air quotes here. Realism.
Yeah, I mean, those kind of things are fair enough. They happen, but I was like, oof, okay, fair enough. I've seen that line time and time again. It's not the only sim that I've seen ridiculous lines in. Should have seen some people's lines into Puon on a certain other simulator a few weeks back where they were driving onto the grass, like on the right-hand side of the track before turning in. Thankfully, we don't see too much of that ridiculousness on ACC. It's certainly not in the wet. But, I mean, look, sim racers, they'll find the very limits of the racetrack wherever they can, even if those very limits of the racetrack are certainly beyond it.
That's actually a brilliant point to bring up, isn't it? Because, right, so we obviously see it and we think that they're going to take the same lines as, or the fastest line to the same lines that they would take in real life. But realistically, when they're racing to the sim, they're racing to the limits and the as far as they can push the car in the sim. So they're driving to the the standards that are out there. And if it's faster to do that, then it's faster to do that. That's how they are going to push these cars, and they push the absolute envelope. And it might look a little bit untoward, and comparing it to reality. But again, it's a race, and they're doing everything they can to win the race.
Yeah, I mean, there are some great examples. Mostly they're in chicanes in sim racing. If you want to see the difference between a sim and real life, watch a car through a chicane. And it's not because the car moves weirdly or whatever. No, it's because normally in sim racing, we just take all of the chicane. We take all of the curb, all of it, every little bit of it, flung up into the air, bouncing back down onto the racetrack, and just carry on. In real life, they don't tend to do that because you break the suspension. Circling back to our point earlier. As our race leader, by the way, Mikhail Stutsenko is into the pit lane. Jordan Sherritt should also be down this lap as well. As we focus on Jordan Sherritt in the RHG car, of course, Jaroslav Honzik has already been into the pit lane. But yeah, like taking too much curb, taking whatever the limit of whatever simulator it is, whether it is taking curb, whether it is using a little bit of the grass or the green tarmac that normally you wouldn't ever use in real life, but you can kind of get away with using it in the sim because there's enough grip there. Those are all the things that the sim drivers pick up on. And real drivers, when they come into sim racing, it's counterintuitive for them. They don't really think about it so much. They need a sim driver to be like, oh, by the way, take this line into this corner, and they go, but that's not how you do it. Well, that's how you do it in the sim. And in the same way, it's basically that is similar to how it is in real life. I.e., they find the limit of the racetrack, and then what they can push to slightly beyond that, and that's racing. That's how you get faster around a race circuit.
Yeah, that's a very, very good point. Jordan Sherritt then into pit lane for his final time. We've got 35 minutes left to go in the race, and just watching Jaroslav Honzik then coming round the Parabolica then to take that, what you would imagine is take that second position back, because it's going to be how much time Jordan Sherritt can cut out of this pit stop to get back out. That's going to decide on how close he gets to Jaroslav Honzik in this final stint of the race. And to be honest with you, I don't think it's going to be that much time, if anything at all, here.
Yeah, well, we'll have to wait and see on those lap times. Well, the gaps once all has left the pit lane and all becomes equal. Once again, one thing is for sure, that the 1:49 with just half an hour left to go here at Monza is leading, and very, very comfortably indeed. 64.4 seconds it was entering the pit lane. We'll see what those gaps are as we cross over the sector splits. At least on my live timing, it does show that Jordan Sherritt is way ahead of Jaroslav Honzik, although now as it updates, I believe there is still a fair gap between them. Not sure how much. It's at least 10 seconds though between them, which should be enough for Honzik to keep Jordan Sherritt at bay, you'd hope. 12.9, there you go.
Yeah, so that's come down a bit by about a second, but realistically it's not anywhere near as close as it needed to be in this final stint. Honzik has got the skill, got the class to keep a hold of that gap. If worst case scenario, it'll come under 10 seconds, but yeah, there we go. That is all you really needed with half an hour left to go. It is Stutsenko, Honzik and Sherritt, 1, 2, 3. Andrea Capoccia doing a great job in the 457 GTWR RHG Academy Black machine. But again, just thinking about championship-wise, great result for Jordan Sherritt in the Audi in third position, given that they came in leading after that first win at Spa. They go into Paul Ricard at the end of the month with quite a lot of momentum. Yeah,
really they do. It's been such an impressive beginning to the season for a team which has struggled to find their footing. We've brought this up a couple of times where they've for whatever reason, things just haven't gone quite well for them. Whereas to say that they've got, a car winning round one, a car being on the podium in round two, a car that has finished second last round and finishing fourth this round, it seems. That's really, really good for the R8G brand and GTWR. So things are looking very, very good indeed for the outfit. But the battles at the front are one thing. The battles further down are another one, because we still have this battle for 14th spot, as we've got the SOP Ferrari just trying to keep a contingent of Aston Martins behind. It's pretty tight here. Let's take a look.
Down on the inside to turn one, and yeah, this is a bit of a traffic jam. This is not where you want to be with half an hour left to go, given all of this is going on right now. Is that Samir Foch just up in that battle as well in the 328? It is. So yeah, this is a bit awesome actually. With half an hour left to go, you're expecting everybody to be doing their own thing, and this is a proper scrap for 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th position.
Yeah, we've just seen Urkelev getting past Foch. Of course, you've got Lariru just trying to get through as well and trying to find his way past. And kind of look to the inside of the SOP Ferrari. We've seen that Ferrari go backwards, unfortunately, quite a few positions today. It looks like might well be another one. You've also got the, I can't remember what name I applied to it. I mean, we could remove the Coach Dame Academy now from it and just call it the Dolkin Community Car now that Darren King is behind it, and just keep changing it depending on who's behind the wheel at the time. At the moment though, the Dolkin Community Car is at the rear end of this train. I said it was a contingent of Aston Martins because there was 3 of them. One has already passed Foch, the next 2 are lining him up.
And with that as well, that again, we've said it time and time again, there's an air of inevitability around that, because it's just that Ferrari looks like Foch is kind of going backwards right now, although Tiago Loureiro kind of just maybe wanting to wait until the start-finish straight, as I've got no idea where Dan King was going round the parabolica. He takes a very, very wide line, but again seems to have a lot of speed coming out there. He's going to make short work of the number 777 machine, you think, out at turn one, and where I thought it was going to be a battle for 15th and 16th, it's actually going to be 16th and 17th that are swapping here. King has to move to the outside of turn one. Loureiro blocks it off expertly, and Dan King a little bit wiser to that and just backs off a little bit.
Yeah, really, really good defence there from Tiago Loureiro. That was really, nothing overdone. I mean, didn't defend clean air, but just defended nicely. And rather than attacking Foch, it was close enough to potentially get past the Ferrari, but you've got to remember, these Astons are pretty quick right now, and they are looking very, very fast indeed, especially in the wet weather conditions. We've seen, that Ferrari went backwards. Obviously went forwards at some point, because we've seen it go backwards once again, unfortunately, just painfully at this point in the race. It is sharp. Every time a car overtakes, oh no, not another one. And the fact that 2 are lining up right now to hang on for half an hour is a very, very tall order. We'll just have to wait and see, but we'll see if the Alien Lab Racing or the Dolkin Community Car can pass at any point in the near future. Running down to Ascari, looking very good for Tiago Loureiro to try and make that move. Looks to the inside, probably going to back out of this one, back into the slipstream with the Ferrari, up and over the curbs through the chicane. Looks like it's going to be a better line though from Foch. I think might be able to hang on even down into Parabolica, potentially even down into the first corner. The exit was that not great from Tiago Loureiro.
Yeah, and this is the weird thing, is the fact that it swings and roundabouts is going from half of the lap being the 777 under attack from the car behind him, from Dan King, and then next he's having to try and catch up with Samir Foch here, but Hamada Arkizi going very, very wide at turn number 1 there, and hands that place to the number 100 of Andre Michel there. Let's have a look here though. So what is going to happen? Look, it's almost like a turbo boost button for Dan King on the entry to turn 1 here. This is getting a bit sketchy, all 3 of them. No way has that just worked for Loureiro. That was beautiful. Samir Foch, completely unrelated to all that, makes a mistake and essentially hands that position to the Aston Martin. But how has that Ferrari managed to get that? I was going to say, I thought the Ferrari was getting the grunt on the Aston Martin there, but surely that wasn't going to work. He's going to try and keep the foot in, and this is never going to work. That was close, but great work from all three drivers there. Incredibly respectful stuff. And the bit that annoys me is that is proof that you can have tight, really close racing and not have anybody be punted off.
Yeah, superb judgment there from Loureiro. Brilliant stuff. Just cut in front of Foch just at the right time, and then King down the inside. And finally, all three Aston Martins have managed to pass the Ferrari. The next target is, of course, that Mercedes behind, the one that has been charging. We've seen it into the pit lane earlier than most of these. That one being the number 53 Liperti sports car that is going to be closing in the background at the moment. Mad stuff. Great move from the 777. Like I say, it takes two. It would have been very easy for the Ferrari to have just kind of left the nose down the inside ever so slightly, to have tried sending it once again and making a move. Didn't happen. Wise to it at the end of the race, and great move. Really, really was. And again, always takes two to tango. Brilliant stuff. And I think this battle may well continue, as I think, let's be honest, Darren King wants his part of this. And to drop Loureiro back down into 16th place and outside of the top 15. Let's see if Darren King can make this one stick. He'll look to the inside, was close to making a move around the outside a lap ago. This time not so much, but look at that line from the A-Lab racing car.
Yeah, and the thing for Loureiro on the brakes into turn one there, you saw how perilously close he came to putting a couple of wheels onto the grass there, and if he did, that would have been absolutely game over. The cars did twitch slightly under braking, and that is brilliant news for Dan King, because it means all that pressure is working. He's forcing that car to think about where it's putting itself and possibly even overwork those tyres and think later onto the brakes just to stay ahead. So Dan King, this is all he needs to do. Just needs to be as obnoxious as he possibly can behind that car. Also, can I just say, I am very impressed. Finally, we've had a race where, for what I've seen, there's not been too much of flashing of the lights in the mirrors, because in these conditions that is just so difficult to deal with. Try and concentrate on what you're doing and having that distracting you in the background.
Do you not like the lights flashing?
Absolutely hate it. Absolutely detest it.
It's a good job we didn't race at Silverstone too.
It's just for me, I get if it's not in the rules, then absolutely go for it. But I just feel it's such a cheap, tacky way of trying to get past. It's just like there's no. It just feels like you're just trying to distract the driver in front rather than overtaking them. If you're that good, get them on the straight or whatever. If it's lap traffic, absolutely, I agree with it. Kind of lost for words as Dan King. That was an amazing effort. I mean, 10 out of 10 for the effort there. And you know how we've got to stay, or
I'm not 100% sure. I think it was the 30. It was the car that was closing in. I think it might have been the 34, but let me just double check on the number sheet. But there was someone that was very, very close to the back of that battle that we were just watching. It was a 53, rather, that has been into the pit lane, the Leaper Esports green car. But I'm pretty sure they went into the pit lane halfway around the lap, so I think that might be some form of retirement, and the 53 might be the latest one to add to that list. Not 100% sure as to the reasoning for the 53, that Mercedes, to be in the pit lane at this point. But either way, like I said, I think they might well be out of the race. We'll focus on this battle inside and outside the top 10. As said, Suarez, Savini, they're battling out ahead of this. Flashing of the lights, that is from the car that is running around in third position, being Jordan Sherritt. As we return to Loureiro and Darren King battling it out once again. We'll see if King can make it stick around the outside of the Parabolica this time. I think by that gap, too big of a gap. Savini has got through on Suarez, so they've gone down the inside, no diving there, and made the position up into what is now 8th position. Fantastic stuff, or 9th position rather. Fantastic stuff for the Nissan. We're only biased to the underdog, and that is certainly it.
Goodness me, Murdazov just absolutely sends it on the inside there. Right, Suarez is falling down off the edge right now as King tries to go around the outside into turn one. Gets it done. That is nice. That is really, really nice from both of them. Doesn't get the move stuck just yet, and Loureiro might actually have that back, but it has to tuck in. That was beautiful from Dan King. And look, I'm really happy Daniel Savini in that GTR in the top 10. That has made my afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely. Love a good underdog story. I mean, I remember us talking about this at the opening round of the SimGrid VCA World Cup at Bathurst when the Elvis Grattan squad in that Honda NSX, when they did so well. We were up in arms. We were thinking, go on, prove the car, because you've always got to have a bit of fun with that. Unfortunately, the rest of the season didn't quite go as well. We do love the underdogs. We love the Kings. We love the Kingslayers. And certainly that is the case with the underdogs. It taking on something as bold and brave as the Nissan GTR to be inside the top 10 here at Monza in the second round of the season. Fantastic stuff. Brilliant to see. Again, battles coming in thick and fast. And we've got the final 20 minutes of the session. Patterson has caught up to the back of the 166 Potomski at the moment behind the wheel in that McLaren, just trying to hang on inside the inside the top 30, but they both are, so a bit of an irrelevant point. But the 166, 26th position. We've seen it battle a bit higher than this, but they've got to be careful not to fight because the Lexus behind Moreira is also closing in. To be honest, same with the Ferrari behind that.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it just comes back to the whole point of no matter where you are in this field, you've got your battles to take. But I'll be honest, I'm really intrigued by that battle between Dan King Loureiro and Samir Foch as well, because Foch now looks like he's going to be making a move on that 777 car as well to get that position back, because obviously Samir dumped down in that Ferrari in the 328 SOP Esports racing machine behind that battle. But Zach Patterson just kind of falling off the back of Potomski just now. And I think, is that a proper little battle going up in front as well? But yeah, this has been a brilliant race after the chaos of the first half hour. Yeah, this has definitely been a classic.
Yeah, just remember as well, the season is certainly not done after this. Still it's a 5-round season, still 3 rounds to go. We'll go to Paul Ricard, to Kyalami, and then to, honestly, my favourite circuit on the entire planet, as we head off to Bathurst at the start of 2022 to end the season. Brilliant circuit, as we'll see just a little bit of lap traffic dropped here. Your thoughts on Bathurst, by the way? Just let me see if I can actually take your opinion seriously or not.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's that important to me. It's that
Absolutely adore Bathurst. Yeah. It's one of my favourite tracks. It's such a test of car. I'm not very good at it. I do enjoy though. It's great fun because if you get it hooked up right, it feels amazing as a driver. And let's face it, it's so exciting to watch because you could be 5 hours 50 in a 6-hour race. In that last 10 minutes, you still don't know what on earth is going to happen.
Great racetrack, yeah, and we had a great fun there in the season opener, as I said, of the SimGrid VCA World Cup, and great strategy there. With this being a 6-hour race to end the season, of course, all of them being 6-hour races, that will be a fantastic one, I have no doubt, especially with the level of skill that we've got here in the Endurance Cup at the SimGrid. So much racing action to come, and like I say, it's just constant and non-stop, and that is exactly what we want. Oh, a bit of a moment there from the McLaren, and Potomski is going to drop the position in the final moments of the race. I'm not sure if that might have also been some form of lag or something. I did see his car, it seemed like it jumped backwards a bit. Could have just been my eye. Certainly was a solo thing. It was just on his side of the session. So not 100% sure what happened there to McLaren. Either way, regardless, the position was dropped. Back to this battle between some Aston Martins. However, it is no longer Loureiro who's part of this battle. It is Darren King trying to get past Urkalev right now for 14th spot. So clearly a lot of pace on offer. And now we get to see the third of the SimWare.Pro. This time, though, it is the Ferrari in the number 43.
Yeah, Abeladze in the number 43 in the Ferrari, just through Parabolica, then right on the tail of Felipe Moreira for VRM Racing, and this is do or die now with 17 minutes left to go in the race. It's into the toe, into the slipstreams. The track is very dark here. It's cold, it's wet, and it's late. It's 7:52 p.m. virtual time here at Monza. Is it going to be a dive into turn 1? Thinks about going round the outside late on the brakes, and it's never going to work because that car is always going to close off that. But again, that VRM, an unforced error, taking too much of the curb there in the 349, very vulnerable on the exit of turn 1, and that means that Ferrari tucked up well and truly underneath that big wing.
Yeah, look at how big that Lexus is. And the Lexus was always a car that I was told to pick to drive around because it actually used to be fairly predictable and a good one to drive when ACC was brand new. Right now, under an awful lot of pressure, it's normally the car that Team Fortilla take. Oh, also, by the way, I hadn't actually thought about this, but it's good to see a Team Fortilla livery in ACC because normally they just drive around with the box standard Lexus livery. As Darren King commits to going around the outside at the moment, Urkalev did not fight that one bit. And allows the 383 to pass, so that one was just sorted out as probably pretty much as easy as it comes, to be honest.
I don't think he expected it, and by the time that he saw it was happening, there's absolutely nothing he could do. So brilliant move there, and let's see more of them, please. Yeah,
that was like I say, I think he pulled out to go and make the move, and then suddenly was like, oh, hang on, he's actually letting me go here. Fair enough. I mean, we take those, is what I was told that you respond to those with. Have fun and run away. Whether Urkalev will come back or whether Urkalev will drop back into the clutches of Lareru, that's the kind of question with that battle. By the way, Batomsky, who dropped off the racetrack, of course, is now back involved in the fight, trying to get by Aboulards and try and find his way past. Also with Moreira, who is a part of that. They've got a bit of lap traffic to hop out of the way, which just needs to move to one side and they will all come their way through. But we've got a three-way fight now as Batomsky is going to be a part of it fairly soon. Dropped off a little bit there at the final corner. Oh, whoa! There was a mistake in the braking zone. I don't know how, to be honest, Felipe Moreira was not just removed completely from the racetrack.
Okay, that happens. That Bentley obviously decided that probably the best point to brake for turn one would be possibly turn two. That was that was a bit absurd, really, and I've got a pretty bad feeling that was a lapped car that was doing that there. That might have been, was that the 35? It was. That was Samuel Cavagnino, that was caught up in that. That is not a good look.
I mean, it's very similar to what we saw with the virtual drivers by TX3 team a little bit earlier on in their Bentley, a bit earlier in the race. So we have seen that before, unfortunately, down into turn one. So we'll give them the same sort of area of like caution, where obviously we know that on board can't really see too much when they're behind, and with the spray and stuff, and probably just misjudged it. Thankfully, though, everyone this time gets out of it alive. It was the Prime E Racing car for the bill last time that we saw that specific incident, and easy to do, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm just watching that Ferrari going through Ascari and decide almost clip the wall on the outside there. It's really struggling to get any sort of pace into. I'm actually wondering if it's gone off the track and maybe lost some of the pressure in the tyres, because you can see it really is struggling. Gets a good run out of that final Parabolica corner, but 12 and a half minutes to go. You've got to wonder if it's actually worth it. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, like I say, they don't exceed limits like that unless they need to, or unless it's faster. But it does seem more so that this Ferrari, based on the fact that the SOP Ferrari as well is also struggling, that I am going to take a wild assumption that the Ferrari in wet weather here at Monza is quite difficult to drive right now. So I mean, we're seeing that with a fair amount of evidence now, aren't we, that there is a large amount of difficulty. As by the way, the sun really has set quite quickly. It is getting quite dark out there on the racetrack, which means it will probably be pretty much gone by the time we finish the race in 11 minutes and 55 seconds.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly the conditions change. We've seen it both with the weather, now with the sky as well, and I think some of these drivers are going to think that this end of the day can't come soon enough. It's been a miserable day for some of the teams, some of the drivers. Some of them are going to be absolutely in love with how well this day has gone. Yas Heat, for instance, I think are going to be very, very happy with the outcome of today, especially actually the RHG Esports number 9 team as well. I mean, obviously they're not going to be on first or second, but they're going to be very, very happy with how that went. Right, let's have a look here at this replay. This is the Bentley on the outside. I think he gets caught out with a braking mark marker here. No, I don't get that. I don't get that. How can you misjudge that so badly? That's the 54 slow racing sim cockpit team. And at this stage in the race, I really don't understand that. But here comes Abalazzi then on the back of Felipe Moreira.
Yeah, let's see if there's going to be a move. I put it in the same boat as the same category that we saw with the virtual drivers by TX3 team a bit earlier on in the race, of giving them a little bit of room with that one. But either way, going around the outside, SimWare.pro getting pushed off the road. They had absolutely no room there going around the outside of Moreira. I think he's going to potentially relinquish that position just to allow them to switch back once more. And this is laps traffic, or rather traffic's trying to lap them coming through the middle of all of it in that GTR car. I kind of feel a little bit for SimWare.pro there, because they were escorted rather aggressively off the track.
Yeah, I don't think it was deliberate, but it did happen. Meanwhile, Tego Lero fighting again with Samir Foch, who's obviously got that position back. They're side by side in turn one. Contact, they just keep it on the racetrack. Yeah, that was a bit too close for comfort, and I think there's a little bit of frustration starting to settle in with that Aston Martin now, potentially losing that place through Samir Foch, and you've got chaos and carnage going on with the GTR picking its way through the bones of some back markers just now, as Felipe Moreira has to let go to the GTR. There's contact again. Why? I don't understand that 10 minutes in the race, the car's a lap ahead of you. You don't need to be getting that close to the car. Let go, just pull off the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, you could also argue those going through as well and not giving enough room there. I mean, we've seen that a couple of times where you're coming into it. You've got to... The rules state you've got to give a car width, and as we've been told in real world motorsport and stuff, it's the car width plus a little bit more. Because if you just give one car width, there's never enough. You've got to give the car width plus a little bit more, which, especially when you take, for example, connection and stuff, and especially when you're the lap ahead, you really don't need to take any risks. So give the car width, give a car width and a half. Always, just to give them plenty of room to play with. It's not going to delay you that much. That's how I'd always see it. Just give a car width and a half and just run your own thing. There's no need to risk your position. So for me, I would actually say that Savini probably needed to give a bit more room in that scenario.
We'll have to have a look at the replay on that one, and I agree with what you're saying in terms of why are you taking that risk with 10 minutes left to go. But the other argument as well is the blue flag rules say that you can't fight the car that is trying to put a lap on you, and when you're holding that outside line, he's holding it because he's trying to the car was up alongside him. I would just let him have the place. There's no need for it. It's I don't know. It's one for race control. I don't even think they'll look twice at that one, because there was no real chaos came out of that one. Everyone kind of survived. It was just really, really messy and unfortunate. And for the most part, Lerero is still ahead of Samir Foch here anyway, although Foch is desperately trying to close up back onto the tail end of the Aston Martin here, late on the brakes, and a little bit too late for my liking, but 7.5 minutes left to go here, and I think we're getting close to being able to put a fork in this one and calling it done.
Yeah, it's close. It is very, very close. Lerero's got through, obviously, on Foch, and that one should mean that he's going to clear off into the distance. We did catch a little bit of the battle between Morant and Luca Burke for Zancho Simsport, trying to take on the number 52. Whilst all this is going on, just 7 minutes remain in this race. Obviously, continuing to be led by only 38 seconds. That gap has come down quite a bit. Drama, obviously not. Mikhail Stutsenko is just in the most major of cruise modes right now, and is just driving around well within himself. There is a couple of good lap times coming in every now and then. Last lap time was plenty faster than everyone behind. Stutsenko is leading very comfortably from Honzik. Honzik still has a very comfortable gap to Jordan Sherritt. Let's take a look once again then. And so we've got the GTR on the left-hand side of shot coming into the braking zone, just coming back over. See, there was still a fair amount of car, but he just didn't need to come back across. I mean, it was just two cars coming together, in my opinion. I don't know how you feel about it from that angle. If there is one thing that is for sure, regardless of blame, it was unnecessary.
Yeah, just I think that's the thing that comes across for me. It's not about for that one. It's not about fault. It's just like the pair of them need their heads knocking together. That's what my dad would say on that sort of instant. You're just like, why? What he's playing at? Sort it out. But like, no harm, no foul. 7 minutes left to go. At that point, they've not brought each other off. But again, it's those risks that you really don't want to be taking. And I think it's going to be a different replay or a different angle. Right. So
Mike
he's
just
given
wants an
him.
argument between us.
He does. So to be fair, the car on the right does stick to his line. He's not done anything.
Yeah.
That's the car overtaking it. That angle there proves without a shadow of a doubt that's the GTR's fault every day of the week.
Yes, I'm right.
You are absolutely spot on that one. Well done.
Thanks, Mike. No. No, I mean those ones. Either way, from either side of it, it is just unnecessary. That's all you can really say about it. By the way, with the laps remaining, I was watching when Stutsenko started this lap. I believe, based on where he started it, there will be 3 more laps to go. Now, for them, they don't really care. They're just cruising around. They could do another 10, 15 laps and really drink it in and just enjoy it, to be perfectly honest. Because when you're leading, this just doesn't even matter. You're so in control that it's like, yeah, this is fine. This is fun. Do this all day. For everyone else, there's a few battles. For example, Murdasov here with McEwan directly behind. He's probably sat there being like, oh my God, could this just not go that one extra lap? Could this just finish now? Would that be all right? Because there is so much pressure behind. Yeah, it's pretty tight. I didn't catch, by the way, but Savini got past Volmuth at some point recently and is up in 8th position. So that GTR is going forward even more.
Yeah, I think that is realistically going to be the end of the line for the 823, given that it's about 20 seconds up to Noroth, up in front there, maybe even more actually. In fact, yeah, it's about 28 seconds. Yeah, it's a long time, put it that way. Again, 4 cars on the lead lap after, what's that, 186 laps. That is, that's a very impressive stat from the 149 Yas Heat team.
It's just dominant. It's just dominant. It's plain and simple. And for Yas Heat, they will remember days like this. It always feels good, to be honest, when you win a race or get on a podium, virtually or not, and the people that are around you are your teammates. It feels good because it tells you that not only have you got the most out of it, the team has got the most out of the day. And it's not often that we kind of see that in sim racing and motorsport, where a team takes over at that level. One car absolutely dominating. Yeah, fair enough. That happens pretty much every other race, because obviously someone's got to win. And sometimes it's going to be in a completely dominant fashion. But to have a team do it as a whole, as having a couple of cars up there, it doesn't happen that much. Let's see what happens, though, as a bit of defensive from Murdasov there and nearly cleared off the Lexus that was ahead of them. And really got down the road there a little bit too much. But running on board with Andre Michel, who's running around in the Turn 1 Pro Aston Martin that we do so like the livery of. It looks, I've always said, it looks like a real car. Like, as in, it looks like a real livery. And follow me on the logic of that is that some sim liveries look crazy and wild and cool, great livery. But you're like, I couldn't see that on a real racing car. That looks like an Aston Martin. Yeah,
it really does. Like I said, it reminded me of the TF Sport livery that they had on the Aston Martin a couple of years ago. But you're right, and again, it brings into the point, how seriously drivers are taking this. And some of the brands as well, they have to represent their sponsors and their businesses that are behind these sim race drivers and the teams as well. So it goes hand in hand with that, and the brand colours and the brand identity. We spoke about it earlier on, as that is the let's pretend that Andre Michel isn't listening to us right now and maybe got a little bit carried away in that number 100, but I think might have actually he's actually still 6 seconds ahead of Suarez. But Stutsenko on the penultimate lap here. Now, if he was clever, he absolutely won't do this, but you just stop at line, just let the time run down and cross line.
If you weren't enjoying it, then yeah, sure. I mean, sometimes you just want to get on with it, but there is the potential. I don't want to see it because it's, to call it down to the second like that is always a little bit rough. It's always a bit more risky than it needs to be, and we were saying earlier in this race that they don't need to take risks. They know they've got enough fuel in the tank. They know they've got enough pace in the car. And look at that. Beautiful, perfect, clean road ahead. And that'll be clean road for the next lap. So drink it in and enjoy it. And like I say, for them, for everyone else behind, maybe if their teammate was under a lot of pressure for second place, they would play the team game and back up a little bit to try and give it one less lap to allow your teammates to. But again, their teammates 14 seconds clear. There's no way this car is slowing down for one moment of this race, and Statsenko is really going to enjoy this one. I think the entire team, all of their drivers, are really going to enjoy this one. One more lap in the Endurance Cup here at Monza. Yellow flag just came out briefly there. Not 100% sure what it was for, but it did come out briefly either way. Battle for 23rd position, Maroc versus Luca Burke.
And that was for the number 53. That was the Leiper Esports green machine that's back on track, and that was Marcus Eichenhorn that brought out the yellow flag very, very briefly. But as you said, final lap, and being honest with you, it's been all about the 149 and 150 today. They have just been exemplary in the pace that they've had just now. Not often we get treated to a team 1-2, but I think Yas Heat will be very much celebrating tonight, Lewis.
Yeah, absolutely. They will be having a few beers, or beverage of their choice. I mean, I'm not really a massive fan of beer myself, so, it wouldn't be my choice of beverage after a race. But, you never know. I've seen some sim racers even do a shoey, so you never know. Maybe champagne is on the menu as this battle will continue. Morant able to hang on right now. It's been a fantastic race here for round number 2 in the SimGrid Endurance Cup, and it will continue. Again, we are back in a few weeks' time before we go to the 6 hours at Paul Ricard. Right now, their focus is just getting to the checkered flag, and this battle only has a few more corners. There's James Baldwin watching on. Of course, it is slightly behind, bearing in mind that they are streaming as well. And you can see very, very calm, just waiting for Mikhail Statsenko to reach the final couple of corners. What a brilliant day it has been for Yas Heat across the board. Absolutely dominant. We don't see this too often from any team, whether it's Team Redline, whether it's Coanda, RHG or whatever. But Yas Heat today, they will remember this one, as Yas Heat Pirelli is going to cross the line as a race winner this season in round number 2 of the SimGrid Endurance Cup. James Baldwin, Eamon Murphy, and presently driven by Mikhail Statsenko, cross the line to take victory here at Monza. Behind that, though, things do get better for Yas Heat as the Richard Mille car that is presently being driven by Yaroslav Honzik, Malinovsky and George Boothby also in that car will come across the line, and the 6 of them will take 1 and 2 here at Monza. What a fantastic start to the season for them.
It's been absolutely brilliant for Yas Heat, both for the Richard Mille and the Pirelli outfits, as Jaroslav comes across the line to take second place. It's going to be third place then for Jordan Sherritt. Again, that's huge result for the RHG Esports team to get that third position for the championship. Strong finish for them, and even for the 457 of Andrea Capoccia in that GTWR RHG Academy black car, sharing the car with Giorgio Simonini and Chris Hartveld as well. What a race it's been. Some really strong performances, some questionable moves through the first half of the race. Amada Arkizi going to come across the line in 13th position, but if I'm being honest, it's a bit scary to see Yas Heat in their proper form. If they can have a day where they're absolutely on it and they get the rub of the green, you're going to have a strong team to even come close to them.
It's taken them a little while to find this form, but the form they have found, it looks imperious. It looks very, very impressive indeed. And if they can carry that on throughout the season, I mean, I'm not going to say champion-elect because you know that everyone else can come after them, but they are going to be very, very hard to beat over the running of the season. But again, a reminder, they didn't have the greatest start to the season. 7th place from the Yazheat Pirelli car in the first round of the season. The Yazheat Richard Mille car was 4th on the road at Spa. So not the greatest start to the season. Not a bad one, mind. Still plenty of points onto the board. But they came into this day, knew that they needed to win if they wanted to go after this title. And, well, they fulfilled that request quite comfortably.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And again, it sets them in a fantastic position for the rest of the season. We talk all the time about, what races mean to drivers and to teams and the momentum that they've got coming off of this race, going ahead to the circuit that shall not be named at the end of this month. I mean, that is going to be a great position to really, really put them in a strong position for this championship, given that we've only got 2 rounds after that, Kyalami and Bathurst.
Are you not a fan of Paul Ricard?
Absolutely hate it.
No, good saying.
I will put myself for the team here at SimGrid and for you wonderful spectators at home.
It's in I will say, from knowing like the rough sort of area that it's in, beautiful area, absolutely stunning in the south of France. Horrible track.
Yeah.
But
yeah.
that's what they sign up for, The thing is, though, with a season like this, it's always kind of what we see in like, to be fair, in anything in ACC, and especially in the SimGrid where the competition is this high. The thing with these cars, this might have been the best round for your car. If you've not taken advantage of it, you're going to be ruining that later on. It's important for them to take advantage of it when it is at its height, right?
It really is, and you have to be able to use that momentum, use that all of that skill, and use all of that, momentum is the word that I use almost ad nauseum here, but it's so important to just keep pushing forward when you've got that roll going on. Everybody's in a good mood, the drivers are in a great place, and it takes one race by race, but also you've got very little chance of bad things happening to you because, like I say, you've got all that positivity going on. So it's the best place to be for the rest of the season. Yeah,
absolutely. Like I say, you've got to. With a season like this, you've got to pick a car, right? That works well across most tracks. It's so easy to go, oh well, I know this car's got the fastest straight line speed. That'll be great. Yada yada yada. Then it's only good on 1 or 2 of the circuits. You need to be good on all of the circuits, not just the 1 or 2.
Absolutely. Consistency is such an important thing through the season. You can have it even comes down to drivers as well, Lewis. You can have a really fast driver who is great in the dry and then they're absolutely terrible at the wet. Well, what use is that realistically over the season? Yes, you can make adjustments, but ideally you want to have a really balanced team. I'm just having nervous twitches watching. Oh my God, that air from that. Was that Lexus going flying through the air there? That was, that was quite impressive from the 56.
Wow, it's been an absolutely fantastic day. We'll try and grab a couple of interviews. We do have the top 3 to throw into the interview room. We're going to grab a quick one with Nick Hoban first, along with Jordan Sherritt, of course, and Dennis Jenninger. Put in fantastic effort to roll themselves round into 3rd on the day. We'll catch up with... I'll go with Nick Hoban first. Still goes through the day. Very, very difficult out there. Hard stuff on the racetrack after taking the victory last round out. Happy, positive day for you?
Well, in the first place, I'm happy that it's over. I don't know, the car felt terrible for me, at least in the rain. In the dry, it was pretty okay. Sadly, the most part of the race was in the rain. So yeah, we're pretty happy with P3, I guess. But yeah, it was to be expecting to not win this race.
Could anything have been done about the 2 Yazheat cars that were leading 1 and 2? Do you think there was anything else that you could have found, knowing that it was going to be a wet race going into the dry, back into the wet, back into the dry?
Just probably don't get the 15-second penalty, I guess. And yeah, that would be enough to be in P2, but P1 was unreachable.
And I'll go to Jordan Sherritt next. It's been a year of sort of ups and downs, been all over the place, but really, really hitting fantastic form now. And to say to have started the season with a race victory, to be on the podium here, things are looking really, really strong this season, right?
Yeah, I think hopefully our bad luck has passed from the first World Cup, and it just seems to be going our way. However, a P3 here was the maximum for us, to be honest. Like the McLaren and Porsche are just on another planet here in terms of tire life and tire wear, and because part of the racing is actually getting hybrid setups where the Audi you need to compromise, so you don't get the best out of both worlds. So yeah, it was good.
Talk us about those setups and how you find a compromise in. You're going into a race expecting a little bit of rain, but on a day like this, when it does flick between the two, how hard is it to find that balance and also try and keep up with the weather conditions, with tyre pressures and such?
Sure. I mean, it's quite hard. I mean, no matter what you try, depending on the car, like some cars have different characteristics. I'm not sure if you know, but like the Audi is one of the hardest cars to drive in terms of balance and how it drives over the curb. So to make a sort of hybrid setup, it's very difficult. I mean, you have to like test and test and test. It just takes time, but getting the right compromise is more or less hard. But I think we had a pretty good compromise, although we would have liked to have been better in the rain for sure.
Yeah, I mean, either way, a fantastic effort of consistency. We'll go to Dennis Schoeniger next, who, again, third place to wrap up, but focusing on the future, on what's next, of course, running up to Paul Ricard, circuit which isn't necessarily loved by all the drivers. What do you think you can get out of that track from this Audi?
At Paul Ricard, actually, it's quite tricky with the Audi, but still manageable. I think we will look a little bit old in that car against the McLaren. But we will try our best, of course, and trying to get the max out of it.
What was the thought process? Because we were speaking about this on broadcast with selecting cars coming into a season, and you always kind of want to pick a car that goes well across the entire season, across all of the tracks. What's the thought with the Audi this season? Is it one that is a bit, kind of a compromised car that works on all circuits, or is it one that you just kind of have to make the most of those specific rounds where it goes well?
I mean, we chose the Audi because it's the car we know the most. We had the most experience in it, and just to save a bit of time for us, probably, we can choose the Audi. So because even we know that the most, so we can just drive the fastest with it in less time, So we need less practice and less experience to gain than compared to other cars. But I think Monza and Paul Ricard will be it's not slow, but the slowest track in the championship for us. But we will look forward to manage it. But I think we can do it pretty good.
Well, I will say once again, massive congratulations. It was such a difficult day to even grab a third spot. It's fantastic for our race winners back at Spa.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks.
Lovely. Hopefully the bad luck has bypassed them. We'll say goodbye to R8G, and I say it's fantastic to hear from them after the race, David. Again, a great team and a great result.
Yeah, they really, really deserved that third place, especially they knew the limitations of the Audi, and you have to say, given that they were the best of three Audis in that top five, they really did make that car work, but obviously they knew it wasn't going to be in case of getting first and second place.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, speaking of second place, let's grab ourselves an interview with our second place team. A great day for the entirety of Yaz Heat. We'll go to Malinovsky first, I think. Brilliant day for the team. Talk us through the emotions right now. Things that couldn't get much better, surely.
Well, it already started with pretty tense quali because the track grip was ramping up throughout the quali, so everyone had to do their lap at the very last second when the track was at its highest grip. And we managed, both me and James, to get really nice laps in. So he was starting first, I was starting third. And from practice, we knew everyone is also so similar pace-wise when everything is right? But we also knew that the rain is coming. So I guess for us, and it was probably the same for everyone, when we went into the grid, suddenly in half an hour it says it's gonna rain. So we were all, wondering what to do with the setup. Should we go a bit more dry? Should we go a bit more wet because the wet is coming? So we did some last-minute changes, and we just hoped for the best. And already from the very beginning, different cars were a bit starter at the beginning. Maybe they went lower fuel. We decided to lower the fuel a little bit, but not too much. And then the rain hit, and again it was totally different because the cars that were very fast, like in the very first 20 minutes of the race, then suddenly dropped off. So yeah, it was crazy race at the beginning, a lot of fighting, and then we stabilized our pace a bit in that P2, and George and Jarir took over the car and bring it home.
And how hard was it at the start of the race when you're thinking of all these things, you've got all this going through, you're trying to focus on just getting a race start.
And there wasn't also that much time to do that, right? Because we only have 5 minutes to literally do last minute changes. And we need to make sure that, in those 5 minutes we're gonna do the crucial changes that then later on they're gonna affect the next 6 hours. A few tense moments, and the racing itself at the beginning was also really in tricky conditions. The track wasn't fully up to grip. Everyone on compromised setups. Everyone probably on different fuel loads. Then the rain hit. The track has some rubber on it, so it's really slippery. The very first rain that came, it also started off initially already really hard. So already on the first few laps, when we were still on slicks, it was already extremely slippery. So we were all over the place trying to be careful. We had some contacts with another car that was just gonna happen no matter what. It's Monza. So yeah, it was really, really tricky, but we survived that, and that's why we were able to later just bring it home safer.
Yeah, it really has been a fantastic race. We'll go to George Boothby quickly. Knowing of the difficulty of the car, I've spoken to you a good few times when it comes to wet weather conditions. I remember that race in Best of British at Silverstone coming through in very, very difficult conditions. You seem to like the wet stuff a little bit.
Yeah, I do like wet weather driving. I've never experienced it really in the Porsche before, but yeah, if anything, I preferred it over the dry. So yeah, I really liked it. My pace was good as well. In the wet conditions, when it started dampening up, we knew we'd lose a bit of pace there. But yeah, when it was properly raining, we were flying. So this is my first big league using the Porsche, thanks to the help of Mache as well with his crazy setups, and yeah, it's just worked out really well. I think me and Jard here, him as well, he's sort of quite new to the Porsche, so.
Well, my game crashed.
Oh.
That's good timing. That's really good timing.
But yeah, we're just getting used to the car, and I think this result is just fantastic. It gives us so much confidence going forward now. And obviously with the other Yas Heat car getting P1 as well, can't really ask for a better day, really.
Now, let's be honest, the day has been difficult though. The Porsche, I've been told by a few drivers that the Porsche is quite tricky to drive at the best of times. In the wet around Monza, how hard was it? Was it just more comfortable getting used to, or was it all right?
So to make the Porsche quick, obviously everyone runs low downforce at Monza to get the best out of the straights, but the Porsche just hates low downforce. It becomes an absolute weapon. So and obviously we had to do it in the wet as well, and it just makes it very, very twitchy on the rear end. But after a few driving techniques, making sure you don't sort of fully come off the throttle, and once you learn to handle the lift off the oversteer a bit more, it's definitely drivable. It's not like it's impossible, but you just got to be extra wary. Like some cars, like say the Aston or the Bentley, you hit a curb wrong, you just sort of bounce over it, might lose a little bit of time, or if you're going a little bit too hot, you sort of understeer wide or just have a little slide. The Porsche is it's like just a little bit further over the edge each time. So you hit a curb wrong, you might actually spin, or you go in a bit too hot, then yeah. But as long as you keep that in mind, and make sure every time you are making a mistake, just be extra cautious. Like, I know it's quite weird, the thought process. You sort of know when you know you're going to make a mistake, it's about minimalizing it, if you know what I mean. But yeah, I found it really not too bad to adapt to, and I think Jardy's adapted to it well as well. And yeah, it's not too bad. It's drivable.
P2's not too bad, absolutely. Speaking of Jardy, speaking of Jaroslav Honzik, we'll throw him in here. I mean, what a final stint as well. Were you a little bit concerned about Jordan Sherritt closing in on you there? It was only coming down bit by bit, but still, difficult conditions like this, it can change on the click of a finger.
No.
It looked like a great stint either way.
Sorry, there's not too much to say because my teammates already said everything completely. There was definitely a lot of pressure from Jordan, especially that first part of the wet stint. I was a bit not confident. I was a bit scared because he was catching like 3-4 tenths per lap, and then in the last 40 minutes, I knew if I would just not make a mistake, it's gonna be cool because he was catching just a little bit, then I matched his pace, and we both had a lot of traffic, but then Maciej and George were taking care, or like looking at the traffic, and they were saying that he has so much more traffic that there is literally possible chance for him to catch me if I screw up or something, So after Spa last race, I was just trying to take it very easy and just bring it home.
How much communication was there between you and the 149? Was there a lot of chatting, like just a little bit of info here and there, or absolutely nothing?
I think it was like one word maybe during the whole race. No communication. We just let them focus on us focus as well, We actually wanted to join the voice chat for the last 40 minutes, but then we were like, no, just take it seriously, be careful, so nothing happens.
Is there, because obviously being in two different cars, would there be no information that they could pass off to you that would be advantageous to you, especially with the difficult conditions, the transitions between conditions, or is it easier for you just to do your own thing?
I think thankfully, because Maciej is so experienced in a Porsche, we basically have like a heads up, he knows exactly what to do, how the car will behave, and everything like that. So it's just big carry from his side to us, because we have no experience, as George said, with the Porsche properly, and Maciej is helping so much. So it's like everything in his hands,
Well, either way, I'm going to say it. Fantastic stuff from all three of you. Brilliant work, and hopefully we can see more of this in the future, because it seems like you're going quite well in the Porsche.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to the next races.
Definitely.
Lovely. We'll see you back in action at Paul Ricard. Brilliant stuff from the number 150 Yaz Heat Richard Mille. It does mean, though, we have one more interview to go. And this one, of course, being our race winners. We'll try and grab a quick word with, of course, all of our victors. Fantastic round that they've had. Fantastic domination. We'll go to James Baldwin first. James, what a win. What a win. Brilliant stuff. Dominant, in fact.
It was alright, wasn't it?
It was
pretty good.
It was alright stint, yeah.
Yeah. First endurance race we've won in a very long time. To be fair, it might even be the first. So now it all went to plan, and I don't know what else we could have done more. Really good. Really happy.
Now, again, we've spoke about the conditions for everyone else, with it being tricky. Did you find the wet weather conditions tricky to match to, especially at the start of the race when there was that, the bit of starting the race in the dry, and then, oh, wait, there's rain on the horizon. What do we do? How do we prepare? Or was it just eyes focused on the task at hand, just focus on the laps now and deal with the rain when it comes?
Well, we actually made a mistake. We overfueled the car, so we saw the rain coming, and we put a full tank of fuel in, and that's why we dropped to second, because the Aston Martin of Osterman, he he fueled it very light, so he could basically be quicker. So that wasn't ideal, but we knew we had the pace, wet or dry, to win. We just had to kind of play it safe at the start, and that's what we did. And yeah, it worked. So yeah, this race we were really cautious, and I think it paid off. You know.
How do you balance like all of the practice stuff? Because obviously we know we brought it up on the broadcast before, the SRO Esports European Sprint Series, the season finale is coming up next week, and we know that that's a very, very tight championship fight. There's obviously other championships and stuff all over the place. You're a busy man. How do you find time to practice and prepare and focus for each of these different events?
Well, it's not the end of the world. It's on the same game. You know, look at, say, Kevin Siggy. He's doing Le Mans Virtual, SRO, he's doing all sorts on different games, so that's a bit more tricky. I mean, we've all been there, and it's not easy. But when it's on the same game, it's not too bad, especially when you're in the same car, which I'm always in the McLaren at the moment. So that's not too bad.
It does seem to help. Well done, James. We'll go to Eamon Murphy very, very quickly and speak of the start of the season. The 7th place back then wasn't so great. To move into here, did that give you a bit of a boost to come back? Because let's be honest, if you want to win this championship, a win was kind of required today. Did that give you a bit of a boost?
What gave me a boost? The P7 or the P1?
Well, finishing 7th in the previous race to then know that you needed to win.
Yeah, because I think in the previous race, I think without the drive-through, I think like we knew we would have had the pace to be up near the front fighting. So it gave us a bit more, of a grip between our teeth to, want to make sure that we can P1 in this. And like the car was pretty much, it was on rails in the dry, it was on rails in the wet. It just done everything that we wanted it to do. And yeah, we didn't really put much of a foot wrong, so yeah, went pretty well. Hopefully we can carry that across to Paul Ricard.
And when you have days like this, like you say, the car was on rails, you were completely dominant throughout all 3 drivers. There were very few mistakes, nothing really to speak of. How is that when you're in the race to be kind of almost unchallenged? The next car behind is quite a way back, that you're just doing your own thing?
I think it's not as bad in the wet, because in the wet you're putting a lot more focus into just making sure you don't crash, you don't lock up, you don't go a tiny bit too wide, staying off all the curbs. Whenever it comes to the dry, because you kind of get into like a bit of a, what would you say, robotic mode. It's like autonomous. So you need to try and keep your concentration. But whenever we seen the rain coming in the second stint in the dry, I started doing a bit of fuel saving just in case we needed an extra couple of laps. And then we seen it change to like 10 minutes. So then I just started pushing for the fastest lap because I knew no one was going to get it at the end of the race. So that kind of kept me a bit busy, but it's not too bad. It's harder to keep focus in the dry than it is the wet, I would say.
Well, either way, it was fantastically dominant. Anyway, we'll go to Mikhail Stutsenko and kind of speak of running around in the lead of the race, all well and good, but knowing that second place is your teammate, does that kind of relieve some of the pressure that the car behind is a friendly face and that all things are good and that the team itself as a whole is doing really, really well?
I mean, not really. We still need to come P1, so I still need to keep all the focus on the wet. As Eamon said, it's a bit more busy when you're driving in the wet, so yeah, not really.
And the day we saw some bits of drama down the grid, with some of the lap traffic getting involved and having incidents. Do you have any issues across the team? Any issues from any of the back markers, or was everything kind of plain sailing in such a difficult day?
It was all good. Everyone was patient all the time, so yeah, I'm happy with everyone's being patient.
Well,
the first couple of laps were a wee bit mental.
Yeah, maybe.
Well, just watching it, because it was like everyone was. It was like an SRO sprint race. Everyone was just throwing the cars everywhere, and it was a wee bit. Even watching it in the stream, it just didn't really seem that great. But hopefully, we don't see too much more of that in the future.
From our side, it was all clean.
Yeah, it was clean for us, but down the grid, it looked a bit chaotic at times.
Yeah.
Well, it didn't look chaotic for you at all. We'll agree with you on that one. Looked fantastic and dominant indeed. The 149 Yassi Pirelli car taking victory today. Well done, lads.
Cheers, thank you.
Boys.
Perfect stuff. Back to you, David. I mean, what a day it's been. What a race it was. I mean, what a day for Yas Heat.
Just exemplary from start to finish, and that's the one thing that I really like, not just about their performance on track but off track as well, is the fact that we can sit with them for a good 10-15 minutes between the two teams, and they give us a really in-depth guide on what happened for them, both in terms of the build-up, in terms of actually on track, and what they're thinking as a team. It's not often that you get that. And they've obviously done quite a lot of training to be able to, I don't know, just get that point across and explain that as well as they did. So yeah, a fantastic performance for them. The problem for them is that we've got 41 teams who are all very, very fast. We saw that within a second of each other. They had exemplary run of luck in terms of avoiding all the chaos and stuff behind them. And quite honestly, they were just the best teams out there all day.
Yeah. Absolutely. It has been a fantastic day for them and for us as well. We've had a great load of entertainment watching, but it would be pretty much about time to end. It has been a very, very long day, and I must let these guys go. Apologies to not join you for the start of the broadcast, but thank you massively to obviously Dan Handover for stepping in when I became completely incompetent. Thank you to David Christie, who's been here all day, and of course to the Mikes, Mike Yao and Mike Hamlet, who've been in our ear all the way throughout the race, and to all of you watching. We will be back for round number 3 of the season. I was going to say round 2, but round number 3 of the season when we head to Paul Ricard. That'll be in a few weeks' time on the 27th of November. Thank you very much, and we will see you then. Until that point, though, it is a very warm goodbye.